Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku becomes Masters of Chef. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Nemuri, or something that once was her, was lying on the bed of the school reduced to an unrecognizable mass of bruises and smashed limbs. Several tubes connected her broken body to machines desperately trying to keep her alive. A slap from the giant villain and a fly through several walls. By any means, she should be dead, and yet her heart still beats. Recovery Girl said with a low voice. The soft and weak beeping representing Nemuri's feeble heartbeat filled the room. She always had been stubborn. I can't believe now I am finally praying for her to keep being that stubborn. Aizawa, looking miserable while he leaned on the window still to look outside, admitted. He categorically refused to look towards her, lest the memories of another dear friend of his dying once again flooded his eyes. Why are not healing her? Mike, now looking like a human wreck, asked while holding Nemuri's heavily bandaged hand, and crying almost non-stop. There is only so much my quirk can do. If it was only some broken bones and torn muscles, I would have already done that. Recovery Girl answered, shaking her head. But, even had she had her full healthy stamina and life force, using my quirk to heal her would have killed her. Her heart is barely keeping up thanks to the machine's power loader managed to build for me to take over every function of her body. Aizawa, still not looking at Nemuri, muttered. Not a single bone is sane, bruised stomach, punctured liver and collapsed lungs. Her intestines had almost been squeezed out of her body by the slap. Her eyes are gone, her teeth are gone. There is probably a couple inches only of her skin that have not a bruise or cut on it. She needs those machines to not die of internal bleeding and still have bladder control. Recovery Girl listed with tired, defeated coldness. Aizawa and Hizashi looked sick at that gruesome list of injuries. The only two organs functioning properly are the brain, albeit with a concussion, and her heart. Everything else is barely holding on, and that because machines are doing all the heavy lifting. How long? Aizawa finally asked, and Hizashi's eyes grew wide. Chio? Aizawa snapped angrily, and for once his eyes were not red because of his quirk. 2 days? Her heart won't last much longer. And even if I could, I wouldn't prolong such miserable existence either. Recovery Girl finally answered, eyes shut tight. Do something. Anything. Mike yelled while shaking her. Like what? Medicine and quirks have limits. I can't perform miracles. I can't regrow limbs either. How do you believe I can fix all that? Chio yelled in frustration. Nemuri! Hizashi yelled, throwing himself on Nemuri's unresponsive body to cry his eyes out. So, no solution? Aizawa asked, finally, with a titanic effort, looking away from the window to look at Recovery Girl, and in part forcing himself to acknowledge how he was about to lose another dear friend. Unless a god or two decides to finally stop sitting on their butt and bestow a miracle on us, I have no clue what to do. If there is a quirk able to heal her, I do not know it, and honestly, if it even exists, the user is probably closed somewhere under direct control of government branches like the HPSC. She answered, shaking her head. And they don't share. Aizawa muttered in answer, trying to cut off Hizashi's desperate wailing as he clung to Nemuri. The world is a harsh place. Chio admitted, bitterly. Is it a bad moment? Himiko chose that moment to accompany young Eri inside the infirmary. Yes, I promised young Midoriya that I would have given Eri her missing shots. It was today. Recovery Girl answered. Yes, but we can return later if you want. Is the pretty lady okay? Eri asked with a small voice. She is only sleeping. She is very tired. Mike answered, forcing a smile through tears and snot to protect the kid. Oh, sorry. It's okay, I am sure Nemuri likes your company. Aizawa answered, barely holding back the shivering of his shoulders. Come, it will take a minute, then I will give you an apple-flavored lollipop. But don't tell your dad, okay? Chio said with a gentle, grandmotherly smile. But Dad doesn't like when I eat sweets before lunch. Eri answered, yes, your dad? Your dad, Mike tried to answer, Then a particular memory went pushed forward by his brain once looked at both Eri and Himiko. "Your dad?" Hisashi yelled with wide eyes, then her rushed out. "Where the hell are you going?" Aizawa yelled. "I found a miracle." The other yelled, running outside as fast as his legs could carry him, soon followed by the roaring of his bike as he drove away. "What does it even mean?" Aizawa asked, confused. "I have no idea," Recovery Girl admitted. Then both looked at Himiko and got the same spark of inspiration as Hisashi. "Healing cuisine." Both yelled, and Aizawa hurried out. "I'll prepare everything. Go get the boy." Chio yelled. "But you get power loader and rush too." Aizawa answered, scaring every student he met with his mad rush outside. "Something I said?" Himiko asked, confused. "No, dearie. Maybe we got an answer to our prayers." The old lady answered. 1 hour later, due to Hisashi's chaotic blabbering and crying, it took Aizawa to explain Izuku why he had been assaulted by the madly raving crying man, but when they brought the young chef back to UA in a mad rush that made confetti of traffic laws, they didn't hear the boy declare the job easy like they hoped. "Impossible. Are you insane? I can't heal all this," Izuku had said, looking ready to puke violently once read Recovery Girl's list of injuries plaguing Nemuri's body. "But you healed All Might. You healed Himiko-san. What's different between regrowing an arm and this?" Mike asked, distraught. "This is a way too different beast." Izuku answered, both angry and sad. "Exactly as I told you, there are limits to healing powers." Recovery Girl added, looking down. "I can regrow arms. I can rebuild a damaged eye or both. Can I remove a tumor-like growth? But those were isolated cases. A single issue on mostly healthy bodies. Even Himiko's skin was regrown barely an hour after the accident. Nemuri-san has been on that bed for almost an entire day. Enough that the rest of the body started giving up on its own." Izuku answered, pointing at Himiko. Besides her skin and limbs, Himiko was healthy instead. Her body was not under near-death strain. All Might's tumor was just a small thing located in a very precise area. I aimed at removing it. If the rest of your body healed too, it was only collateral healing. I didn't plan for it, just sheer dumb luck. Toshinori's health had been settling down to compensate that for years, with his body adapting around the issue to survive. He then pointed at Nemuri. "She is 99% dead. Besides heart and brain, everything else is broken. If I heal her stomach, the strain will make her veins burst. If I fix her veins, her lungs won't hold it together and collapse. If I fix her lungs, her heart will finally give in. If I fix her heart, very likely her brain won't get enough BLD and she'll become a vegetable. Any dish I make for an issue will probably put too much strain on another. It's a risk of cascading organs failure." The young chef said, distraught. "I would technically need to heal her entire body at the same time with a single dish, and even then, that doesn't mean she won't still die from the heavy burden of all that. You need a true miracle to save her, and I don't have the right ingredients to achieve that," Izuku said, crying. Said that, the young chef collapsed sitting on a chair to bury his face in his hands and crying silently. "So you have no idea how to do it?" Lunch Rush asked. "I am a chef, goddammit. I am not Sir Healer like Yasaku," he whispered, sniffling. "So there's really nothing you can do?" Mike asked, sobbing. "I can try to see if I can modify the machines keeping Nemuri alive to give us a bit more time," Power Loader offered, he too feeling useless and powerless. "Recovery Girl too has limits, why can't I?" Izuku answered, bitterly. "You say you don't have the right ingredients to help Nemuri?" Nizu asked, appearing from the infirmary door with a smoking cup of tea for both himself and Izuku, and as always unfazed and perfectly calm and in control. "Here, chamomile tea, it helps with stress," the rat said, offering the cup. "Thank you," the young chef answered, gratefully accepting the warm cup. "Good, now, please allow me to ask you this. Let's assume you have the right ingredients to help our friend Nemuri instead, what would you need?" Nizu asked. "Ha ha ha." A hollow, humorless and cold laugh tore its way out of Izuku's throat. "Either the legendary ingredient pair, and I don't think there is a single person on this planet that can get it. or a long list of near-esoteric ingredients that cooked together can ideally achieve the same effects. Pear would give us a 100% success rate, but it's impossible to get it. To be fair, the ingredient list, Plan B, is just as impossible, with the added downside of barely a 90% success rate. Izuku answered, "Please humor me with that list too. I assure you that between my connections and UA's fame, I am confident I can get my paws on everything this world has to offer." Nizu answered, smirking, "Boy, I got the greatest ingredients providers and restaurants kissing my butt daily to curb my favor. They will fetch me everything if I ask them." Lunch Rush added with a thumbs up, "Hemostasiatake, liver oil, lung shroom, Dr. Axolotl meat, skin kelp, iron stomach meat. And a couple dozen more." Izuku listed with a dead voice, "I never heard of any of those." Nizu's smirk instantly faded away. Lunch Rush dropped the thumbs up. "Precisely. They can only be found in the gourmet world." "Never heard of that either." And now Nizu was frowning. "That's why I am desperate, yes? Is that some secret place nobody knows about?" Aizawa asked. "Oh, worse than that. And you know how to reach that place?" Mike asked, desperately grasping at straws. "My sponsor can bring me there with a warp gate, but as I am now, I would barely survive a minute there if I am not careful." Izuku answered, "What if we accompany you?" Aizawa asked. "No offense. You would have even less chances of survival than me." Izuku answered, shaking his head. "You underestimate heroes, young Midoriya." Toshinori yelled, bursting into the room already wearing his hero costume. "You coming too?" Mike asked. "Namuri is my friend too. If there is even just a chance to save her, I will gladly put my life on the line to achieve that miracle." Toshinori answered immediately. "There you have it, kid. You got 3 pro heroes acting as your bodyguard, once of which the DMN #1 hero of Japan. I say we can do this." Aizawa declared, shaking his head and fastening his capture weapon scarf around his neck. "Oh, wait." Izuku tried saying, "I got you your heavy-duty speakers. Mike, blast whatever gets in the way to shreds." Loader said while tossing Hizashi part of his equipment. "I will. Please wait. You don't understand. The Gourmet World -W are coming too." Mina and few others of Class A1 forced their way into the room. "How?" Toshinori asked, confused. "Jiro." Aizawa roared. "Yes, I was eavesdropping. We saw you and Mike-sensei rush in with Midoriya in tow and remembered his healing powers. So I listened from the room next to this." Kyoka answered. "We are already wearing our gear. We will be careful, sensei. But Namuri-sensei is one of our beloved teacher. We will take responsibility and accept any punishment, but we will never be at peace with ourselves if we do nothing to help her." Tenya Ida added, "Guys, it's not DMN Disneyland." Izuku yelled in anger. "We are not weaklings, Izuku." Katsuki answered, "Not your DMN ego again. Listen to me. We are here too." Rumi AMD Nijire yelled at the same time, adding themselves to the now crowded infirmary. "Not all here. My infirmary is not a DMN hero convention." Recovery Girl yelled, "Guys, I beg you, listen to Dash. The candidates as guests for the system's mission are acceptable." The system said, "Not you too." Izuku shrieked in horror. Acceptable candidates: Siro, Kaminari, Kirishima, Bakugu, Ishido, Hagakure, Azui, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Usajiyama, Heido, Mizo, Yagi, Aizawa and Yamada. They can accompany host Izuku. The system will implant a mental suggestion to stop them from talking about what they will see. Host Izuku's will be the only one able to release that seal. System assure nothing and nobody will be able to access that info unless personally requested by the host. As per host system agreement on secrecy. The entity declared, solemnly. "Oh God, no." Izuku yelled in horror. "What's his problem?" Kirishima asked. "Dunno. We aren't even all here. Mineta is still in probation, Koda didn't feel like he could be of help, Sato is still recovering from overusing his quirk. I won't list them all, but it's not like all of us came here." Kaminari answered, listing few names of all their classmates that couldn't join them. A golden circle of light appeared under them all. "The hell is this?" Katsuki asked. "Oh, please. I'll go alone." Izuku begged as loudly as he could. Transportation array ready. Beginning teleportation. The system alerted him. "No." Izuku screamed in horror as light enveloped them all. "Daddy, don't go." Eri yelled and jumped into the ring of light. "God damn it, Eri." Himiko as well jumped in, hugging the girl to her chest, but unfortunately not pulling her away fast enough and disappearing with the group. "Well, even I didn't see that coming." Nizu commented once the light faded away and the room was once again empty. "That boy will be very angry once he sees the kid got taken along the ride." Power Loader answered. "Let's prepare everything for when they return. Prayers help only so much, we need to act too." Lunch Rush said, leaving the infirmary with rapid steps to prepare his kitchen equipment for Izuku's return. "Help me stabilize Nemuri, Power. We need to keep her at the absolute best state her body can be if we want the cure to work. Hopefully." Recovery Girl said, sighing. Gourmet World, Area 1, Candy Forest. In any other normal situation, the hero students and the three pros would have been gaping in surprise at seeing the grim and yet brightly colored forest they found themselves in after the light from teleportation faded away. Unfortunately for them, Izuku's bestial anger and tirade took precedence in their minds as they waited patiently for the young chef to stop cursing their stupidity and selfishness with a single-breath rant that lasted a good 10 minutes. Most of which filled in veiled insults he used just because he didn't want to cuss like a drunken sailor in front of Eri. It was almost comical. All of them had powerful quirk, and yet all of them were kneeling on the floor like chastised children in front of their furious father, waiting silently and obediently for their turn to talk. But no. You had to join. You had to jump to the occasion to show off. This is hell on earth. Why nobody ever listens to me? Izuku roared madly. "Piss." A colorful snake, 6 meters long and as big as a horse, slithered down from the trees to attack whoever disturbed its sleep. The young chef roared with BLD-shot eyes. The poor giant snake, normally regarded as a living death sentence thanks to its BLD boiling venom, gave a very childlike shriek and hurried away to hide. "Sorry, Daddy," Eri muttered, sniffling. "I just wanted to come with you. I am always so scared you will never come back when you leave." The kid admitted, hiccuping. "Oh no. Come here." Izuku's anger faded away instantly, and he hugged the kid as tight as he could. "I am not angry at you, urchin, but at myself for not stopping this accident from happening," he said, kissing her forehead. "I am sorry, Izuku, I should have stopped her sooner," Himiko said, looking down in shame. "It's okay, Himiko. I am surprised the teleportation even worked since you and Eri were not included in the list." "System?" Izuku asked with narrowed eyes. "The child will benefit too from this trip." "Goddamnit you," the young chef mentally hissed. "Well, we are here now, can't help it," Mina said with a forced smile. "I swear, I will make you all survive this trip here only because I will put you through hell once back to you." Aizawa growled angrily. "Then I will do it. We'll take turns to punish you," Mike added. But. Toru stammered in fear. "Can you send them back?" Toshinori asked. "Not until we are done," Izuku answered, bitterly. "Time limitation. God damn it." Aizawa answered. "We have 2 days to collect ingredients before Nemuri-san's body health deteriorates to a point even I can't help her. We need to move." Izuku said. "Can we leave them here?" Mike asked. "Hey!" The students yelled. "No, in the gourmet world, standing still is a surefire way to die." The young chef answered. "You need to give us a crash course on this place, Iken," Rumi said, sighing and rubbing her temples. "This won't be a walk in the park," Izuku answered, groaning. "You will act as our guide then, if this place is that dangerous?" Aizawa answered, unconvinced. "Very well, open your ears and listen, because we have not much time." Izuku said. "We are all ears," Kirishima answered, smirking. "You will regret that attitude soon." What followed was Izuku desperately cramming as much information about IGO and their capture level method to measure a threat of the creatures of the gourmet world, along a very fast rundown of the major security rules when traveling through the gourmet world. Sorry, but that capture level stuff sound like bullshit? Katsuki admitted, humming. Of course you don't believe me, Izuku said, groaning. Sorry, nothing personal, but it sounds so alien. So excessive. Tsuyu added, shrugging. Hardly believable. Sorry. Mizo admitted. Oh, for the love of... Why would I lie? Dude, you talk as if we were on a different planet. Kyoka said at the end of the super fast lesson. We may as well be. Now remember what I said. If I say run, you are not making any grand speech or act of heroism, you just turn around and run. The beasts here won't care about your heroic heart, only about your probable taste if they eat you. Izuku answered. Relax. Everything will be fine. Kaminari answered. No, it won't. The young chef answered, sighing. Don't worry, bravado aside, my friends are very capable heroes, trust me. Ida said, ready to do everything in his power to repay Izuku for helping his brother, even facing alone that strange place he said was pretty much hell. You have no idea what you are about to face, Izuku muttered in dismay, shaking his head and walking towards Himiko and Eri. 808, Whitey Shiro. Protect Eri and Himiko at all cost. Izuku asked with a tense tone. But, the Tautai tried arguing against it with a worried whisper. I know how to defend myself here, but Eri must be protected. She isn't supposed to be here to begin with. So her safety and Himiko's have priority. He said. Okay. Shiro begrudgingly did as asked and jumped down his neck to go wrap himself around Eri's neck. Understood, friend Izuku. 808 answered, and rapidly moved to orbit around Eri's head. Understood. Whitey moved with heavy steps to stand behind Himiko. Thank you. Sorry for not stopping Eri in time. Himiko said with a grateful tone, and holding Eri in her arms in a protective embrace. Sorry, Dit. Eri muttered. Don't worry, I'm not angry with you or Himiko. I should have stopped you too. But now that you both are here, I'll do everything in my power to protect you. Izuku answered, smiling a small smile. We'll be careful, and I will protect Eri with all myself, promise? She answered. Thank you, Himiko. But please, be careful you too. I don't like how you talk, you make it seems like we are about to enter hell itself. Toru admitted with a loud gulp. Unfortunately, you are not exactly wrong. We are not random schmucks. Between quirks and training you will see you have nothing to worry about. Although I appreciate the fact that you worry about us, at least you don't see us as expendable meat shields. We won't have troubles here. Aizawa answered, shaking his head. I heard many prideful adventurers and hunters talk like that before coming here, Izuku muttered. We'll listen to your scary stories later. Let's go. Aizawa interrupted him. What happened to those people? Momo whispered. They never returned. He whispered back. Dim in it? Instead of whispering sweet nothings like lovebirds, let's go, Mike said, marching forward blinded by the very tight time limit recovery girl gave them. Don't rush. It's the first rule here. The young chef said. Yeah. The other answered, uninterested in walking past the colossal, vine-made archway acting as an exit point from the woods. Wait for us, Mike. Tashinori said. We too, teacher. The students added, running to catch up with the adults. When the three pros and the students stepped out of the woods, their first steps into the gourmet world already resulted in complete shock. What the F is this? Aizawa was the first to break the shocked silence, with an awe-stricken whisper. All of them felt their breaths get caught in their throats as the impossible landscape unfolded before them. Welcome to the lands we called the gourmet world. Izuku declared with a sigh while he studied their surroundings with a more analytical mindset. The heroes, pro and not, had been greeted by a vibrant explosion of bright colors as soon as they stepped out of the grim, dark forest. Giant fruit trees, bizarrely shaped vegetables, and towering stalks of grains that swayed lazily in a warm breeze filled the plains all around them. The air was thick with the sweet, intoxicating smell of ripened ingredients, each one more tempting than the last. I tried to warn you. But you didn't believe me. This is not normal, Ida said with a worried tone. For him, Just like the others, it all felt like stepping into a paradise where everything was edible, alive, and begging to be tasted. Wow, Mina whispered, eyes wide as she gazed at a colossal strawberry-like fruit the size of a building. She tried guessing just how many families could live inside a single fruit if somebody were to hollow the inside. The giant strawberry. The titanoberry. Sweeter than honey. Capture level. Luckily the wasps normally buzzing around them are not present. Those waspino are the size of elephants and extremely aggressive. Izuku said. Waspino. The name comes from their poison. If extracted and dried, it creates a powder with a taste and spiciness similar to jalapeno. So, from mixing wasp and jalapeno, you get their name, Waspino. The chef said, walking forward. This place is insane. Like stepping into the drawing of a kid. Kirishima said. But still it's appealing. Jiro answered, looking everywhere in wonder. For now, Izuku muttered, and his girlfriends immediately went on the defensive, trusting him to actually know the danger of the place. My instinct is screaming that danger is everywhere. But then, why I can't stop shaking from excitement? Toshinori muttered. His heart was beating like a drum. Worry and excitement were battling for supremacy inside him, and for the life of him, he was rapidly getting addicted to once again feeling the excitement caused by facing the unknown. Aizawa, he too like Toshinori, more keen to keep a level head on most situations, tirelessly scanned everywhere. He had finally recognized Izuku's worry as the same haunted memories veterans had when asked to once again walk through what they considered hell. The eyes of somebody that was dragging himself through a mission normally they would be vehemently against for very dim and good reasons. So he too felt his muscles tense, but in his case in 100% pure dread. Unfortunately, the students instead were not used yet to smell danger where there seemed to be none, and that only doubled the anxiety of Toshinori, Aizawa and Hizashi as they had to keep their eyes open for their students too, and instantly regretting letting them join. The sky overhead was a brilliant blue, cloudless and serene, while the ground beneath their feet was soft, almost like a sponge, bouncing slightly with every step. Everything was too colorful, too bright, too cheerful. Is that chocolate? Kaminari yelled with wide eyes as wild rivers of glistening chocolate appeared before them once descended a shallow hill, wounding through lush valleys with their surface dotted with massive marshmallows that bobbed lazily in the current. Plants of candied corn, bushes of lollipops and many other forms of confectionery that was apparently naturally produced by plants soon overtake the vegetation. There were even sweets-based animals roaming about, like the giant turtles lazily napping next to the group, each turtle with their shells made of squared cookies connected together in place of the normal plaques found of normal turtles. The dark chocolate river? Maybe I know where we landed from the portal. Izuku said aloud, uncertain. But that can't be FNG natural river of hot chocolate. It's physically impossible. Katsuki yelled, shocked. There are underground pools of milk all around this valley. They intermix with natural rivers of extremely hot water thanks to the marshmallow volcano nearby. The raging currents then crush and extract the chocolate from the chocolate seeds of plants nearby. The harsh currents then mix them together. Whenever the volcano erupts, let's say that by a curious chain of events giant marshmallows are naturally created by the volcano and thrown everywhere when it erupts, most of those then fall in the river. Izuku tried explaining. That doesn't make sense. The other answered, not even in anger, but near hysterical confusion. Humanity has barely learned the 0.1% of the secrets of the gourmet world, and the more secrets we decipher, thousands more appear and less questions are answered. He answered, wait, is that ice cream? Toru asked with a shriek while pointing at a faraway mountain range made completely of colossal spheres of ice cream, each sphere the size of an actual mountain, all stacked on top of each other chaotically. Yes, the gelatine passes. Considering that I can see the hazelnut and strawberry and custard flavors, it means that we are in the southeast part of Area 1. By the shape, that should be the sherbet peak instead. We are on the path of the biggest cluster of ingredients I need, but they are also extremely far away. Izuku answered with a grimace. It was the safest landing area, host. The system answered. Wait, so those are actual mountains, as in real mountains, made completely of ice cream. Every inch of it? Mizo asked with bulged-out eyes. Down to the very last drop. Each sphere is bigger than MT Fuji, but still, they are made of the best and tastiest ice cream you will ever taste. If you survive long enough there to try it. Izuku answered. Impossible. Ludicrous, the poor guy answered, confused to complete brain shutdown. Everything here is out of scale, if not just physically impossible, and yet we are seeing this. How come nobody knows of this place? Shoto asked. Everybody knows. Not us. Tsuyu answered. You'll understand soon, I fear. The young chef answered with a shaken voice. This place defies reason. Shiro admitted while admiring the birds with jewel-toned feathers that soared above them. Their songs were harmonizing with the sound of rustling leaves and the distant roar of a waterfall that seemed to shimmer like liquid sugar. Bejeweled condors. The stones on their feathers are actually used to make high-class cooking equipment. They are natural whetstones. So we are close to Sweet Valley at the very source of Chocolate River. That is actually good news. But what side? Izuku wondered aloud. So you can pinpoint our precise location? Izawa asked hopeful. I have spent here a good amount of time here. I am familiar with most areas of the gourmet world. I can plan for us a path with the lesser amount of danger. He answered. It must be where he gets his fancy ingredients? Kirishima muttered. Very likely, the quality of what he makes does feel otherworldly after all. This feels like a completely alien planet. Tokoyami answered. You have no idea. Nijire heard them, and with a sigh she shook her head at their obliviousness. All around them was an endless sensory overload, and for a brief moment, the group felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. This calm feels too perfect too. Safe. Mike muttered. Glad to see you finally noticed. Aizawa answered. A trap. Toshinori muttered next, moving closer to the two. One that has been sprung as soon as we arrived. Aizawa answered. There is a reason why everything here is peaceful and smells great. Be on your guard, Izuku answered. Toshinori narrowed his eyes as he scanned the horizon. Once again his instincts screamed that danger was just around the corner. Keep your guard up, he muttered, hands clenched tight into fists and one for all flaring to life into overdrive. This place doesn't feel right. Mike admitted. How so, sensei? Toru asked, confused. Almost on cue, a massive branch of a near-giant cherry tree that had appeared so harmless moments ago suddenly snapped forward like a W with a deafening crack, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth hidden within its leaves. Swing. Momo leaped back just in time to watch in fear the snapping plant narrowly missing her arm, so close she could count the exact number of teeth in each leaf and see the glistening droll trailing behind the bite. Her heart pounded in her chest as she watched the thin blade of energy Izuku shot with his dragon knife mince the entire branch. In an instant. Fang cherries. The tree ensnares living beings to crush their bodies and extract every drop of water and minerals from the resulting pulp to fertilize its fruits. They are perfectly ripe, one. With scary detachment, Izuku caught in his arms 5 or so cherries that fell from the cut branch, each big like a watermelon, and gave a bite to one of those dark red fruits. To him, those felt like the sweetest cherries human mind could imagine, with otherworldly juicy pulp and refreshing juices sweet and fruity to a level no normal cherry on earth could hope to ever match. For everybody else, that was just the source of a terrifying realization. That land, the gourmet world, wasn't paradise. It was a death trap. Holy CRP. Jiro, still trembling, pointed at the colorful flora. That thing tried to eat Momo. Unfortunately, that tree was just the one thing that could not hold back anymore. Izuku answered, sending the cherries away to his restaurant's storage island. Incoming. Toshinori yelled with wide eyes. A loud rumble echoed through the valley, and all eyes turned to the source, a hulking beast with scales shining like gold and jaws wide enough to swallow an entire tree in one bite. A golden Kong troll. Is it mating season already? They are extremely territorial and violent. Even more so when they have already smelled a female in heat. Izuku yelled in alarm. The creature's massive tongue slithered out, tasting the air, before its eyes locked onto the adventurers with a predatory gleam. Golden Kong troll. Capture level, Rohair. The roar was more deafening than the clap of a thunderstrike, and the hulking behemoth followed that by beating its colossal chest with its overly muscular arms, and producing unnatural sharp noises, like metal striking metal. Run, Mina screamed, voice full of terror as the creature's intimidation washed over the group. Wait, don't run. Izuku warned them with wide eyes, but it was too late. The smell of fear, that was what the gorilla and everything else around them felt, even if it lasted just a second before Mina recovered from the beast's intimidation attack. It was enough to send the entire valley in a frenzy, because for a single instant Mina was not a trespasser, but prey. Plants came to life with vines and thorns sharp like metal blades, moles with far too many fangs erupted from underground, tigers with horns and 6 legs leaped down from the trees, other troll gorilla came running to look for the prey to kill and eat, birds stopped singing and started cawing at each other as if to argue about who had the right for the first bite. The peaceful air was instantly shattered by that single instant of distraction. Diamenit. Run ahead. Pass the river. Hurry. Izuku yelled, already moving towards the giant river of chocolate. Wadash, just shut up and run, goddammit. Rumi snapped, finally rebooting the overwhelmed students' brains. The group broke into a sprint, dodging the attacking animals by zigzagging between the oversized vegetables and grotesquely large fruits. The plants' shadows were now twisting unnaturally as if to grab them. The once inviting landscape morphed into a twisted nightmare as the ingredients themselves instantly became hostile. Izuku! Ochako yelled. Down. Vajra dicing. The chef yelled, and in a wide slash a big crescent blade of energy the color of moonlight shot forward at high speed, soaring over the heads of the students that had barely time to throw themselves on the ground. The roots that had tried lashing out like serpents to grab Shoto went diced into tiny cubes instantaneously. We need a bridge. Mike yelled. Kansas City smash. Toshinori punched the ground to lift a giant slab of rock in front of him. Bodhi pestle? Izuku echoed right after, punching the giant boulder hard enough it propelled forward at insane speed, blowing away the golden gorilla running towards them. The giant rock landed in the middle of the massive river. Too small, Mike said. I have an idea. Todoroki. Aizawa yelled. Yes. The boy answered, using the massive rock as an intermediary point to form a bridge of ice big enough to carry them at the other side of the river. Go. Go. Never slowing down, the group hastily passed the rapidly melting ice bridge to reach the other side. Stomach tree. The fruits are corrosive. Izuku yelled with wide eyes, because not even a second after they reached the other side, one of the trees in front of them started throwing big green fruits towards them. How? Mina asked. Self-defense. For that plant we are a threat. PSS off. Samsara Moonblade. When the giant fruits came close enough to them, Rumi's right leg stomped down hard enough her feet went buried underground, anchoring her down so to use all her body strength to give a vertical kick with her left leg strong enough to create a blast of wind with such power it made the flying fruits scatter and drop all around them far enough to not hurt them. As soon as those fruits hit the ground they exploded into thick syrup that sizzled like acid. F-. My leg. She then cried out in pain while clutching her knee. Rumi. Izuku was immediately at her side to help her. I tried to shot one of those fancy blades of yours, but I guess I am not there yet with the NBU, she said, smirking through the pain. Let's find a quiet place. I'll cook something with healing cuisine immediately, he said, worried sick about her. Thanks, babe, she answered, smiling grateful and kissing his cheek. We're not in a garden, we're in a battlefield. Toru shouted in horror. The sky, so peaceful moments ago, now seemed oppressive, like it was pressing down on them. Texas smash. Toshinori punched forward as hard as he could, the wind pressure his punch generated forcing the birds chasing them to break formation. Yeewa. Mike at the same time pumped the volume of his costume speakers at maximum and blew back the charging six-legged tigers of a couple feet with a loud scream, but besides probable ringing ears, those things seemed unrelenting in their pursuit as they charged them again as soon as their paws touched solid ground from their flight. Sleipnir Tiger. Capture level 400 if the entire pack is present, PSS off. Izuku yelled next, eyes wide and intimidation flaring to life. To the others' surprise, the scream actually seemed to have effect as the animals chasing them stopped abruptly and locked eyes with the chef. What the F dash? Katsuki muttered, confused. The war of stares between Izuku, the birds and tigers lasted barely a couple minutes. Then miraculously, the beasts all turned around and left. They seem to have lost interest in us, Toshinori said with narrowed eyes. Some battles are not worth fighting, survival instinct helps deciding that, Izuku answered, sighing. Indeed, young Midoriya. What the hell was that? Why everything is deadly now? Kaminari shrieked. It always was, they were just waiting for you all to lower your guard. Izuku answered, sighing. It doesn't explain Mizo started saying, but then one of the shadows of a nearby rock seemed to detach from the ground to jump him. Toshinori's fist intercepted the attacking shadow, a baboon with pitch-black fur, and pushed it away. Oh, a shaboon. The baboons that hide in shadows. Izuku commented, unimpressed. Not a threat. Aizawa asked while the thing twisted in the air to land on a tree branch and melt into the shadows like they were water. Only if in a group of 10 or more. They are cowards, understandable since a single one has only a capture level of 40. He answered. Shadow baboon, shaboon. Capture level 40 capture LVL of a group of 10. 200 listen, you explain that level thing. 40 would mean that a tank wouldn't hurt it. How can it not be dangerous? Are you pulling my leg? Mike said. The baboon had grown tired of circling them from the shadows, and tried rushing Izuku from behind to what it believed being the young man's blind spot. Because in the gourmet world up to level 200 you are not a predator, you are only prey. Izuku answered, stepping to the side and letting the baboon fly past him. Oh. The thing drooled and spat in clear hunger, evidently already imagining eating them all, and they all could see it clearly in its eyes. Prey? Nijire asked. Unfortunately, you will soon see, Izuku answered, sighing sadly as he saw the baboon grab a big mushroom from next to its feet. As soon as the monkey bit into it, the fungus exploded in a cloud of poisonous spores. The baboon coughed, eyes wide as its skin started to blister, but before anyone could react, a large carnivorous flower swooped down and swallowed the monkey whole in a single gulp, leaving nothing behind but a pool of thick sap while the flower returned to hide between the leaves of a tall tree. Stricken silence followed the gruesome death. Don't get distracted. If you do, you die. Izuku said, shaking his head. Young Midoriya, be honest. What place is this? Toshinori asked, extremely serious, so much so that his ever-present, all-might smile wasn't on his face. What do you mean? This is not just another island, a secret location, or any other buzzword a conspiracy theorist may use, not now, young Todoroki. Shoto immediately lowered his hand. Mido. Izuku, where are we really? Mike asked, bending down to meet Izuku's eyes and lowering his sunglasses. The gourmet world. Izuku answered with a pained sigh. Is it a fancy code name? Aizawa asked. Not really. We are in a section of the planet far removed from the human territories. Izuku explained. Human territories? Himiko asked. Imagine the world map, with every state, America, Europe, Africa, all of them the standard map. Picture it in your head. Izuku said. Toshinori said, unsure. Now imagine that the map continues beyond the blue circle representing the oceans. The gourmet world is located there, out of frame. It's a vast, very vast expanse of land. Far bigger than the human territory. Wait, wouldn't that mean that the planet is bigger than what we know? Ida asked, confused. It is bigger. How much bigger are we talking about? Aizawa asked, somehow feeling dread mounting in the back of his head. 54 times bigger than Jupiter. Circa. Izuku finally said. The others screamed. This planet has a circumference of 213 kilometers. 808 explained. Bullshit. Katsuki yelled. You can't hide the fact that the planet is this much FING bigger. You can disprove flat earthers because we got satellite images. We can see the entire planet. He then said, "Unless this is not planet Earth." Izuku said, walking forward. At least not anymore. Details are a mystery, but in an undetermined point in time, in the planet's past, something happened that changed the world. One of the heavenly kings, Koko, wrote a book about it. About his discoveries. Oh yeah, like what? Aizawa asked with his arms crossed. He jokingly called it gourmet meteor theory. He found a stone of unknown origin, able to absorb energy and grow from it. He theorized that a rather big chunk of it fell on Earth and started absorbing energy from the planet's core, growing in size until the planet became big as it is today once that chunk of stone reached its limit, turning what was planet Earth in just a section of the new planet that grew around it. You saw the animals and plants here. How do you explain a mutation so massive to defy the laws of physics? Plants that, for example, thanks to internal chemical reaction can grow croissants already baked and still warm as if out of the oven. The young chef said, actually plunging one of those croissants from a branch and tossing it at Mina. "Taste it?" he said. "Down the hatch," she muttered and gave a bite. "Holy F dash." Mina yelled in awe. It was beyond perfect, a flavor profile she had never tasted before. The exterior layer was glazed to perfection, while the rest of the pastry was heavenly soft and fluffy, warm like just out of the oven and with a mesmerizing scent of baked sweets. It even had custard inside. Tasting of fresh eggs and with a smoothness Mina didn't think possible. The girl just looked at the thing she had just bitten like something alien. "Did I used to eat rotten stuff until now? That's what you were thinking?" Izuku said, sighing. "Yeah. Croissants don't taste like this?" "Nothing tastes like this," Mina said, shocked and passing the half-eaten thing to Tsuyu. "They remind me of yours, from your restaurant." "Different. Slightly better. Can't say for sure," Tsuyu said with a very uncertain tone. "That's because mine are made trying to replicate these. The fruits of the croissant pine tree. The pine sant tree. Good to know I got closer still. I only need to use another kind of honey to get it 100% right, but I am glad that I got it 99% right by memory after eating it only once." Izuku said, grabbing more and tossing them at the others. "A tree that grows food?" Mike said, studying the thing he was eating in confusion. "Gourmet era. That meteor brought here gourmet cells, and those miraculous cells mutated everything everywhere, from the smallest microorganism to animals, plants, humans and even rocks." Izuku answered, cracking open a random boulder to show its inner colorful layers. "Is that a giant jawbreaker candy the size of a boulder?" Kirishima said. "Jawbreaker stones. Yes, one this big is centuries old. Every different ring is a layer of sugar that was added to it before the sugar volcano a couple kilometers from here spat it out. Remove the first few layers and then you can eat the rest." "Wow. By the way, everything here is a special preparation ingredient. If you want to try something, tell me, or else you will fail to collect it, or die trying." "Really?" Jiro said. "I call bull on that. Try to take one of the croissants yourself." "Easy," the girl said, smirking. But as soon as her finger touched one of the fruits, those burst like balloons and splattered her face in hot custard. You need to grab the lower end with 2 fingers, twist it slightly anti-clockwise while pulling with constant strength, then push it back against the branch while spinning it clockwise, and then pull it away with a sharp movement. Izuku said, doing as he said and safely collecting a new croissant. "Why it has to be so complex?" Jiro roared, and eating that pastry like a beast as a form of revenge against the plant. "This is nothing, it barely fits into the special preparation label. The real esoteric ones are much more complex. Some ingredients, for example, require you to visit the plant once a day every day to pull on the fruit you want for no more than 5 minutes, so to weaken the stems, do it for a month straight and you will be able to remove the fruit from the branch without ruining the fruit. Can't you just cut it? It rots instantly if you do." "Really? Feel free to not believe me. That is exactly my problem, young Midoriya. You can't hide all of this. Not even if every politician, secret society or shadow government or whatever pull their resources together. A cover-up operation for all of this is just not possible." Toshinori said, wildly gesticulating at everything around them. Gra. As a further addition to his words, a giant dragon 50 meters long with shining black scales flew above them, roaring deafeningly. Its high-speed flying soon made it disappear beyond the horizon. Was that a demon dragon covered in those licorice spirals you find in candy stores? Mike asked with bulged-out eyes. That was a licorice dragon. Capture level of it feeds on licorice trees mostly, to the point that their scales develop into actual candied licorice spirals once their body is done processing what they eat. Clockwise spirals for males, anti-clockwise for females. Izuku said, face-palming. Yes. You can't hide all this. Not even the HPSC can hide this. How does nobody know this? Aizawa yelled while pointing at the giant flying monstrosity. I'll explain everything as soon as we are done collecting ingredients. Promise. Izuku answered, hurrying forward. Just because we don't have much time, Mike said, nodding and following him. The group once again made their way through the strange valley of sweets, marveling at the alien sights all around them, all accompanied by more scary visuals of plants and animals eating each other in very garish ways. But they all decided to ignore the mountain that saw grow a mouth to take a bite out of a massive Oni-like being that had been attracted by the thing's flashy colors, especially the nightmarish crunching sound of the mountain munching with its mouth open. We are leaving the desert plains good. The first stop for the ingredients is close. Izuku said with a tone of relief. Where are we going? Momo asked. Technically it is a swamp. Izuku answered. Technically. Himiko asked, confused. Well, it's a swamp in looks, but everything there is coffee-based. He explained. I beg your pardon. Aizawa muttered. The caffeine swamp, basically a giant cluster of thermal pools where coffee plants and other ingredients congregate, so much so that by now those pools are full of every kind of coffee you can think of. Venezuelan, Arabic, and that attracted many animals that have developed a dependency for caffeine. One of which is the caffeinoko we need. The caffeinated snake. Izuku explained. Why you need that thing? Mike asked. I plan to make a stew using my healing cuisine. As I said, I need specific ingredients to add special healing properties to the stew. The caffeinoko is a very rare ingredient and its venom, once purified, is used to create heart medicines. Namuri-san's heart is under heavy fatigue at the moment. That medicine will ease that burden. So that explains the long list of stuff you need. I compiled that list based on all the ingredients I need to repair and strengthen Namuri-san's body. We need a miracle to save her and I am not a god, so I need the proper instruments to do it. Then let's go collect them, Toshinori said. So you will ignore how strange this place is? Izuku said with a weak smile. Be it a different planet, a massive cover-up operation, or even a different dimension, if it will save our teacher, we will just march forward. Ida said. Yes. Shoto echoed. Bring the weird. We can face it. Toru said. We are heroes, there is nothing we can't face. Tokoyami declared, with Siro and Mizo nodding along behind him. I appreciate the bravado, I just hope that for once we won't meet the worst beasts you can usually find when you visit this part of the gourmet world, Izuku answered, sighing. Don't worry, nerd, you are selling us far too short. Me and those extras can defeat everything we meet. Except those golden gorillas, Kirishima admitted, sheepish. Details. Katsuki growled. Those are at the bottom of the food chain, the real threats are far worse. The young chef answered, shivering. Following the chef, the group made their way forward, avoiding thanks to his directions two enormous deer-like beings over 60 meters tall smashing their horns in a contest of strength hard enough everything shook like during a cataclysmic earthquake. Maybe I can't kill that, Katsuki muttered, followed by stumbling on several 20 meters tall bears shooting lasers from their mouths at each other in beam wars that would make Dragon Ball characters proud. Neither that one. Then they saw entire swarms of mosquitoes the size of elephants sking dry a mountain-sized bison until only a dried-up hollow husks was left behind to disintegrate in the wind. But maybe I can kill one of those mosquitoes. Not 100, but maybe a single one I can kill. Katsuki said, uncertain. We avoided those by miracle. Shut the F up. Rumi hissed. How come you and those three don't seem as tense as we are? Mina asked. We trust the fact that Iken knows what he is doing, Nijire answered. And we saw our own fair share of weirdness, thanks to him, Ochako added. What do you mean? Aizawa asked. I promised to not share too much details, but in turns, we all accompanied him in a sortie like this. How? Nizu would know if you left school. Mike asked. My sponsor and their warp powers are at another level. Izuku said. At a dangerous level. Toshinori commented. They are not interested in kidnappings and power play. And maybe it's time you heroes stop worrying about them being yet another villain to vanquish. It's frankly annoying how you divide everything in just two groups, villains or heroes. Izuku answered, rolling his eyes. We are just worried about their possible reach if they can help students leave unnoticed. Mike said. Yes, I am aware that you others need to know absolutely everything about everybody so to monitor them 24/7, but to be honest, I don't like it. It's about safety. Aizawa scoffed. It's about totalitarian dystopic need of control. No amount of people kissing the ground you walk on will make me accept this just because you endorse or justify it, Aizawa-san. I don't endorse it. But you cannot know what your sponsor dash, I don't want nor need to know all about them. But by my own choice. Why? Because I don't care. I want to own and manage my restaurant. I want a quiet, uneventful, relaxed life. And ever since I started, I had not a single day of that between villains, rival chefs and now this. I didn't follow the path of the hero, and yet I am almost constantly forced to fight against somebody to defend myself. I shudder to think what would have happened to me if I actually was part of your class. Maybe you should have joined instead. People need your healing powers. Aizawa said. There are others already in the hero ecosystem with healing quirks. Adding my powers to the pile won't change a thing. There are over 50 healing heroes in Japan alone. Recovery Girl is not that big a rarity, she is just the one more famous. One more is better than one less. And what about what I want instead? For the well-being of the masses, you need to sacrifice what you want. Aizawa declared. Thank God the choice is not yours to make. Izuku answered. You dash slam. Troublemaker. Whitey grabbed Aizawa by the throat and slammed him against a tree the moment the man tried grabbing Izuku's shoulder. Shota's face rapidly gained a bluish color from choking. Aizawa! Mike yelled, desperately, trying to pull the robot's arm away. Call him back. Call him back. Toshinori asked. Or else? Shiro asked aloud, shocking the others. The pet can talk. Mina muttered. He was just voicing an opinion. Toshinori said. Oh. He was stating a fact. People need to stop worshipping him like the second coming of a god. He is not, and never was, infallible. And yet every time his opinions are put into discussion, others jump to his defense like lunatics. Shiro said. Let him go, Whitey. We are wasting time. Izuku said. Understood. The robot unceremoniously dropped Aizawa and returned to stand behind Himiko. Nothing me or others say or do will change your opinions. And I have better things to do than defending myself from your fans that think you are infallible and always right. I won't do what you say. I am and will be a chef. Izuku said. But you dash, it's either this or you kill me. I am done being forced to do what others tell me like a SLV. You won't force me to obey. Others will. The HBC dash, let them come. He snapped. It's illogical. Big deal. So you are so selfish you want to put your family at risk to chase a childish dream. Aizawa spat. I'll pretend I didn't hear you threaten my family. Sooner or later you will need to lower your head and obey. Selfishness kills. You done? Rumi asked, scoffing. I am still your teacher. She roared. I will have you expelled. No you won't, Mike said. Heiza dash, shut the F up Shota. For once. Shut the F up. You dash, Aizawa, I suggest you drop this. Or I will force you to. Toshinori said. I can stop your quirk from working. And? You can't attack me without it. I still have muscles and fists in my training. You are starting to believe your own hype. I am a realist. Shota snapped. No, you are a pain in the butt that the public opinion put on a pedestal for some unfathomable reason. The other answered. What is happening? Izuku whispered. Lately Mike-sensei and Aizawa-sensei have been arguing more often. Momo answered. They always had clashing opinions, and I guess this clash has finally started showing its effects. Mike-sensei is more positive and hopeful, while Aizawa-sensei is more, let's say, negative. Ochako added. It doesn't help that Aizawa-san also has a bad opinion of life, destiny, fate, luck, society, school, laws, politicians. Well, he believes that a lot of bad things are inevitable, and if you are hopeful then you are a childish fool. Nijire said. And nobody ever bothered to call him out on the giant stick he has up his butt. Vlad-sensei often says that he should be in therapy, instead of teaching. But Nizu likes to keep him around. Probably he finds his antics amusing, and he met several yes men that constantly second his delirious god complex. Rumi said. Oh. So, since I said no to him, I triggered him. Is that the term? Everything triggers him. Don't bother walking on eggs around him, that's our curse, not yours. Momo answered, sighing. So you will be in trouble? Izuku asked. Mineta is still in school after all he did and just got a reprimand and obligatory counseling. At worst we will get some detention. You instead, well, you got half the heroes, villains and vigilantes of the DMN planet as your loyal customers. I don't believe you'll have to fear anything. Even the great and invincible Aizawa-sama can't face that. No matter what his butt-kissers say. Rumi answered. Ah, so you noticed? Izuku said, sheepish. You mean about your customers? Apparently only we four did, and we won't tell. Nijire answered. Oh, thank you. Yamamo. Reku-chan. Tsuyu yelled. Apparently, during their talk Mike had grown tired of Aizawa's deranged ideas and had jumped him, and now the students and Toshinori were desperately trying to separate the two. What the hell? The five yelled. Enough you two. Toshinori yelled, lifting both men by the back of their necks like misbehaving cats to keep them apart. You won't get in the way of Nemuri's healing. I am not getting in the way. I am just being realist. He is acting like a spoiled child. He just wants to be free and happy. What's wrong with that? He has a duty. Ever since he unlocked those powers his fate was sealed. Silence. Toshinori bellowed and shook the two. Good. Now, this is what will happen. You two will stay silent and accompany us and help. You will keep your opinions to yourself, or so help me, I will give you two all the slaps your parents were too gentle to not give you to teach you manners. All Might declared with furious, blazing eyes. Understood, his voice boomed and echoed in the area. Yes, sir. Both Mike and Shota muttered with a grunt. Good. He dropped them on the ground. Shouldn't the boy apologize to me? Shota tried saying. No. Izuku answered. You dash croak. A loud, distorted croak echoed from a pond of stagnant sugar water nearby. What was that? Sounded like a frog, only big. So you said. Oh no, Izuku muttered in horror. What? Croak. Three strange creatures were lazing about next to the pond. Their bodies were around 5 meters long and 4 meters tall with short legs, stout and frog-like, with orange claws on their digits and large aqua-colored beaks full of sharp teeth and pupil-less black eyes. Mimu, Izuku hissed, moving in front of Eri and Himiko. Dangerous? Aizawa asked, anger and stubbornness forgotten and suched with his pro-hero mindset. Very. They are monstrosities of muscle and claws, giant piranha on legs. They move endlessly in search of food like locusts, never satiated. He answered. Maybe we can avoid them by circling around dash, snap. Everyone sharply turned around to watch in horror the twig that had snapped with a far too loud sound under Jiro's foot to interrupt Mick's suggestion. Oh shit. Izuku cursed as the three Mimu immediately jumped to their feet to look straight at them. A long silence fell in the area. Capture level? Toshinori asked, gulping. By IGO old standards, immeasurable. Meaning 101 at the very least, they never updated their ranking. It's unclear if each one of them is over 100, or if it refers to when there are multiple of them together. Izuku answered. Sheet. Kra. One of the Mimu gave a deafening shrieking roar, sending its two companions in a frenzy as the three of them charged the group. The three soon grew tired of circling them like predators, their beady eyes shone with mindless hunger, with their sharp fangs glinting in the sunlight as they charged them wildly enough the ground rumbled with their sheer weight as they closed in. Aizawa, his expression hard and focused, snapped into action. Stay together. Don't engage head-on unless I give the order. These things are leagues beyond anything we've faced until now. Whitey, 808 Shiro. Protect the others. Izuku at the same time yelled and ran away. Understood. Is he escaping? Kirishima shirked. He has no quirk, let him seek a safe hiding spot. As for now, his safety has priority. Mike answered. Remember, he is a VIP civilian in a dangerous situation now. We have to keep those three away from him. Aizawa added. Incoming. Toshinori yelled, punching the first Mimu away, and growing surprised at how sturdy their body felt. With that toughness, it felt like he had punched something far bigger, like a giant villain the size of MT Lady, not something as big as that Mimu. They are stronger than what they look. Careful. If you weren't. Class 1A braced themselves, sweat running down their faces as they flared their quirks in preparation. I hate this place, Rumi muttered, jumping away to avoid a snapping bite. They all knew, deep down, they felt the pure impossibility of this fight. These creatures, they're fast, impossibly strong, and built for war in a world that operates on different rules. Ida yelled, speeding away as far as he could to try outrunning the Mimu chasing him. To put it mildly, Toshinori answered while meeting the charge of the Mimu jumping him head-on. He twisted his body just in time to avoid a direct hit, barely skirting the savage bite to cross-counter it with a punch between the beast's eyes, with the shockwave from the beast's charge and Toshinori's punch attack blasting behind the two hard enough to crack the ground, and making both skid back a few feet once the terrain fully gave up under them. A second Mimu charged in while the first was still tumbling on the ground from the punch, this time from the side. Aizawa's eyes flared, his capture weapon scarf whipped forward to wrap around the beast's mouth and legs to try tripping it, and watching in dismay the Mimu managing to at least free its mouth with just few bites, with the rest of the power of its charge still making it reach him. Sirpi! Aizawa yelled, rolling to the side and watching the thing bite a small rock behind him so hard the demon thing exploded. Yagi! He shouted. Keep them off balance. Class 1, give him space. The student scrambled to execute his orders. Shoto unleashed a burst of ice, trying to slow the creature's advance, but besides tripping them to slow them down, the Mimu's sheer strength helped them shatter the frozen thick barriers he had between them and the class like glass. Little help here? He asked aloud. Acid works, but it makes them angry. Mina yelled in distress. She was using her Keurig to coat her feet in acid and skate on the floor to gain enough speed to try escape the beasts. Spiral wall. Luckily Nijire's wall of energy spirals lasted long enough against the Mimu's assault to let her escape. Thank you, senpai. Mina yelled in relief. Meanwhile, they can smell me. Toru, naked, thus completely invisible, was hanging from a tree branch while a Mimu under her kept jumping in the air to reach her. Berea! Mizo roared while punching the thing's side as hard as he could. Jia! With the only effect of annoying the beast that slowly turned to look at him. In my head this was a good idea, he admitted with a low voice. Croak. Sirpi. Then Biu, Vajra Moon Spear. Rumi came to his rescue with a flying kick that managed to make the Mimu slid away a few feet. Thank you. Both Mizo and Toru said. I barely bruised a rib of that thing. It's too soon to thank me. She answered while dragging both away to escape the thing. At the same time, ice and fire doesn't work. Shoto declared once seen the Mimu trying to eat him and fearlessly charge them through flames and ice walls. Tsuyu at the same time thanked her frog quirk to help her jump away high and fast enough to barely avoid the bite that was about to snap her in two. Can't you talk to them? They seem to be frog-like enough. Shoto asked. It doesn't work like that, Shoto. Fuyu yelled in answer. Are you sure? Because I read online that IT keeps eating my tape like spaghetti. Till later, Shoto suched gear. Oh, for the love of God, Tsuyu muttered with a sigh of dismay. Not too far away, heads down. Bakugo was already in the air, launching himself forward with explosions, trying to draw attention away from Toshinori. Over here, frog a-holes. His blasts landed fully on the beast's thick hide to anger them and distract them. Croak. It worked. Katsuki yelled in satisfaction once seeing his bangs irritate them. Croak. And in return, one of the Memeus swiped at him with one claw. Sheet. It worked. Bakugo's attitude towards his distraction changed when he barely managed to avoid the strike coming with far more speed he had anticipated from something as bulky as those beasts, enough so the wind from its swing sent him fly like a ragdoll. Phuuck! He yelled in anger, and secretly relieved to see a deep gash being cut on his gauntlet, instead of on his chest. He also tried to not think about the fact that that deep cut on his armored gauntlets had been done by the air displaced by the attack, and not the claw itself. Yeah. Holy shit, they are relentless. Mike was heard scream at random intervals towards the various Memeu to help the students escape and survive the beasts. Toshinori gritted his teeth and his punch rose again, once again his towering strength burning brightly thanks to the resurrected one for all inside him. He dodged the wild, frenzied attacks of the third Memeu, rolling and sliding under its claws, and using the terrain to his advantage and finally punching the thing's gut so hard it finally sent it flying, although he couldn't tell if he could at least crack a rib of the thing. Their hide was diamond too thick to tell. Limping. I'll consider it a victory then. He declared with a smirk once seen the faint limp the beast showed once back to its feet. He glanced at Aizawa, with a plan finally unfolding in his mind. They're too stupid to strategize, they are all brawn but no brain. Toshinori said, that means they're predictable. They attack in a straight line, and charge forward too fast to properly change direction. Shota added. Precisely. Aizawa's strategy was clear. Wear them down and make them tire from their own relentless aggression. We need anything that can blind, disorient, distract and/or confuse. He said. I can do that. Momo said, already creating smoke bombs with her quirk. I can do bright lights. Nijire, spirals of blinding light twirling in her hands, answered. But maybe we should have took Aoyama with us. He is the sparkling emissary. Kaminari said, with his mind already wavering from overusage of his powers. Principal Nizu wants him to keep feeding wrong info to the villains. He didn't let him come. Kyoka answered. I know. I can try making my acid viscous. It may not work at hurting them, but it can still glue their eyes shut. Mina said, unsure. But wait for my signal as soon as their next charge starts, then aim for their eyes. Aizawa answered. Croak. The Memeu were faster than anything they've ever encountered, making aiming for their smallish eyes even harder. Already, Kaminari and Siro were struggling just to stay out of reach, dodging and weaving through the massive roots of the pastry trees, hoping their being big and heavy would work against the beasts. Do they ever get tired? Siro yelled. To them each dodge felt like it could be their last. Doesn't look like it. Kaminari answered, hitting one of the Memeu's eyes with a bolt of electricity, blinding it just long enough for the thing to trip and fall face-first on the ground. Yeah. Present Mick's voice boomed, a deafening sonic blast aimed directly at the closest Memeu with enough force to stagger the beast and make it focus on him instead of the students. That's right, focus on me. There are more screams from where that one came from. He said with a smirk, and watching the thing shake its head violently, recovering quickly. But with ringing ears. Keep moving. Don't let them lock onto you. Force them to SWSH target constantly. They don't seem good at tracking multiple people at the same. Toshinori yelled over the chaos. He had just a split second to grab a Memeu's short tail to pull it away from trying to eat Jiro and Toru and throw it away, and he was glad he managed to save those two at the last second. The skin is too thick. My jacks can't pierce. What the hell? I can pierce concrete with these. The girl yelled in disbelief. Aizawa's voice soon managed to cut through the roars of the Memeus, sharp and commanding. Retreat. Fall back to the trees. We will use their bulk against them. One by one, the students scrambled toward the massive trees, their only possible cover. Croak. The beasts regrouped and charged forward like a single wall of teeth. Unfortunately for them, their hulking frames showed being too large to follow easily through the dense next of roots under the massive plants, forcing them to waste time biting their way through while the heroes and students could just squeeze through them easily. But as the team retreated, it became clear that even this cover wouldn't have been enough. The Mew still pushed forward through the giant plants and trees due to their endless hunger, their wild attacks cutting through trunks and branches like paper and the ground shaking from the sheer strength behind each step. Tashinori ducked behind a tree trunk just before it splintered apart, sweat pouring down his face. There has to be a way, he muttered in anger. His muscles were aching, willing to punch but unsure about how much power to put behind each hit. Izawa, catching his breath, looked to him, his eyes gleaming despite the overwhelming odds. No more direct fighting. We keep moving. We stay alive. We buy time. Time for what? Mike asked, glaring at the Mew still wrecking trees to reach them. Either until a miracle happens or until they finally deem eating us not worth the effort and they leave on their own. Shota answered. With another deafening crash, one of the Mew sliced through the towering pastries tree, sending a rain of debris and confectionery cascading down all over them. They are fing stubborn, Katsuki said. Wait, where are Eri and Himiko? Ochako finally noticed who was missing. Oh my god! Momo yelled at the same, horrifying realization. To their surprise, Himiko and Eri were safely encased in a translucent dome of energy created by 808 and Bob, an indestructible barrier with a faint honeycomb motif that was keeping a fourth Mew at bay. Croak. The beast kept assaulting the shield with tireless fury, throwing itself at the thing over and over again, uncaring of the bruises it was collecting. Attacking is futile. Desist. The tiny robot declared. Troublemaker, stop attacking or you will be stripped as an example to others. Whitey declared with red eyes. It doesn't wear clothes, Whitey? Himiko said, body tense and eyes keeping track of the Mew's every movement. Skin is a good substitute. The chubby robot answered. Okay, for now they are safe, but we need to hurry. I don't know for how long that thing can continue creating a shield. Mike said. Sure as F we could use one of those. Katsuki admitted between gritted teeth. It was then that Tashinori noticed something, a slight delay in the attacks of that Mew, a momentary pause in their rampage. A flaw, however small, in their otherwise relentless onslaught. They tire. Not much, but they tire. He called out to Izawa, voice hoarse but steady. Then we keep wearing them down. Little by little. Izawa's eyes narrowed. Our miracle? Mike asked, smirking. Took it long enough. He admitted. The Mews hunting them down roared again, their primal fury still going undeterred. That's good to know. But we are kind of getting tired here. Rumi admitted angrily. The students of Class 1A were still standing, but battered, bloody, and breathless, but they were still unwavering, making Tashinori and their teachers proud of them. With a loud and dull sound, the last few roots finally gave in, opening the way for the Mew to reach them. Incoming! Mike yelled. Splat! A thunderous crack echoed through the plains, followed by a gut-wrenching crunch when a massive foot came down a tree on one of the beasts to squash it. The unfortunate Mew only managed to let out a strangled roar of surprise before it got crushed under the colossal weight of the new arrival. What the hell is that? Mike muttered with his sunglasses slipping down a bit. A 7 meters tall gorilla. The last thing we needed, Shota answered with a bitter tone. The gorilla's thick, four-armed frame towered above the battlefield, its muscles rippling like the surface of a lake disturbed by a storm. The ground trembled beneath its feet as the beast regarded the fallen Mew with indifference, as though squashing it was merely an inconvenience. Crunch. Tashinori's eyes widened as the massive gorilla grabbed one of the two Mew remaining in one of its massive hands and beheaded the creature with a single bite, then it roared. Its bellow shook the air and sent a shiver down the spines of Class 1A. The students stumbled back in horror, but Tashinori stepped forward. Izawa, Tashinori muttered, cracking his neck. Take the kids. I'll handle this. Tashinori, no dash Izawa started, but he then saw the determined glint in the number one's eyes. This was different. Tashinori wasn't making a stand for heroism, He was confronting the gorilla as if it was challenge, an instinctual battle between two powerful beings. And by how hard and loudly the giant gorilla drummed its chest with its massive hands, the beast seemed eager to test Toshinori's resolve. If as a test or just a game before eating the guy, nobody knew. The gorilla's savage gaze locked onto Toshinori, and with a very human-like smile, as if recognizing All Might's approach for the challenge it was. "Me and you," Toshinori said, unsure if the beast could understand him at all. Seeing the gorilla going through a new round of drumming its chest, the heroes guessed that the thing apparently understood the man's words. Bang! With an uncaring kick of the giant beast, the remaining Mew went sent flying away, punishing it for daring to stand in the way between the gorilla and its new playmate. Without hesitation, Toshinori sprinted forward, meeting the monstrous creature head-on. Texas smash! His fist collided with one of the gorilla's massive fists, sending shockwaves through the air. The gorilla growled, swiping back with two arms in a devastating counterattack, but Toshinori slipped past the first, planting his feet and delivering a crushing punch to the beast's abdomen right on one of the creature's massive ribs. The force of his strike was immense, but the gorilla barely flinched. Instead, it grinned, its fanged maw splitting open as it swung all four arms at once, forcing Toshinori to dodge with all his agility. The others watched in horror as the four punches collided with the ground at the same time with the strength of a meteor, pulverizing many trees and drilling a deep crater large enough to fit an entire stadium in. Las Vegas smash. The exchange continued, with Toshinori assaulting the gorilla with a powerful double punch. With a new explosion of pressurized air, their primal dance of brute strength and raw willpower continued, human punch and gorilla punch meeting halfway in deafening bangs with overwhelming blasts of wind created by the clashing opposite forces rattled a wide area around the two. Punches were thrown and parried, each blow more powerful than the last, non-stop, without rest or pause. Arg! Toshinori felt the impact of every strike rattling through his bones, each fist of the beast as big as a diamond truck and hitting with terrifying strength. But there was no fear, no hesitation in his movements, something that shocked even he himself. For the first time in his life, Toshinori felt something profound bloom in his chest. Liberation. His heart was pounding not with the weight of responsibility, but with exhilaration. This is different, he realized. That fight against the gorilla was not about saving lives, not about being a symbol of peace or even revenge. It was only about two beings, two forces of nature, testing each other's limits. Two kids playing around with hits that could turn any other being into red smears, and they were exchanging them non-stop, without a care in the world. With every hit exchanged, Toshinori felt more alive than he ever had. His body surged with power as he went all out for the first time in a long time, pushing himself to the absolute peak, something he hadn't done in years. "I feel free," he muttered while unleashing every last ounce of strength he's ever held back, with every muscle burning as he delivered punch after punch in complete freedom. He felt faster, stronger, more brutal than ever before, but it was not reckless. It was calculated, primal. Pure primitive instinct beyond the training of a hero. "Hey, Gorilla-san," Toshinori thought, grateful. For the first time, All Might was no longer bound by fear or duty, he went beyond it. "Is this a battle to the death for you too? Or just a game?" Gorilla-san." He wasn't afraid of dying. Not here, not in this moment. "Can you feel it, Gorilla-san? The excitement?" Death seemed inevitable to Toshinori, but for the first time in his life, that also didn't matter. What was important was the fight itself, the pure clash of strength between two towering powerhouses. The gorilla roared again, its body holding staggering power and putting it into each punch of its barrage of blows, and Toshinori still met its rush with a fierce grin of his own. "Thank you, Gorilla-san. I am truly grateful. For once, I can just fight. Without fear of breaking stuff, without the weight of duty and honor or being judged for overdoing." Toshinori's body was awash in pain, his muscles were straining, and the blood rushing through his veins felt like fire as the thrill of the fight washed over him. Every instinct told him this was the end, but it was the most freeing moment of his life. "Oh, The gorilla roared, meeting head-on the small guy's fierce attacks with the pride of a father watching his kid taking his first steps. The two continued to exchange blows, each punch shaking the ground around them. It was an unspoken understanding between the two warriors. This fight wasn't about survival. It was a contest of strength between two powerful beings, and the gorilla almost felt honored of being the one thing Toshinori could finally go all out with, having understood All Might's plight at lacking somebody able to stand after his full power was unleashed, a sense of understanding that transcended their difference in race. Toshinori landed a powerful uppercut to the gorilla's jaw, finally sending it stumbling back of a single step. Well done, little thing. Feels good, isn't it? It was so clear the gorilla was thinking it, if one looked in its proud eyes and human-like smile, that the onlookers could almost swear the thing had actually talked to say it. BLD dripped from the beast's mouth once it removed the one loose tooth. The punch weakened, but no frown formed on the big animal's face. Thank you, Gorilla-san. Should I die today, I die with no regrets. Toshinori muttered with a beaming smile, one he was legendary for. His legacy will live on with Mirio, so his quest against All for One, the new generations of heroes kept shining brightly, and even more new heroes will come in the future. All things considered, All Might really had no regrets and openly embraced the possibility of dying that day, after an amazing, glorious battle against a worthy opponent. Maybe this is how Nana felt during her last moments? Finally free of every burden and just herself. Toshinori had that strange, morbid moment of realization, and yet in that moment it felt like it made sense. Come on. Toshinori roars, his voice filled with the exhilaration of a warrior lost in the heat of the moment, his chest heaving with each breath, his body battered but victorious. There is no fear. Only the raw, pure thrill of battle. Fling. Then something strange happened. The giant gorilla suddenly switched gear and rushed forward faster than before, maw hanging open and drool cascading like a waterfall, and a beast took the place of the warrior Toshinori was facing, as if it was all only an act. But before the thing could actually jump All Might, the gorilla stopped mid-step to remain frozen in place, like a still picture. Toshinori muttered confused, then he noticed the extremely thin line that was separating the beast in two vertical halves. He saw it because whatever it was sinking deep into the creature's flesh. Hairnet? A youthful voice said smugly, and a tall man with extremely long and colorful hair walked out from behind the giant gorilla. Brutish strength, HN. Never understood why people like to fight with these ugly things. The stranger said with a frown, and yet his androgynous features still remained breathtakingly mesmerizing. Who are you? All Might asked, and a flicker of light made him have a double take. Was the guy paralyzing that giant beast with one single hair? My name is Sanni, my uncouth and ugly stranger, he said while tossing a fringe of hair back with a flourish. Uncouth and ugly. Young Sanni. That's unnecessary mean. We just met. Call it whiplash from the sudden change in situation, but Toshinori felt almost childishly offended at that remark. Nobody ever called him ugly. The nerve of his Ponzi boy. Please forgive my brother, he tends to let his personal tastes in beauty cloud his manners. Another young and tall man, this one wearing a green turban, joined the scene as well. Croak. Behind you! Mike yelled with wide eyes as the two Mew remaining such target from Airy and them to the guy. Poison bullet. The tall man said with a kind smile, and flicking a small ball of bright purple sludge the size of a pea to each Mew from his index finger. Pluck, pluck. The two drops nailed the Mew between the eyes with two very soft plopping sounds, and with a weak whimper the two charging monsters immediately fell on the ground unconscious. The F dash. Just like that. Katsuki swore with wide eyes. My name is Coco. Nice to meet you. Coco said, and with another tiny drop of poison, the gorilla too fell down on the ground. HN. In a couple hours they will wake up. Are you others okay? Sonny asked. Yes, honestly I was running out of ideas to deal with them. Aizawa answered. We almost got eaten alive, but could have gone worse. Nijire added, chuckling. You were lucky, a bully gorilla and Mew are between the worst you can meet in the gourmet world. Coco said, shaking his head. Bully gorilla? All Might asked. This ugly thing likes to fight things, using increasingly more strength to break the spirit of the prey. Then the victim either grows tired and gets eaten, or the gorilla grows bored and stops playing and eats the prey. Sonny answered. "'Kay, it spoils my fight a little but it won't ruin my good mood." Toshinori answered. "Then stop kicking the monkey in the shins. That's petty even for you," Izawa said, rolling his eyes. Sorry. Toshinori, now blushing, finally noticed what he was doing to the unconscious beast and stopped. "Silliness aside, thank you for helping us. We were over our head in this situation and would have been in deep trouble had you not arrived," Ida said, bowing respectfully towards the two. "No need for that. We were in the area to look for somebody and saw you were being attacked. We would have never forgiven ourselves if we could not help you." Coco answered. "You okay, young lady?" Sonny asked to the approaching Himiko and Eri. "Oh," the kid muttered, shy. Sonny's hair moved by itself like a WHP to attack a near tree and retrieve a lollipop for her. "Daddy says I shouldn't accept candies from strangers." Eri muttered. "He taught you well." Sonny said, smiling. "This is not a place for kids. May I ask you why you are here?" Coco asked. "We are accompanying a friend here, a chef. He needs some ingredients to create a healing dish for a dear friend of me and Shota. But I fear we underestimated the dangers of this place." Hisashi admitted with a sigh. "He didn't warn you about the gourmet world?" Coco asked with a raised eyebrow. "Oh, Iken did. But I think we kind of underplayed how serious he was." Ochako admitted with a forced smile many of her classmates copied sheepishly. "That was not very bright. You were awfully lucky. Usually Mimu attack in packs of several dozens." Sonny harumphed with a prima donna flair. "Several dozens?" Toru and Mina shrieked in horror while hugging each other. "3 almost eat me alive. I can't fight a dozen at the same time." Kaminari yelled. "One of those bit through my hardening. I don't want to imagine fighting multiple dozens at the same time." Kirishima chorused. "It is indeed strange. It's very rare for Mimu to move in such small numbers, and even if they do, the rest of the pack is close enough a scream of theirs would call over everyone else." Coco muttered while looking at the downed beasts. "Where is your chef friend?" Sonny asked. "Izuku-san. He ran in that direction as soon as the fight started." Tsuyu answered while pointing to an isolated patch of trees. "Deep into the caffeine swamp," Coco said with an urgent tone. "What? Bad news?" Sonny said. "There is a sea of electromagnetic waves there. That's where the rest of the Mimu pack is." Coco answered. "Izuku." Momo, Ochako, Nijire and Rumi yelled in fear while running away towards where their boyfriend ran. "Wait." Mike and Toshinori yelled, chasing them. "Stop running. He is probably dead." Izawa yelled, chasing them as well. "Don't you dare even suggesting that, you hobo." Katsuki, turning frantic, screamed. The rest of the students and Coco and Sonny joined the chase right after. "Electromagnetic waves?" All Might asked. "Coco's eyes are special. He can see the full spectrum of light, electromagnetic waves and shadow of death comprised. He can use that to judge the power of a target." Sonny explained. "Can you see if Iken is alive?" Rumi asked. "I can only see the Mimu's EM waves." "No, wait, there is a single dot standing out." Coco answered in relief. "Maybe he's hiding." Himiko said, afraid. "Daddy." Eri screamed in fear. "You two will stay with the robot. It's too dangerous." Izawa ordered. When they arrived at the caffeine swamp forest, they hurried past the trees and soon started seeing something strange. "What the he?" Mike uttered in confusion. There were Mimu lying on the ground haphazardly, with some even dangling from the various trees, as if they were toys thrown around by a toddler during a tantrum, and the deeper they moved, the more numerous the beaten Mimu became. "There it is, the rest of the pack," Coco said. "All unconscious, knocking probably. By the looks of it, made by a DM and good user. Your chef friend must have passed by here." Sonny added. "He did this?" Toru asked, confused. "Roar." A loud roar almost blew open their eardrums. "Another one of those gorillas?" Toshinori yelled. Boom. A loud bang rattled the trees and shook the ground, and the gorilla's roar went abruptly silenced. Run faster. Katsuki yelled, eyes unblinking as he scanned everywhere for any trace of the young chef. Over there, Coco instructed, guiding the others towards the source of the noise. I think we found both your friend and the guy we were looking for. And they happen to be the same person. Sani said with a pleased smile once they reached Izuku. Good to know we were actually told the right place to be. Rappo-san really is a master in her craft. Coco added, he too smiling happily. The others instead watched in silence the small clearing in the woods that had just been created by Izuku's fight against that horde of Mimus, a large circle free of trees that had been destroyed into splinters during the fight. The young chef was sitting on one of the fallen trees while watching the burning fire in front of him, all around him dozens of those Mimus that had been knocked unconscious. Apparently in the same time Toshinori and the others took to deal with the three of them they stumbled on and the fourth one that had probably slipped past him in the confusion. Toshinori was looking at the towering bodies of two exemplars of the same giant gorilla he had just recently been exchanging punches with, and both creatures looked like they had been beaten black and blue by that same tiny chef. Izuku himself was a mess, kinda. His uniform was still pristine clean, while his body was covered in bruises and scratches and bites. He even had a deep gash on his cheek so deep his gums could be seen clearly, but amazingly enough, he looked unbothered by his wounds. Someone once said, they heard Izuku say with a lisp and labored breath while he kept turning the Mimu to cook it on the open fire, that there is a clover with 4 leaves that come together to make a delicious hamburger. The 4 leaves clover, Coco said with a small smile. He walked forward and sat next to the young chef. That there are French fries butterflies that smell of fragrant butter, Izuku kept saying. The butterflies, Sani, chuckling, said while sitting at Izuku's other side. This is the gourmet world. A world full of still untold flavors. Izuku finished saying, eating the Mamu's meat with giant bites. Are you okay? Momo yelled. I have been better. While waiting for you I captured that chubby snake, the Kafinoko. Izuku answered, chuckling. The 4 girls were the first to reach his side, followed by the rest of the group. No. You can't get wounded Mike started saying. It's okay, give me a minute to eat and no. You I said to give me a minute. The young chef calmly said that while pointing a knife at Mick's eye. That the man then saw was instead the teen's finger once he blinked. Exactly. What? The hero muttered. You let your guard down for a second. Technically speaking, you should be dead by now. Coco explained. Time ago, humanity discovered that there was a whole other world outside the borders of what would one day be called the human territory world. Izuku started saying while eating. When the border between the human territories and this new land was reached, they saw what they believed was heaven being just a short trip away. Endless food, boundless richness of ingredients beyond. Their mere imagination, all there for them to pick. Sani added, shaking his head, and without even looking, a single strand of his hair moved by itself to strangle a Mamu that was trying to stealthily jump him. The beast was then left dangling over the fire to cook. Unfortunately, it was not heaven. Hundreds of thousands of hopeful people blindly rushed to explore this new lands, hoping to bring back untold riches that would not only change the world, but give them untold wealth and immortality, remembered forever as pioneers of a new era. Coco said right after, happily accepting the giant Mimu roasted leg Izuku handed him to eat. What the first explorers found was the most delicious and colorful form of hell. And of those countless hundreds of thousands of people that rushed here, barely a handful returned barely alive, scarred forever. Everything here is edible and delicious, to such degrees your mind would unravel if not prepared. Problem is, not just everything here is food, you and the explorers too were and are food for everything there. Izuku finished saying. Watch. Coco offered, throwing part of the Mimu leg through the trees. Swing. Caution. Jump. Snip. The students, Mike, Aizawa and Toshinori all watched in abject horror as the giant leg weighing a good 50 kilograms of plump meat went attacked by bugs, small mammals, birds, and even plants. Each of the 1,000 shadows that swarmed the meat at near-invisible speed each took off a bite. The others all looked in shock as the meat couldn't even start its descent from the apex of its flight. It had been attacked barely a second after it left Coco's hand, and nothing reached the ground. Everything had been eaten, bones too. In the gourmet world, even a millionth of a second of distraction means instant death, and nothing will be left to be buried. Coco explained. Even the world's strongest gourmet hunters, the monsters of humanity, are cautious here. Veterans that came here countless times, they too still act as if coming here for the first time, every time. Izuku added. And yet, if you are strong enough, here you will find ingredients you can't even dream about. Appealing, isn't it? Sani asked with a smile. Then why are we not being attacked? Himiko asked. We are in a safe zone. 808 answered, still orbiting around Eri's head. Come here, Eri, Izuku said, smiling and opening his arms wide. Daewit. The girl yelled in tears while hugging the boy tight, sitting on his lap right after to be as close as possible to him. Yes, we are in a safe zone, an artificial one. Coco confirmed. Artificial? Toshinori asked. You three did something? Aizawa said with narrowed eyes. We are doing something, Ichin. Sani corrected him, harumphing. And what are you? Katsuki tied saying before pressure mounted slowly on everybody's shoulders. A green aura enveloped Coco's body and a towering lanky figure with empty sockets for eyes, sickly-looking purple skin covered in warts, and an open mouth forming a dark void appeared behind him like a wailing ghost. A golden light covered Sani's body and a towering creature made completely of hair just as colorful as the man's hair appeared behind him. A dark red aura covered Izuku's body and the giant muscular gorilla with red fur and long boar tusks in its mouth appeared behind him. A feeling of danger pierced everybody's mind, activating the most primordial part of their brains to freeze them on the spot out of strangling terror. Dangerous as they may be, the beasts of the gourmet world are still animals. They will hardly attack something they perceive as a threat beyond their abilities to fight. Izuku explained. Coco's appetite demon whose poison either kills or enslaves entire planets' populations like a drag Sani's appetite demon known as Hair Monster, devourer of world, good control of your intimidation. Sani complimented Izuku, chuckling. Thanks, it is still nothing compared to 2 of the 4 heavenly kings. Izuku said, sighing. You are already pretty close, it's not a chasm separating us, so do not feel bad. Give it a couple of years, 10 or so. Coco, as the gentle one between the 4, comforted him and gave him a pat on the back. Nerd, Katsuki muttered, not in anger but in sadness. There are things I have been keeping secret, the young chef muttered. It was then that Mizo noticed something wrong. Your wounds are gone, he said with wide eyes. Good food makes miracles. And using gourmet world ingredients with my healing cuisine has even greater effects. Izuku answered with a sad smile. Hoi. This is good and all, but we are waiting for you here. It was then that a giant floating head of a man with both sides of his mouth lacking skin appeared before them, and every single animal that was tirelessly circling around the border of the safe zone immediately scampered away in utter terror. The hell is that? Toshinori yelled. That's Zebra, our brother. Projecting his voice from the village we were tasked to take you to. Coco answered, sighing. Zebra, scaring all those poor animals off. You really are uncouth. We were trying to not scare them instead. Sani yelled. See if I care. Just move your buttes and come here. Zebra's projection answered, scoffing. How far away is this village? Mina asked. A couple tens of thousands of kilometers, not much luckily, so we will be able to take you there in a matter of minutes. Coco answered. Minutes? The adults yelled with bulged-out eyes. He is projecting his voice from that far away. The kids yelled as well. Don't scream, I can hear you loud and clear if airs. Zebra answered with his projection rolling his eyes. You can hear us? Tokoyami shrieked. Sorry. He then immediately apologized. That's one hell of hearing, Jiro said, amazed. That's nothing, girly. Now stop babbling and get here. Zebra snapped an answer. Then his head looked aside. No, I am not adding, please. The projection said. Okay, fine. Please hurry up. The Zebra's voice boomed even louder, and even more animals ran away in fear from the spike in his anger. Komatsu-kun must have asked. Coco commented, humming while the head projection faded away. Yep, he is the only one he can ask that and not get killed right after. Sani added, nodding. I am sorry, but how do you plan to help us cover that distance in that ludicrous short time? Mizo asked, then a shadow covered the entire area. This? A giant pink snake was the one projecting the gigantic shadow, one so dim and big just its head seemingly filled their entire field of view, simply too immense to properly describe. Yaya. Many screamed with bulged-out eyes. That is my appealing partner Quinn. She is still growing, measuring only a measly 100 kilometers in length, but soon she will grow into an adult mother snake. Sani said with extremely proud tone and eyes. Aizawa wanted to call out the bullshit, he really wanted to, but he looked beyond the head, and saw how the snake's massive body just kept going and going and going and going. How long are we talking about? Mike asked with a whimper. Around 220,000 kilometers. Coco answered while an equally enormous crow flew into the scene. Many choked out in surprise, for Coco's answer and the new giant animal arriving. The embodiment of darkness? Tokoyami said in reverential awe, mesmerized by the perfect black color of the crow's feather, a black so intense. It was unnatural, as if absorbing light all around the bird into each feather. Another giant one. Kirishima shrieked. That is Kiss, my own partner. He is an exemplar of Emperor Crow. Coco answered with a fond smile. HN. He grew again. He is what now, 30 meters? Sani said with a pleased chuckle. 33, to be precise. Still far from the 3,000 meters height of a fully adult one. Coco answered. How far a fully grown mother snake can reach? Toriko official manga panel. Yes, that is Deep Space Emperor Crow. We will ride those? Tashinori asked, not in fear, but childlike wonder. Yes, otherwise you will never get to the village in time. Coco said. How do you know that we even need to visit the village? Izuku finally asked. That made the others pause. As far as they knew, nobody knew they were in that hellish place, nor why they were there to begin with. I do have some talent for divination, but I only knew an old acquaintance would come visit. The gourmet diviner Rappo instead actually made your name and gave us a more precise time frame of your arrival. She said you would have needed assistance. And here you are, punctual like clockwork. He answered. How does he know Izuku's name? Did she saw him on a newspaper? Mike asked with narrowed eyes. She didn't use that name. She used the other one. Sani answered, showing a breathtaking smirk. Izuku's completion rapidly lost his color to unhealthy levels. I don't know what you are talking about, he said immediately, eyes wide and pupils shrunk to almost disappear. I don't need my ability to see electromagnetic waves to tell you are lying and that you actually know what I am talking about, Coco answered with a gentle, encouraging smile. I am just a normal chef. Izuku tried saying again. I see. Are you ready to go? Coco didn't seem convinced of that answer, but decided to not press further. He needs to rest. Mike said immediately. No, it's okay. I have eaten enough. I trust my gourmet cells to take care of the rest. Izuku said, shaking his head. Sorry to say this, my boy, but it's time. You need to let go of your fear. Sani said, and with a pinkish blur of motion and a majestic storm of giant black feathers, Quinn and Kiss swooped down to collect everybody on their backs. How do they know it's you? Rumi asked with a whisper. I don't know. Izuku answered, he was breathing heavily in clear panic. Do you think we can fight them off to help him escape? Nijire muttered. I don't know, I saw them down two monstrosities with a single drop of poison and a single hair. I don't really fancy our chances. But between the others and Whitey, maybe we can stall them long enough for Izuku's sponsor to take him away. Momo answered. Izuku and the girls were riding with Coco on Kissback, while Quinn was acting as transportation for Sani and the rest of the group. Every system online. Targeting reticule set. Friend Izuku's escape route has already been set and prepared for covering fire. 808 and Bob said as one, and unseen by them all, hundreds of small portals went created by the bio-obliterating ballista station to bring the enormous mouths of many orbital cannons in the orbit of the planet, all of them aimed at Koko, Sani and the two giant animals. Foolish mortals. This esteemed Taoi shall devour you all if you dare try anything. Shiro thought in anger, with his fluffy fur standing up sharp like needles. Koko looked at the small animal, then at the sky. Unbelievably strong electromagnetic waves from his partner and above us. And the shadow of death looming by. You got yourself friends ready to do everything to protect you. Koko thought in relief and pride for Izuku. I say we are ready. Please hold on. He instructed with an amused chuckle. We'll be pretty beautifully fast. Sani added, laughing. How fast are talking of dash? Katsuki's question couldn't finish as both animals simply blinked away from the area. Theiwa, Mina and Siyu and everybody else shrieked as reality became a colorless blur as the two animals went so fast their bodies simply became two hazy mirages faintly pink and black in color thanks to their ridiculous speed. Only Toshinori was screaming in excitement. He had started feeling alive ever since he arrived in the gourmet world and was rapidly getting addicted to the rush of adrenaline everything there constantly gave him. With Izuku and the girls, kiss back. We can't go straight to the village, I need to collect many other ingredients. Izuku said. Which ones? Koko asked. Hemostatiate, liver oil, lung shroom, Dr. Axolotl meat, skin kelp, iron stomach meat. And many more. Izuku said. You are basically trying to tear someone out of the hands of death itself, Sani said, humming. And all of those are extremely rare ingredients. All with a capture level in the 1000 range. Koko added. It's either those or pear. And I know for certain that Monkey King Bambina will turn me into a smear on the floor just with a look. Izuku answered. Especially now that the 8 kings jumped forward in power after their defeat at Neo's hands. Their might simply exploded forward so that they could return being worthy of the title of kings. Koko hummed with a frown. Exactly, the young chef said with a sigh. Is that Bambina monkey that strong? Katsuki answered. The answer was the two animals stopping abruptly to let a mountain, an entire one, fly past in front of them at such insane speed the entire front part was red hot thanks to air friction. Was that a goddamn mountain? Aizawa asked faintly. Bambina has a hobby. He uproots entire mountains from the ground and throws them as skipping stones on the ocean. The ocean is not big enough and so the mountain just keeps going. A mountain big like that usually manages to travel around the entire planet until air friction reduces it into a small disk the size of a CD that returns to the starting point. Koko answered. You are joking. No, of course you are not. Aizawa groaned and rubbed his temples. The tiny black dot is Bambina the Monkey King, cutting mountains whole at the base with a single tail swing. https://Toriko. Fandom. com/wiki/skippingstone mountains. I am not pulling bullshit out of my butt. It is canon in the Toriko manga. See for yourself, what kind of insane place is this? Kaminari yelled. The gourmet world. Izuku, Koko and Sani answered at the same time. Then Kiss and Quinn started springing forward at the same impossible speed of before. Most of the ingredients you need can be found in the mushroom forest and surrounding area of Area 2, Sani said, with his eyes narrowed. Why that feels like bad news? Toshinori asked. Because that place is part of the hunting grounds of one of the 8 kings and its pack. Izuku answered, shivering. The battle wolf. Koko said. And ever since Guinness regained its title as king, the battle wolves have become even more wary of intruders. Sani added, shaking his head. The pack leader? Mizo asked. Yes, it has the second highest capture level of the 8 kings. But Gwyn's and its race are probably the fastest creatures in the world, Izuku said, shivering. How fast? Ida asked. Koko's head slightly moved to the side, and the others saw many shadows outrun Quinn and Kiss with incredible ease and disappear from view in a blink. Those are scouts. They are going to report to Guinness that we are going to enter their territory. Sani explained. Were they following us? Aizawa asked. No, we passed by them and awoke them. They probably watched us long enough to ascertain our intentions, and once sure enough we would enter their lands, they moved past us to go report to their leader our intentions. Koko answered. How long ago did that decision happen? Toshinori asked. 4, maybe 5 seconds ago. They very likely just wanted to make sure. No answer seemed able to be formed by their minds at that. Will they wait for us there? Rumi asked. Battle wolves are said to be exceptionally smart. If we keep a low profile and do not look threatening, they will probably just let us collect the ingredients I need and let us leave. Or so I hope. Hopefully my scent changed since last time. Izuku answered with shaking breath. What the hell is he even talking about? The ones not in the know muttered to themselves. This entire situation is far too strange. Toshinori muttered with narrowed eyes. Even with the insane speed they were traveling at thanks to Kiss and Quinn, the students and the heroes could still have a mind-blowing show of how massive everything around them was, and after a while, vegetation slowly started growing scarcer and scarcer, until rocks and deserts slowly took over. Heat shields deployed. 808 said as various domes appeared around the guests thanks to micro-drones. Why we need these? Momo asked. Only Izuku and Koko and Sani were not using one. Here is where you can find sunflowers. The name is very much literal. Izuku answered. Kirishima said. Harden and put a finger out of the barrier. Okay. Kirishima activated his quirk, covering his body in a thick layer of armor, and stuck his index finger out of the small dun around his body, and almost instantly pulled it back inside to blow on it. What the hell is out there? He shrieked, dropping his armored state to let Shoto cover his sunburned finger in ice. Sunflowers are an ingredient of the super special preparation rank. When they bloom, the air around them becomes hotter. Koko explained. And there is an entire field not too far away from here. Sani added. I almost lost a finger. Kirishima yelled. At the moment the outside temperature if of 194 degrees Fahrenheit. 90 C. 808 said. What? They only started to bloom, soon here it will become even hotter. Izuku said, humming. They may be a nightmare to capture, but they are a truly appealing ingredient. You can use their petals to create a balm that cures instantly sunburns and make your skin smoother than silk. Sani said with a reverential tone. Please tell me we are not going to try and get those flowers? Mike said in dread. No, don't worry, we are going to a place deep underground, a forest of mushrooms. Most of the ingredients I need are there. Izuku answered, making him sigh in relief. There, the entrance should be that way. Koko said, and at his and Sani's directions, Kiss and Quinn gave a sharp turn and moved towards what to the others resembled an extremely deep hole in the ground in the middle of nowhere, a circular chasm almost too precise to be natural. At the beginning it wasn't easy to entree there. Years of careful work enlarged the entrance in a way that would not disturb the mushroom forest inside those caves. Izuku explained. Once arrived at the border of the hole, Kiss and Quinn started a slower, more careful descent towards the dark bottomless pit under them, and soon the rocky desert above faded into a distant memory, with the only sound that remained being the soft whistle of the wind as it rushed past them. It's getting colder. By a lot and fast. Shoto muttered. Unnaturally so. Aizawa confirmed, he too speaking with a low voice. Dust lingered in the air, disturbed by their movements, but as they descended deeper, the endless darkness started to give way to something else, something alive. Here we are. The mushroom forest. Izuku said, eyes narrowed. We will need to continue on foot once touched ground. Quinn and Kiss are too big to help us navigate here. Koko said. Bit of a pity, but understandable. Toshinori answered. The thick earthy scent of the mushroom forest kept rising to meet them, warm and humid, unlike anything the desert had prepared them for. It's intoxicating, Mina admitted. Surreal, you mean, Ida corrected her, swallowing hard. At first, the mushroom tops welcomed them, so massive they could easily be mistaken for trees, or even distant hills, their caps wide and domed, blotched with spots of red, purple, and yellow. Oh, you could use each one of those as a parking lot, Ochako gasped in wonder. Far too big, Kirishima admitted. As they moved nearer, the scale became truly overwhelming. Some of the mushrooms were stretching as high as 100-foot towers, with their gnarled stems winding into the earth like the veins of an ancient being. Keep your eyes on the descent, Izuku's voice cut through the stillness, gruff and steady. Below them, the mushroom forest sprawled like a sea of colors and shapes, some familiar, like white button mushrooms the size of boulders, towering morels with ridges like ancient ruins, and others that defied logic. Massive bioluminescent caps pulsed with faint, ethereal light, casting a soft glow in the shadowed depths, each one's colors shifting with the wind, pink one moment, green the next, leaving streaks of fading light in their wake, as if the forest itself is breathing. There is the ground, careful to not step on anything. I don't trust anything here. Tashinori instructed with a careful tone. Tendrils of fungi hanged from every surface, draping the chasm walls in strange, fibrous webs. The air is thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying plant life. You almost couldn't tell there is a DMN desert above us. Zaus said while looking around. You sure? I smell something sweet, an almost saccharine perfume. Mike answered. That is bad news too. He admitted. Almost there, Izuku muttered, more a warning than a statement. The rest of the group was silent, wide-eyed, taking in the view and feeling the weight of the air now, thick and almost oppressive, but it only serves to deepen the vividness of the colors below. When they arrived, the two pets moved to a side free of mushrooms big enough for them to wait comfortably, while they instead continue walking deeper into the mushroom forest. Down there, those concentric circles are a stairway that was built to help travel downward. If we follow that and the path, we will get to the lower point. The young chef instructed, guiding them down many ramps of stairs cut into the naked rock and Levi gated by time. Careful to not trip, Nijire said, preferring to float around. It's getting creepier, Tsuyu admitted, hugging herself. Some of the mushrooms now had capillaries running along their stems like pulsating veins. Is that mushroom see-through? Katsuki asked, unnerved, and pointing at a strange, transparent fungi with bubbling insides catching the light from the luminous fungi around it in iridescent burst. Soda mushrooms. You can try one, they have actual soda inside. Sure, they would be better if put in the refrigerator for a couple hours before drinking, but they are still good. Coco answered. What? Fizz. Here. Izuku grabbed one and twisted the cap, and the mushroom released a similar fizzing sound like a soda bottle being opened, and handed it to him. It is soda. And even if slightly warm, it's demon good. What the F dash? Bakugo exclaimed in wonder once tasted it. Not every mushroom here is harmless though, be careful. Sani said, and next to him a bush of mushrooms gave a hiss before collapsing in on themselves, releasing faint clouds of spores that drifted like shimmering dust in the air. And a near mushroom burst into eerie purple flames as soon as those spores touched it. Exactly. The man exclaimed in distaste and put out the fire with a vigorous pat of his long hair. It's like a dream. Or a nightmare. Ciro admitted, his voice trembling with equal parts fear and wonder. There, the lowest area, we arrived. Izuku declared once the group finally finished descending the last ramp of stone stairs. Now their shoes kept sinking slightly into the soft, spongy ground at every step while the higher rings of mushrooms loomed over them oppressively. The floor isn't dirt, it's a thick, tangled mass of mushroom roots. Aizawa said once seen the crisscrossing of hair-thin roots surrounding them in every direction, soft underfoot but unyielding. Exactly. The young chef confirmed. This place. Someone begins to speak, but the words die in the thick, fungal air. There's no need to say more. They all feel it. Izuku, Coco and Sani tightened their jaw, eyes scanning the strange growths with a mix of respect and something darker, deeper. We are being watched, Sani said. By something with very faint electromagnetic waves. I have a hunch. But I hope to be wrong. Coco confirmed. And as the wind brushed through the mushroom caps, a low, hollow whistling sound rose up, like the forest itself was exhaling, breathing. We're looking for the hemistasiatake first, Izuku whispered, his voice barely carrying in the still, heavy air. Okay, what does it look like? Mike asked. It's a rare species, recognizable for its cap-colored a deep burgundy. If cooked right, its juices can heal damaged veins faster than any medicine known. It only grows in the shadows of the larger caps. Look for places where humidity feels higher, they love extremely humid environment. We'll split in 3 groups then. Aizawa said. I can defend myself, Izuku said. Want us to help? Coco asked, curious. If you don't mind, Mike answered, unsure. HN. No problem. At least we won't stay here for long. This place is far too ugly, let's go. Sani answered, smiling. But let's go. Mina and Momo said at the same time. The group fanned out, their senses sharpened by the gravity of their mission, because the hemostasiatake was vital to save Nemuri, and without it, they'd be returning empty-handed. Those mushrooms don't make enough light. Can you make some light with your quirk? Jiro asked, kneeling near a cluster of smaller fungi with her eyes scanning for the telltale red. I can try. Kaminari answered, unsure. Can you create a torch or something? Rumi asked. Yes. Momo answered. Nothing in this area. Nijire called out from the opposite side of the dark grotto, using the spirals in her hands to illuminate her section of the ground. Nemuri, please be strong, Mike, madly searching for those red caps like a madman, begged with a low voice. Finally, Mizo was heard yell here. I think I found it. Show me. Izuku answered, hurrying at the guy's side. Nestled under the broad shadow of a giant cap, a small cluster of hemostasiatake clung to the roots of a larger mushroom, their deep red caps gleaming in the dim light like BLD drops on the mushroom forest floor. There they are. And we are lucky, these ones are perfect for what we need, extra plump. The young chef said in relief, his hand brushing the surface of the cap gently to check their quality, as if he were touching something sacred. Strong and lively electromagnetic waves, they are extremely healthy. Coco said. Very lively. Somebody here is very beautifully lucky. Sani chorused, his own hair delicately checking the mushroom's quality. Thank God. Hizashi seemed ready to cry in happiness. One item found good. Aizawa too sighed faintly in relief. They need to be harvested carefully, Izuku said, summoning the dragon kitchen knife from his tattoo. One wrong move, and the spores sacs will burst. His blade moved with precision, and soon the prized mushrooms were carefully stowed back in his restaurant's island storage. Got it? Momo asked. Yes, we can look for the next ingredient. Which one? Rumi asked. Next is the lung shroom, Izuku said, his eyes flicking between the strange, spiraling stalks that coiled like smoke into the air. Describe it, we'll turn this place upside down to find it. Ida answered, ready to hunt those down. But it's small and with long stalks, golden, and its spores can repair lungs when used as spice. But the spores are volatile, too much, and they'll burn your insides. In the worst case, the spores can actually give you severe lung cancer. Coco added. Oh God, the spores need to be diluted, yes? Izuku confirmed the scary detail with a nod. I'll create breathing masks for everybody then, Momo answered, immediately sending her quirk to full throttle to create the right filters following Sani's directions. Once properly equipped, the group moved deeper, with the air growing thicker, almost suffocating as the mushroom caps closed in tighter until they formed a compact ceiling above them with the shimmering mist of spores hung heavier around them like a golden fog. In the distance, Izuku spotted a patch of golden stalks, their caps billowing with a soft glow, resembling lungs expanding and contracting with each breath of wind. The lung shroom, he yelled. They were appealing but deadly, their spores swirling like a shimmering dust storm around their fragile caps. Izuku approached them slowly, his movements deliberate, and signaled to the others to stay back. Stay still, he warned. The slightest disturbance can release a cloud of spores strong enough to choke a man. With deft movements, he began harvesting the precious mushrooms, carefully placing them in sealed containers to avoid any accidental release of their potent contents, then sent everything to his restaurant. What do you think? Sani said, whispering. He used that collection method. I say it's him. Coco answered. Then why he denied it so vehemently? I believe he is trying to hide his past. From us? Sani asked, crossing his arms. From himself, more likely. Coco answered, humming. HN. No good. So we take him to that old man. He needs to, it is for his sake, not just his mission. I second that, Sani said, nodding. What are you talking about? Tur asked, curious. We'll explain later, Coco answered, smiling. Hey, Izuku boy. Sonny's hair moved upward, growing longer and longer until it reached way above the group, in the middle of one of the higher floors. That guy's hair are amazing, Kirishima admitted in wonder. I don't want to know how much he has to spend in conditioner, Katsuki muttered in answer. When Sonny recalled his hair, they were holding a big group of mushrooms with the utmost care. Bone mushroom. Izuku said in awe. Those were species so rare, it was almost legendary, just as legendary its ability to heal weakened cartilage was. I didn't include it in my list because I wasn't even sure there were any around. What are they doing here? I thought they went extinct ages ago. Izuku said. As always, Teppei has managed to miraculously resurrect several extinct ingredients, one of which these mushrooms. Coco answered, chuckling. Friendly. I plan to use my bone carrots, but these are far more effective. Thank you. Izuku answered, eyes cloudy in tears. Consider it a present. Zaus-sen. Sonny answered. Ooh. Many asked, while Izuku almost dropped the mushrooms out of sheer horror. How do you know it's me? Izuku asked with a low whisper. If you want that answer, you will need to come with us to the village. It's important, please. Coco answered. Guareo. A deafening roar, deep and rumbling, echoed all around them as something came flying down on the loud sound of flapping wings. Zombie! Mina shrieked in horror once seeing the ghastly look in empty eyes of the creature. A mycogryph. It most be the guardian of this forest. Sonny said. Guardian? Aizawa asked. A powerful creature that made of an area its territory, unknowingly helping ingredients develop free of predators thanks to its presence. In a sense, guarding the place and scaring away intruders. Coco answered. CRP, and we are a DMN big group of intruders for that thing. Toshinori hissed between clenched teeth. The thing was creature that blended together the predatory looks of a griffin from legends with the symbiotic nature of the forest. Its body was covered in fungal growths, large bioluminescent mushrooms sprouting from its back and wings, allowing it to blend into the forest seamlessly. Each feathers of its wings even had a spore-like texture, soft and wispy, adding to the mist of spores in the air its own dust produced at every movement. That mycogryph though, I don't think it's voluntarily doing this. Izuku said, grimacing. But what do you mean? Nijar asked, confused. I am afraid the mushrooms took over. Its eyes are completely lifeless, even its waves are a flat line. Coco confirmed with a sad tone. What do you mean? Mike asked. It happens in the human world too. There are mushrooms that can take over the host and somehow control it, effectively turning them into zombies. I saw ants being a victim of that, not something this big. Toshinori answered, looking sadly at the once mighty beast, now just a flesh puppet for a bunch of mushrooms. Toru and Jiro muttered in both disgust and sadness. What now? Rumi asked. Maybe we should put it out of its misery. Those mushrooms probably force it to attack everything that enters here to infect the victims with their spores so to have more living material to grow on, Coco said. Can you make as fast? That thing suffered long enough, I believe. Aizawa asked. Yes. Poison Izuku's dragon knife moved faster. Before Coco could shoot his poison, a blur of movement so swift that the wind barely had time to catch up as the pale white crescent blade of energy reached the mycogryph. One blade, samsara dicing. The young chef muttered, sighing. In one fluid motion, just as the mycogryph lunged towards them to start its assault, it was already over. It wasn't a strike of brute force, it was the precision of a chef who had mastered not just ingredients, but the very world itself, and in the span of a heartbeat, the creature froze in place. Done. Izuku muttered while putting away his kitchen knife. The flying mycogryph flew past him, all the while its body gently collapsed into a neat grid of perfectly cubed pieces, no larger than an inch across until the very last cubes silently rolled on the floor at a feet from him behind his back. Each cube fell soundlessly to the mushroom floor, releasing a strange, earthy aroma into the air. The bioluminescent glow faded from its pieces, now no more threatening than a prepared meal. Let's go. We are done here. he said calmly, sadly, as if slicing a colossal monster into bite-sized pieces was just another part of the job. Nobody of the hero group talked. There are many things I have been keeping secret. Another reason why I wanted nobody of you to come here with me. Izuku said, sighing. Who are you, kid? Aizawa asked. It's a very long story. One that I fear you will soon hear. He answered, gratefully accepting the group hug of his 4 girls. So you girls know? Toshinori asked. Everything, yes. Momo confirmed. A bad story? Mike asked. Oh, you have no idea, Nijire answered. We'll talk more once out. Let's go dash, Toshinori offered with a gentle smile. Several loud sounds echoed above them as many massive shadows landed all around them on the ring's floors over their heads, so to look down at the group from a position of advantage. Oh no, Izuku whimpered. The battle wolves found us. Koko said with a tense tone. Or maybe they were waiting for us to be done collecting ingredients before regaling us with their presence? Sani answered, teeth clenched tight. They were surrounded by giant wolves, all around 50 meters tall and with the most gorgeous white fur anybody present had ever seen, although not one of the guests noticed that immediately as their eyes were fixed only on the hundreds of pink eyes of the wolves studying every movement they made from above. Those wolves may have been far away, standing around the various rims of the concentric circles of mushrooms above them, but as far as they were concerned, those monster wolves could have been standing at an inch of their faces instead of few hundreds of meters away. Aizawa himself could swear he could still feel their warm breath push hard against his face. What a terrible presence, really worthy of being the pack of one of the 8 kings? Koko whispered, not in fear, but in pure adoration for the battle wolves' innate natural beauty. Is that big one covered in scars the leader? Ochako, shivering heavily, asked. No, that is the pack beta. Izuku said. Then where is that Guinness wolf? Which one is it? Katsuki asked. Izuku, face pale and yet covered in sweat, just shakily pointed straight up, and when all of them looked up, they noticed what was standing behind them while somehow completely erasing its presence like only an apex predator could do if they felt like it. Wolf King wins. Capture level, 6550 in the official manga, and now higher, that is Guinness. Sani answered with his hair moving slowly by themselves, independently from the actual direction of the wind. Understandably, Mina, Tsuyu and Kaminari fainted on the spot. The others instead felt their hearts stop as soon as Guinness stopped playing around and let go of its intimidation to blast them fully with just its overbearing, suffocating presence. Was it just standing behind us? Todoroki asked, with fire and ice slowly mounting at the 2 halves of his body out of hope it could buy them time to escape. I believe that all this time Guinness had been following us in here. A king never hides. Unless they feel like playing with their food. Koko answered, with his skin slowly turning purple from his powers releasing deadly poison from his every pore. I fear it also recognized me, Izuku said with a whimper that deeply scared the others. Izuku? Nijire asked. Guinness search. The giant 55 meters tall battle wolf Guinness gave a deep sniff, and the sudden air misplacement was as strong as the pull of a black hole. In an instant, by using its extreme sense of smell, Guinness was capable of gaining all valuable information about the entire group via their scent, from their species, SEC, age, habitat, ancestry, and DNA to their favorite foods and even their appetite demons/quirks. Katsuki whispered with a weak voice as he felt his entire being, soul comprised, momentarily get stripped away from him with that short sniff. The ability itself was not limited to living beings only, as it could extract information from inorganic matter such as rocks and water, too, the group's equipment comprised. And just like it happened to Katsuki, while such data was being forcefully extracted from organic or inorganic targets via this technique, they all were rendered pure white like cast-off husks, and in the case of Izuku and the others, they were rendered immobile as their entire essence momentarily left their body, making it seem as if their souls have been SCD right out of them. Guinness collected and analyzed all that data, and once the entire group recovered from the ordeal, The giant battle wolf passed by them and gently patted Izuku's head with their massive tail before leaving the mushroom forest with a single jump to rejoin their pack and then leave the place together. The battle wolves then just silently retreated, giving the group permission to leave the area without a fight. What the hell happened? Toshinori asked with a whisper. Did the guy sniff us to death? Mizo asked, shaken. Quite. Todoroki answered, watching the wolves leave in unnatural silence even with their immense size and weight. Guinness judged us not a threat and gave us permission to collect ingredients here. Coco answered. How are you sure of that? Mike asked, still shaken. We are still alive. He answered. I think I peed myself. Kirishima admitted. Understandable. Ida answered, trying to catch his breath. Wyatt patted Izuku's head. Momo asked. I may be reaching a bit. But I believe that Guinness and the battle wolves have forgiven you, Izuku. Sani answered, patting the young chef's back. Forgiven him? Katsuki muttered, unsure. A small pause was then taken to let the young man cry his eyes out in relief at the news of one of his biggest regrets having been finally forgiven. Next stop, once left the big hole to return to the surface, was to visit the village Coco and Sani talked about, and Izuku dreaded every second of that long trip at high speed, a feeling of dark foreboding not helped by the various inquisitive looks of pro-heroes and hero students riding on Quinn's back. Izuku, Toshinori said. Yes. We are not on our home planet anymore, isn't it? The pro-hero asked, shocking the others. Yeah. Congratulations, you people traveled to another world. Believe it or not. The young chef finally admitted. I thought so. Too many alien sites. What the F dash? Aizawa and Mike yelled in chorus. We'll see. As soon as we reach Blue Grill Village, everything will be clear. Unfortunately. Izuku said, sighing. It was time to face his past, no more running. Monkey King Bambina. This is the guy throwing mountains around. He is 150 centimeters tall. 4 feet 92 inches tall for you others that don't use metric o make. Interdimensional ingredient hunt, the world's angriest ribs. Halls of Primogenesis, core. A tall being of unimaginable power, with gray skin and 4 arms stood in wait, casting his eyes on every corner of the world even from the deepest recesses of the small pocket universe inside the massive crystal hanging in the sky. Suddenly its eyes were drawn upward, and he finally spoke after weeks of silence. We are surprised, he said, voice low and slow as always, and even if he could not perceive or comprehend the appearances of who had just arrived, he immediately recognized the presence. We did not expect to be visited by one of the ancients, the second born at that. What do we owe the visit to? We are in the middle of cleansing our world, so its appearances are hardly worthy of any important guest. Ultima said, tone devoid of any feelings as always. Spare the system unnecessary pleasantries, the entity answered, and even if robot-like monotonous, Ultima still understood that the being was in a very bad mood. We understand. Is there a reason for your visit still? The god asked, almost curious. One of our hosts is here with one of his women, he is following one of our missions. Your sky trick and toys are getting in the way. The system answered. Unfortunately, we need primogenesis to herald the rebirth of our world, but still, we can make sure it won't interfere with your champion's mission. Ultima answered, unfazed. Very well. The system appreciates professionals that know how to act properly. We are no lesser beings or mortals. Etiquette is something we know of, but, if we can be curious, there is a dilemma that had always piqued our interest. The god answered. Ask. You are the second born of the ancients, the second oldest after Inai, the first to be. And after you the other 5 ancients were born. And yet now only you remain. Who or what killed Inai and the other 5 ancients, and why were you the only one spared? Ultima asked, with his eyes trying to catch a glimpse of the real form of the entity. You must forgive the system, but that is not something we like to talk about. The disembodied voice answered. We understand. We will ask this again at another proper time then. We extend our invitation to visit us once again after this world has been cleansed and reborn. By then we know it will be more welcoming to a talk between gods. And certainly more pleasant to the eyes without all the stains now polluting it. Ultima answered, nodding. The system didn't answer, the entity simply faded away. Valisthea, hideaway. Study. A small group of people were standing around a small table while looking at the giant map covering it almost completely. All of them had a grim expression. It is not merely the men and women of Valisthea who have been affected by the imbalance in the ether. These blackened skies have cast a pall over all creatures of the realm. Vivienne said, looking at the ominous purple clouds blanketing everything in a cover so thick no sun or moon could pierce it. And the Akashic are growing in numbers daily. They are breeding more than demon rabbits. Clive said, humming. No book we have access to describes all this as anything else than the end of days. This doesn't bode well. The resident scholar added, humming. There must be something we can do. Gillest. All of them turned as one to look at the impossibly giant floating crystal hanging in the sky. The only solution I can think of is to destroy that thing. Joshua, Clive's brother, hit. Too bad Ultima is waiting for us there. If we go there we will fight in his turf, in the halls of his final fortress. Clive answered. Then we know what we must do. Dion answered, pointing his spear at the giant crystal in the sky. From here, it looks small enough your spear could cut it in half pretty easily. Joshua said, I wish life was that simple, Phoenix. For once my heart yearns for an easy solution, instead of a hard-fought one. Dion admitted, that is not a hard-fought solution, that is a suicide mission. Jill answered, heart heavy with sorrow. But one we must undertake for the sake of the world. Joshua answered, sighing. And we are the only ones that can do it? And Ultima knows it. Clive added, it's all a DM game for that thing. Vivienne spat in distaste. Clive. It was then that another man rushed to them. Gav. What's wrong? Clive asked. We got a new development. A strange one. Gav explained, gasping for air after his desperate running. Strange. As of now, strange has lost every meaning. Vivienne said, annoyed almost at a personal level. The clouds and Akashic are randomly dispersing every 2 days, especially the ones over a random city, to then return full force. And I mean instant clear sky. And somehow the clouds open and close following a pattern, as if following something or somebody around. Gav explained. Okay, that is strange. Vivienne admitted. Told you. How is this supposed to help us, though? Clive wondered. The fact that the clouds open up and the Akashic retreat means that who or whatever is doing this has the power, or even just a specific power, that can counter Ultima's own hold on the world. Jill suggested. And that can potentially be one of our keys to victory. Good thinking. Clive answered. Thanks. Jill and Gav chorused. Any idea where the next stop of our cloud opener will be? Clive asked. I can ask for more details to our curse breakers out there, but by the looks of it, I think we can find our answers in Dalmikia. Gav answered. I'll contact Luber immediately, both to alert us if anything strange happens, and to keep whatever it is there until we arrive. Clive said. I'll help you organize everything. Jill said. Me too. Joshua added. A long trip later, desert region of Dalmikia, traveling as fast as their chocobo mounts could take them, Clive and his 2 friends made their way to the biggest city of the vast desert region to meet their friend and contact there. Clive. Over here. Luber. Joshua said. Everything seems to be in order. Jill added. Hopefully this will continue for long enough, or at least until we can discover what is happening. Clive answered, looking at the clear blue sky over them. Finally you arrived. You 2 noticed how here the weather is nicer lately. Luber said with a smile while watching them descend from their mounts. That's the reason why we are here. To understand what is happening. Joshua answered. Anything strange happened lately? Clive asked. I do have a suspect. The man answered. Really? Joshua said. Quite a bit. Following the city leader, the 3 friends reached deep into the market street, where they saw many people collapsing on the ground on all 4. How somebody so you can cook like this? One of the guys said in dismay. That kid? Jill asked, confused. He arrived and started challenging every cook of the city, and pretty much showing them that they are still in need of lessons. Ha! And let me tell you, watching Rasim lose that badly was a balm for my poor soul. That guy had always been insufferable whenever cooking was the theme of our talks. Luber answered with a hearty laugh. And the sky cleared when he arrived. Clive asked, "Oh, definitely. The DMN clouds part whenever he goes. It's like the sun itself was dimmin' in love with him and didn't want dimmin' clouds to get in the way." The man answered, "This doesn't make any sense. Ultima would never let anything ruin his precious ritual." Joshua said, unsure. And yet here we are, under a clear sky with the brightest sun I had seen in a while. Jill answered, "By the way, don't let his or his girl's look distract you. That kid is strong. We saw him go on a merry hunting trip in the desert and treat the beasts here like mere fruits to pick from a garden." Luber said, looking at Izuku and Momo intently. "That machine instead?" Clive asked, looking at Whitey. "No clue, never seen anything like that before. Though be careful, that thing likes to strip naked whoever bothers that boy." The man answered. "What?" Jill, covering herself with her arms, asked in horror. "It seems to think it is a proper way to DSPLN people." Luber answered, shrugging. "We need to talk to him. There must be a reason why he can dispel primogenesis." Clive said, "There is something else you should know." Luber turned grim and serious, and signaled them to follow him to a small house in a side street. "What?" Jill asked. "You know how petrification disease kills whoever gets it without a cure?" Luber asked. "Unfortunately, yes, we saw far too many people die from that." Joshua answered, looking away in sadness. "Well, believe it or not, that boy can heal that." The man said, opening the door of the small house to show rows and rows of beds with people in them eating happily. And at each bite of food, a new piece of stone would feel from their body to show healthy skin under it. "What? How?" Clive asked, rushing inside to watch the miracle unfold closely. "Beats me. But no matter how bad the case is, he can still heal it. With DMN food." Luber said, opening his arms wide in a gesture of helplessness. "I asked few people I know to study the dish, but besides telling me how good the food is, they got no clue." "We need to take him back to our hideaway," Jill said. "We need to learn how he does it," Joshua added. "I asked a few other towns, nobody wants to talk, but it seems like there too the diseased all miraculously recovered. They clearly swore to keep the identity of their savior a secret, but they openly stated that green is their new favorite color." The man said with a meaningful tone, "And I bet that if we overlap the towns that have mysteriously healed their cases of incurable disease, it will very likely mirror perfectly the path walked by that boy." Joshua finished saying, "We need to talk with that boy," Clive said. It was then that the world stood still, frozen in place. "Dear Mythos, we are now hosting the champion of another deity. Please don't get in the way." Ultima's voice echoed all around him, heard only by him. "Ultima, there are powers out there beyond your mortal comprehension and even beyond our reach. Do not get in the way. We do not want you to die because you keep getting in the way of things you don't understand." Ultima said while the sky darkened. "What is happening?" "Our gift for the champion. As a form of respect between gods. Step aside and do not interfere, it doesn't concern you, Mythos." Ultima answered, and time started flowing again just as a colossal ball of fire fell from the sky. "The sky!" Jill yelled. "It's Ultima. It knows that boy and it's sending a gift for him," Clive said, and right after he said that the giant meteor reached the ground with a giant explosion. "I don't trust that monster's concept of gift," Joshua admitted. What walked out from the smoke and fire caused the onlookers to be overtook by horror. "By the gods! A king behemoth!" Ludos yelled with wide eyes. "Evacuate everybody. We will fight it." Clive yelled, already charging at the still-dazed beast. "Why would Ultima send one of those monstrosities here?" Jill asked. "It said that the boy is the champion of another deity. Ultima either wants to test the boy or kill it, by mistake, by sending him a gift stronger than what he can handle. Not very subtle if a king behemoth is sent," Joshua commented. "Boy!" Clive yelled as soon as they reached Izuku and Momo. "Yes." The young chef asked while studying the slowly advancing giant monster with narrowed eyes. You better hide. This creature is nothing a young man should face. We will take care of this. Jill said. You sure? I don't think that such a monster can be faced by 3 people only. Momo answered. Have no fear, Mississippi. We have sadly plenty of experience facing those walking catastrophes. Joshua answered. That thing. A walking catastrophe. Ha. You are very funny, boy. Shiro said with an amused laugh. Your oat can talk that intelligently. Clive asked, confused. Please. Esteemed Tautai is no mere pet. Let me handle this, partner. Shiro answered. You sure? I need that thing alive. Izuku answered, shocking the 3. Nothing easier. The ancestral Tautai answered, elegantly lifting his tiny, fluffy paw. I praise the bravery of your small partner, but dash boom. As soon as Clive started talking, Shiro playfully patted down with his fluffy paw, and an invisible force slammed down HRD on the king behemoth and cocked it down on the ground so hard its massive body created a giant crater, instantly defeated and rendered unconscious, in a single attack. Done, Shiro said proudly. Clang. Joshua's sword fell from his hand out of disbelief, and Clive could not for the life of him blame his poor younger brother. Hideaway kitchens. A long explanation later, Clive and the rest of the group, and the assembled members of their organization, were watching Izuku give the finishing touches to his latest creation, made with pieces of a massive rib he borrowed from the unconscious behemoth before sending it away to his restaurant island where it will in the future crossbreed with one of the beasts already there to produce more delicious ingredients for Green Cloud Restaurant. Here they are. My new creation. King's ribs. Made with king behemoth rib meat and red gravy. Izuku declared happily, and thanks to Momo several long trails of perfectly made ribs went delivered to the tables. Wow. This stuff is good. Somebody yelled in the background, attacking the food with feral hunger. So you are just a chef in training. And Ultima knows your sponsor for some reason, Clive said, and eating with more self-control. Yes. I stopped asking myself who the system really is, considering how many strange people seems to know them and don't want to talk about it. Izuku admitted. I can't blame you, but as long as they act on your best interest without threatening others, Joshua admitted, unsure. Up until now they really didn't do anything too extreme. Good. And congratulations, the food is fantastic. Clive answered, smiling. Thanks. Wonderful, there have been tales of heroes eating ancient behemoth meat, but I didn't think it could actually be done for real. The base's historian said with a happy tone. Anyway, we could convince you to join us to fight Ultima Izuku. Your abilities and the power of your guardian deity may be the key to our victory. Dion asked. I wish, but unfortunately I need to go. I did everything I was asked to do here, so new lands wait for me. Izuku answered, sighing. Ichin curses. Luck is not on our side, the prince muttered with a rueful tone. But at least he healed our wounded, you comprised. Clive said. True, we should celebrate any small blessing we can get at this point. A last thing, Izuku said, collecting a new dish. This one is made for Joshua-san, specifically for you. For me? Yes, I was told that this would help with your health problems. Izuku said, smiling and presenting him the warm plate of soup. Ooh. If only a mere soup could help me, but I appreciate the gesture. Joshua answered, chuckling longingly and still accepting the gift. Time to go. Momo asked. Yes, we dash, stop him. Don't let him go. The base's healer yelled as she barged out of her infirmary to march into the canteen. I saw him first. Do you know how rare it is to find somebody that has an actual skill for conversations? I miss talking with actual smart people. Vivian countered. Oh, he saved my mother and sister. I will get him. One of the curse breakers bellowed from the back of the room and already brandishing her sword. Back off, hussy. He healed my father from petrification. I'll get him. Another curse breaker yelled in answer. Yes. Time to leave. Wait. Izuku yelled, grabbing Momo's hand to drag her away. Jill and Joshua laughed hard at the daring escape of Izuku and Momo. Clive instead facepalmed and groaned loudly. "This is very unprofessional," he said. "And yet a welcomed small moment of levity, Ifrit," Dion answered, patting his friend's back. "True, but Joshua." Everybody screamed in horror at seeing the young man grasp his chest in pain and roar in agony. "It burns. It hurts so much." Joshua yelled, blood flowing from his nose. "Your medicine. Take it." Jill yelled. "I arg." Joshua screamed in pain as the wound on his chest exploded in a small burst of blood and a shadowy something was forcefully expelled and shot away towards the giant floating crystal. "What is happening?" Jill screamed. "Ultima, whatever fragment of him inside me has been exorcised." "But I thought that it would have killed me," Joshua said with a wheezing, weak voice. "I believe that Midoriya Izuku was not lying when he said that his gift would have helped you," Dion suggested, once seen the half-empty bowl of soup. "He made sure Ultima would be expelled from you without killing you," Clive muttered. "I just hope that it won't hurt us," Jill said, worried. An agonizing scream of pain, too loud to be human, echoed in every corner of the world. "What was that?" Clive asked. "Look. The crystal." Somebody screamed, pointing at the floating crystal that was rapidly crumbling to dust. "What is happening?" Clive asked aloud. "Ah. Somebody robbed me of my shot at redemption by destroying Ultima before me. I don't know if I should feel offended or happy." "Ha." Dion answered, laughing and crying at the same time, too taken by the absurdity of the situation to actually caring who got to kill Ultima, just that the monster was dead. Halls of Primogenesis, Ultima was bleeding heavily on the floor, desperately grasping the deep gash running diagonally on his chest to try stopping his guts from spilling out. "Why you hurt us?" Ultima asked the empty room. "The system is just answering your question," the entity said, unfazed. "Our question. You forced us to fuse again with our fragments to then strike us down, to answer a question." Ultima asked weakly. "You wanted to know who killed the others. The system did." "Great Ediphagia. But why striking you us down too?" Ultima asked. He needed to know. "You remind the system of the others. Same foolishness and same delusions. We hate that." The entity answered, and once again an invisible blade of distorted space slashed down, only this time not as a gentle caress, but with domineering power that fully sliced Ultima and the entire crystal in half, and the sea under it all the way down to the bottom. Killing that mad god at least helped the system calm down a tiny bit from the rage caused by yet another sortie closing with a daring escape of Izuku from mad women. The entity's plan was already in motion, it was only a matter of time. The warm, dim light of the room flickered against the polished wood of the antique furniture, with a faint scent of rosemary and thyme that lingered in the air, remnants of Yamato's earlier cooking. She sat across from Run Watanabe, the very last member of their group of friends that still had to try attack Izuku to follow Samui's insane demand of help to achieve his revenge. "Ren," she tried saying, her hands were folded neatly on her lap, though her knuckles betrayed the tension she tried to hide. Her weathered face was lined with concern as she peered at the man in front of her. "Yes," Ren answered, unaware that his casual demeanor was grating against her unease. "So," she said, her voice low, "Samui finally called you." Actually, finally your turn. Dear Samui has put us all in a very fancy list, written in his personal order following how easily it was supposed to be to blackmail us into helping him. You were a good friend, so he didn't need to use leverage on you, but for us others, it was all a matter of using the dirt he had on us." Ren answered and leaned back, one arm draped over the armrest of the worn-out leather chair. He held a glass of red wine lazily in his free hand, swirling it as though her words amused him more than they troubled him. His lips curved into a smirk, sharp and self-assured. "And what did he tell you?" "He wanted to remind me of the skeletons he thinks I've kept hidden in my closet," Ren replied, his tone infuriatingly light. "This isn't a joke. You know how vindictive he is." Yamato's eyes narrowed. The man tilted his head, his graying hair catching the light like the faint silver of a blade. "Vindictive, yes. Clever, not so much." He took a slow sip, savoring the wine, before setting the glass down on the short tiny table between them with deliberate care. Yamato, those compromising accidents were dealt with years ago. Cleaned up, swept away. He's fishing in shallow waters, hoping for sharks where there are none. He said. Everything legally, of course. I paid the damages, I begged for forgiveness and helped fixing what I broke. The only difference between me and the others is that I learned the value of privacy, so my fixing my mistakes was not aired for everybody to see. Samui comprised. But what if he Rin raised a hand to silence her, his smile fading into something sharper, colder. Listen to me. Samui's thirst for revenge is his greatest weakness. He thinks he's pulling the strings, but he's blind to the moves being made by those around him. He thinks he is manipulating. I saw this coming the moment he started sniffing around his old contacts. I knew I'd be on his list, so I took my precautions. Once seen, every name above mine started dropping like flies in front of that boy. And you're not worried? Not even a little. Yamato's brows furrowed, her voice tinged with disbelief. No, he said firmly. His gaze bore into hers, steady and unwavering. I've been organizing my own moves for months. Samui's been so focused on dragging me into his little crusade that he hasn't noticed I've been setting the stage for something much bigger. Like what? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. A publicity stunt, Rin said simply, leaning forward. There was a gleam in his eyes now, a predator's glint. He thinks he can ruin me, tarnish my name. But what he doesn't realize is that his idea of controversy, handled correctly, can be a powerful tool. By the time he's done spinning his tales, I'll have turned every accusation into an opportunity. Samui will be the only one losing anything. The old woman sat back, her hands gripping the armrests of her chair. She studied him for a long moment, the weight of his confidence both reassuring and unsettling. You're playing with fire, Rin? Aren't we chefs? Fire's been our playground for decades, Yamato. Samui's just another flame. And when it's all over, I'll be the one still standing with the world watching. And Samui, he'll have nothing but ashes. He chuckled, low and smooth. The room fell silent, save for the faint ticking of the old clock on the wall. Rin picked up his glass again, raising it slightly as if to toast the inevitable. You worry too much, he said softly. Let him come. The blind always fall the hardest. I already covered those holes in my reputation, long before he even discovered two skeletons in my closet. In fact, I have properly buried those skeletons long ago, just in case somebody came asking me for stuff in exchange of their silence. Just be careful. I will. I promise. Yamato took a deep breath, trying to relax, and reached for the small plate of biscuits in the middle of the table to get one. You got Izuku to help you. Do you think he will play along? Even after everything Samui and us did to him? Rin let out a low chuckle, his fingers tapping idly against the stem of his wine glass. I didn't get dear Midoriya to do anything, Yamato. He volunteered once I told him what I had planned. Izuku doesn't just volunteer for things, not for a friend of Samui he still hasn't met in person. She raised a skeptical eyebrow. True, Rin admitted, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. But the boy knows better than anyone what kind of person Samui is. Manipulative. Petty. Vindictive. He's been facing him through us for quite a while. When I told him what Samui was planning, he didn't need much convincing. In fact, I'd say he was eager to make sure Samui gets what's coming to him just as much as me and you want. And what exactly does that mean? You're not using Izuku the same way Samui tried to use us, are you? Yamato's gaze sharpened, her hands gripping her knees. Rin sighed, setting his glass down with a deliberate clink. You wound me. Do I look like the kind of man who'd manipulate somebody? Yes, she said flatly. You did it plenty of times when we were still in high school. He laughed at that, the sound rich and genuine. DMN, no hesitation. Fair enough, though. But in this case, young Midoriya's involvement is as clean as it gets. He's providing. Let's call it a finishing blow. I set the stage and give him the means, and he removes Samui from both our lives. And what happens when Samui realizes you are working against him? His obsession is starting to scare me. Samui's already burned every bridge with us and many other people, Rin answered, his tone calm but firm. That is true. She conceded. That ship sailed long before I stepped in. All I've done is give Midoriya an opportunity to turn the tables for once. He's not some pawn in this game, he's a willing player. The room fell quiet for a moment, the tension thick between them. Yamato studied Ren's face, searching for cracks in his confidence, but found none. You're playing a dangerous game, she said softly. Life's a dangerous game. The trick is knowing when to play and when to let the other player make the first move. And you think Samwee's going to fall for this? He already has, he said, his eyes glinting with quiet triumph. Revenge blinds people. It makes them reckless. Predictable. Samwee thinks he's dragging me into his chaos, but he doesn't see that every step he takes just tightens the noose around his own neck. Yamato shook her head, her expression a mix of frustration and reluctant admiration. You're too confident for your own good. One of these days, it's going to catch up with you. Maybe, but not today. He raised his glass again, the red wine catching the light like BLD, and laughed. Here's to Samwee. May he enjoy the fall as much as I'll enjoy the climb. You're impossible. Yamato stared at him for a long moment, then let out a weary sigh. And you wouldn't have it any other way, Rin replied, the smirk never leaving his face. If only I hadn't tutored you in math in high school. It all went downhill from there. She declared with a tone of misery. Rin laughed again and finally she joined him. In the meantime, Gourmet World. Hills of the Giant Valley, Mina Ishido watched the mess happen with defeated detachment. So, Kirishima, sporting a brand new black eye, asked. Tsu, arm in a cast, answered. We are on a different planet. In hindsight, maybe we should have guessed it? Jiro answered. Sunny. And Koko had accepted Izuku's request for a couple detours to collect the ingredients he needed to help Nemuri, from a humid forest where trees would purposely drop hundreds of thousands gallons of water per second on you hard enough normal bones would shatter instantly into dust, to freezing mountains where temperature was so low their eyes instantly frozen shut, and the temp had dropped to straight-up absolute zero immediately, as soon as they set a foot on the mountain, with no warning nor gradual change. They almost lost Tsuyu for good there. There were ruins where they found giant bears with chiseled abs and 4 arms very eager to fight, and crocodiles that knew capoeira somehow, and few other insane places, like deserts made of powdered coffee in place of sand and a volcano that only spew out chili sauce in place of lava. And in each place they visited, Izuku found one ingredient he needed and moved to fight or collect them, and still, the hero students all kept insisting in helping him. Ciro groaned, scratching the bandages covering his mouth. Don't scratch it, let your jaw heal in peace. Koko reminded him with a gentle smile. I can't believe we went almost mauled to death by a single goat, Mizo muttered with a groan. A goat the size of a truck. Shoto added. That can ram into mountains and make the entire thing crumble to pieces, Jiro added as well, dropping her head in disbelief. The hero students groaned in chorus, and Aizawa, Mike and Toshinori were not too far behind in groaning, truth be told. Each and every time they tried stepping up to help, Koko and Sunny had to intervene and pull them away from certain death, and once again the teacher had to add another disappointed lecture on top of it about not fighting impossible fights to their students. I wonder how they stopped those monsters from marching to the human territories and erased them from the face of the planet. Aizawa wondered while painfully resetting his shoulder in place with a loud cracking sound. An ostrich had recently tried kicking him to death. The guy didn't know if the bruises to his body or ego were the ones stinging the most. Humanity adapted and became stronger, of course. Sunny answered. Heavy-duty Bodhi pestle hammer. A new thundering explosion and earthquake-like tremors shook the area when the young chef's attack landed on his new target's head. I noticed, Katsuki said with a low voice. It also helps that the animals of the gourmet world prefer to just mind their own business and live their lives. They have no reason to reach the human territories. We have nothing to offer. Koko added. And the few that do try are usually weaklings, the ones normally fighting over the scraps of the scraps left behind by the stronger beasts. Aijo then keeps track of the various entrances connecting human territories and gourmet world. And in the very rare cases some disaster looks about to happen, gourmet hunters like us are dispatched. Sunny added. Gua. Spatula. Sunny said, bored, and a few hair of his whipped forward and swatted a blur away, with the guy's inner energy empowering the attack, forming a spatula-like shape as a result. A small hill simply ceased to exist right after, in a blink, and the monstrosity mindlessly munched on the rocks that used to be that hill while still fighting Izuku. That thing is a nightmare, Toru muttered with a whine. The young chef was fighting alone once again, having left Shiro and 808 with Eri and Himiko, the reason why among the entire group they too were the only ones without a single scratch on them, and Whitey acting as a lookout. Their current target was the Dr. Axela, an ingredient with meat so nutritious that if you prepare it properly you would briefly get your body's natural healing strengthened so much others would think you had a healing factor like Wolverine. Two main problems, though. The first was that preparing that meat like that was insanely hard, as only a handful of chefs on that entire planet could handle and cook it properly enough to get the permit for hunting the axolotl signed, and fully removing toxins, scum and parasites properly to make the meat edible, good and fully healing took such delicate hands it would be easier to disarm a bomb. Second, the axolotl itself was a 40 meters beast that looked like something born from some demented science experiment that crossed an axolotl with a giant western dragon, and then pumped it up in so much steroids the thing became a hulking mass of muscles in a never-ending state of bloodthirsty roid rage. Its tongue attack alone was terrifying. It could shoot its tongue out like a chameleon, and the appendage could crush or cleave in two stuff absurdly fast before retracting near instantly inside the animal's mouth for it to swallow the prey. To their horror, they saw firsthand how fast that was when it tried to swallow them whole before Sunny and Izuku repelled the attack. That thing had whipped its tongue towards them so fast the sound effect of the attack lagged behind it of a few instants. So the ingredients had two reasons to be classified as a super special preparation ingredient. It was very hard to hunt, and even harder to cook. Shouldn't you help him? Toshinori asked. We tried asking, but he gently asked us to not intervene. He wants to hunt his ingredients by himself. And to be fair, I understand his wish. For many chefs, capturing the ingredients is an integral part of preparing the dish too. It creates a connection between them and proves their worth to the ingredient. Coco answered, smiling. So, that is why those four, Mike asked. They are good initiates in the arts of ENBU, but just like you, they are not ready to face the gourmet world. Their death other than ugly would be pointless. Even if they would survive a good handful of seconds more than you against that beast. Sunny answered. He was holding Momo, Ochako, Nijire and Rumi down with his hair, with Rumi and Momo being the ones struggling the hardest to break free. I admire their bravery, really I do. But I don't think they can face something like that yet, Toshinori admitted. Time's ticking, Namuri needs healing fast. How long before we are done? Mike asked, looking frantically at the countdown on his watch. One recovery girl had helped him set up before departing. By this thing, we don't have much time. He thought as, to him, the numbers were going down even faster than usual thanks to his fear. We are getting there. He got most of the ingredients of his list. But for the remaining ones, we will need to ask for help to the chefs of Blue Grill. They will be able to help us capture the rest. Coco answered. Blue Grill, a giant city hidden in the gourmet world where outstanding chefs and equipment could be found. Other two heavenly kings were waiting there along the so-called 10-shell cooks, the 5 best chefs in all of Blue Grill whose skills were said to rival the top 100 chefs of that world. If they want to help, something they have no reason to, the Zaus said, humming. You would be surprised how helpful chefs are towards other chefs if it's about ingredients. They are rivals, yes, but except for the very few rotten apples, the majority of them don't mind helping a colleague in need. Coco answered. That is why we suggested asking those 5. They may be a bit on the ugly cold side, but they do have a good heart buried deep inside, Sunny added. Boo! With a last, loud whimper, the giant axolotl finally collapsed on the ground and fainted. Looks like he is done, Sunny said, and as soon as he let go of the girls, all 4 rushed to make sure he was okay. Another item to sign off the checklist, good? Toshinori muttered with a sigh of relief. Sorry the waiting, but we are lucky. This one is a very healthy specimen, perfect for the dish. Izuku said, breathing a bit, and watching the giant animal disappear and be transported to his restaurant's storage island. "It's fine, ready to go?" Mike asked. "Sure, let's go," he answered, and once again they jumped on the back of the two giant animals Quinn and Kiss and let the two massive pets bring them to the village at absurd speed. A long trip later, Area 6. Once again watching everything become a shapeless blur thanks to the high speed they were traveling with, they reached a beach that, while appealing and wide, had no city or village in sight. "Is Blue Grill a fishing village?" Aizawa asked. "No, Blue Grill has been built inside Giant Shell, the world's largest shellfish. It resides deep under the sea." Coco answered. "What? How are we supposed to get there?" The others asked. "We will board a special transportation beast for this occasion, one big enough to even house Quinn and Kiss." Sunny answered, albeit he looked not very happy to go through with it. "Which one?" Nijire asked, excited. Splash. With a giant column of water exploding upward, a majestic and ludicrously huge translucent jellyfish exited the water and started swimming in the air. The tentacles still moved slowly like underwater, and the light of the sun reflected on its giant dome head in a myriad of rainbow colors. "A colossus jellyfish? That's one rare phantasmal ingredient," Izuku muttered, impressed. "Why, thank you." A tiny old lady with pink hair styled in a giant puffy ball-shaped hairstyle answered, jumping down from the beast she was driving from inside its empty head. None of them ever saw somebody try to achieve camouflage like Izuku did. He was clearly hoping to disappear or at least become invisible while he was hiding behind All Might's way larger frame. "Setsuno-san, thank you for offering to help us reach Blue Grill," Coco said with a grateful tone. "Could have chosen a prettier method of transportation though," Sunny added, grimacing. It's fine. I am always happy to help an old friend and some strapping young people," Setsuno answered. "I am not the only one presumed dead. But while in my case they were just silly rumors, for others, well, it is far more complex," she said while nailing Izuku with a knowing smile that made him flinch. "It's not just about ingredients and cooking, Zaus-chan. You need this to heal yourself too." She then added, "Listen, while food here is awesome, and I understand those guys insisting we slowly work our way towards the good stuff, since we need to be eased up into it, to not get insane or whatever, I still don't understand what this thing about Zaus is." Rumi said, "You fufu. You are a very bad liar, girl. You and those four know already, isn't it?" Setsuno answered, chuckling. Momo asked, "With age comes experience, girly. Zaus-chan, hop in. You and the others have an appointment in Blue Grill. Don't be shy," the old lady said. Kind of forcefully pushed, Izuku as well joined the others inside the humongous jellyfish translucent head, marveling at how bouncy it felt to walk inside it. "Let's go." With a very jovial and cheerful cry, Setsuno somehow piloted the jellyfish underwater, deep into the ocean. Under the ocean, the giant animal moved silently and fast underwater, no matter the two giant animals and the big group of people inside its big head, adding extra weight to it. The transparency of the head helped the people inside to bask in the wonders of underwater sea life. All those bioluminescent algae and fishes make it so that we can still see so clearly. "Amazing," Tenya muttered in wonder at the alien spectacle in front of them. Izuku was standing on a side, with Eri in his arms and Whitey acting as a wall between himself and everybody else. Nobody was surprised when one after another, starting with Momo, the four girls moved closer to him, to be close and supportive to the chef. "I have a question," Aizawa said. "Ask," Setsuno answered, still piloting the giant jellyfish deeper and deeper towards the bottom of the ocean. "We keep hearing the name Zaus, attached to Midoriya. What? I guess that it is a rather curious situation to you all. His fear, us calling him that, his and his girl's unwillingness to talk," Setsuno answered with a knowing smile. "We deserve to know." "On what basis, youngster?" the old lady asked, curious. Yes." The man actually fell silent. For a couple minutes, not even a humming sound escaped him. "I am the one that wants to know," he finally said, his shoulders dropping lower as he sighed. "Not a very good reason," Setsuno answered, chuckling. I know. He admitted, groaning. So, Mike tried saying, give it time, maybe one day you will know. Or maybe you will never know. Who knows? Ho ho ho. Setsuno answered, laughing amused. A chorus of groans from everybody filled the big jellyfish empty head. We have arrived. That is giant shell, and as its name implies, it is the largest shell in the entire world. Coco interrupted the talk and pointed at the bottom of the ocean. In front of the jellyfish, there the immense, colossal body of giant shell rested peacefully. No way! Many of the students screamed in surprise. The giant seashell made true to its name by being the most enormous shell any of them ever saw, impossibly wide and tall, so much it looked like it could contain an entire city inside itself and then some. Blue Grill is one of the 7 civilizations of Gourmet World, located deep beneath the sea of Area 6, inside Giant Shell. It is a cooking paradise and the most prosperous civilization in all of Gourmet World, whose glory is equal to the human world during its golden age. Setsuno explained while piloting the giant jellyfish close to the entrance point of the shell. It is a gigantic and sprawling country with cities, villages and entire valleys filled with nature and appealing yet humble architecture that is decorated with all manner of gourmet-themed ornaments and sculptures. We are going to visit Blue Grill City, its biggest city. Sunny added. Inside a shell? Underwater, Mike said. Oh, you'll be shocked. Promise. Wait, wasn't it village? Mina asked. Ooh. Blue Grill Village is the friendly nickname of the innermost area of Blue Grill City, where the best restaurants are congregating around Blue Grill Stadium, one of the most famous landmarks of the entire country. They got that name by being a bit of a self-sufficient fraction of the city, with its own ruling body. Coco answered, amused. How can a city develop inside a shell? Toshinori muttered. It took a bit of work and delicate maneuvering, but soon the giant jellyfish brought the group inside Giant Shell, and their jaws almost went unhinged out of sheer shock, as a whole country, with its own sun shining high above, appeared before them. Several palm trees also decorated the streets of Blue Grill cities, that, paired with the own weather of the place, gave to the insides of Giant Shell a rather tropical environment. There were also large coral branches which resembled trees that grew within the cities and valleys. Blue Grill also has its own artificial habitats with varied ecosystems constructed by its inhabitants to allow for the breeding of land animals in their undersea world. Setsuno explained. Is that the sun? Rumi asked, pointing at the sky in wonder. The interior of Blue Grill also has its own daytime and nighttime thanks to the inner bioluminescence of Giant Shell's ceiling, which provides sunlight. So here you can find natural environments and farms everywhere in Blue Grill's vast valleys and all manner of flora and fauna. Izuku answered. Oh, teat, Mike muttered, trying to look everywhere at once while the group walked through the streets so to not lose a single detail. All those people have extra arms, Mizo said, stricken. He was watching the colorful mass of people filling the streets and stores, almost all of them having extra arms, or strangely colored skin, or extra body parts like antlers, or even looked like strange mythical creatures like kappa, goblins, or assorted yokai. Much like the other 7 civilizations, Blue Grill is mainly inhabited by what are presumably the descendants of mutated people, with the most common type of humanoid being those with multiple arms as well as other odd-looking races with unique traits, such as pointy ears, 3 eyes or antlers, and a few individuals who resemble goblins. Coco answered. And they are not hated. Why would they? They are very kind people. Setsuno answered, chuckling. A lot of people live here. This place is insane. Mina said. The overall population of Blue Grill is approximately 500 million and their culture and society rivals that of the human world. And now that things are back to normal, now that our project is completed, we are even more relaxed and at peace. A towering man wearing an animal mask answered, nearing the group. Asa Rudy. Weren't you dead? Sunny said, shocked. News of my death were very dash. I thought that the food spirit doors were all destroyed. Izuku interrupted him, his narrowed eyes almost drilling an actual hole in the man's mask. Well, easy. The thing is, Asuriti's cool guy's speech faded into a troubled, shy mumbling, with a colossal puddle forming under him thanks to his nervous sweating. Cheeky liars, Setsuno said, smirking. She was looking at him like a grandma finding her nephew with the hand in the cookie jar. But once cleared the rubbles, we saw that the door here was still working. We know for certain that the door in Area 6 foot South 6 area still work too. The others are gone. Happy. He answered. Truth will set you free, Coco said, nodding. Smartus, what are those doors you were talking about? Toshinori asked. Special doors, but I believe you are on a tight schedule, so we'll save the technical talks to another time. A new voice said. Don Slime. They heard Izuku curse under his breath. Don Slime was a short black being with a round body, 2 arms and 2 small feet, lacking any facial features other than a pair of glowing eyes. He was wearing on a large crown studded with gems. For some reason on a side of his body there was a strange mark, as if somebody had took a bite off his body, leaving a cartoonish mouth-shaped hole on his side. Oh ho! Happy to see me, Don Slime said, chuckling. Not really. I thought you were dead. I was until our dear friend spat me out. 99% of me at least. The slime answered, laughing, and patting the hole on his side. Where is he now? Setsuno asked. Still out there rebuilding, little BSRD insist in rebuilding and regrowing everything he ate with his own hands. I hate to say that he is also getting good at it. Don Slime answered, bitterly. Still salty at your defeat. Shut up. Ho 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 ho. The old woman's laugh made the slime recoil in pain. What I did was wrong, but at least help them. They are innocent. Izuku said. Being brainwashed makes you worthy of forgiveness, you moron. Don Slime answered, once chopped the young chef on the head very hard. I would like you to notice that you were not attacked as soon as you set foot here. Asuriti added. But, what you did on Area 5, to the battle wolves and in Area 4 have already been repaired, and the animals helped recovering. Nature has forgiven you already, why aren't you forgiving yourself? A short man in chef attire asked. He was accompanying a tall and muscular man with wild blue hair and the same zebra they saw talk to them thanks to his voice powers. Toriko-san. Komatsu-san, Izuku muttered. Toriko Komatsu finally got here. Zebra said, scoffing. We got sidetracked to collect more ingredients. Coco answered. Yeah, I was keeping track of you all. I told these chumps what ingredients you still need to get, so while you were getting those, a few friends of Asuriti got the rest. Zebra answered. Really? Mike asked, overjoyed. He was listening on us the entire time. God, his ears are DMN insane. Jiro muttered in awe. So we are done? Toshinori asked. Not so fast, they want to wager them in a cooking fight, Toriko answered, rubbing his cheek and showing an awkward smile. What? Yeah, unfortunately the other chefs want one of them to challenge Zaus. If he wins you get the ingredients, if he loses, they will eat them. Komatsu answered, sheepish. Why? Mike demanded. It's a matter of worth, we can't just hand them over. You need to show you are good enough for them, Asuriti admitted. There is a life on the line. There is always something on the line, but if one has not the strength needed, then failure will be the only result. And the ingredients don't deserve to be wasted like that. Don Slime answered. I'll do it? Izuku said. Are you sure? I am not Zaus, but Namuri-san is a dear friend of all of them and a beloved customer of mine, and she still has a lot to give both as a hero and as a teacher. I'll do this to help her. The young chef answered. Please win, Mike said. I'll do it. Big words, but it's facts that will decide the result. Come, we'll do this in Grill Stadium. Asuriti answered. Will he be able? Aizawa asked. Oh, only if Zaus-chan finally forgives himself and embraces his old and new life fully. Setsuno answered, smiling relaxed. You do realize we don't have enough details to understand what you are saying, Setsuno-san. Ochako said. Oh, don't fret. Everything will be clear soon. The old lady answered. I am getting curious, what the hell is happening? Kirishima admitted. Never was a lover of mysteries, Ida admitted. Blue Grill's Grill Stadium. Grill Stadium was a large dome-shaped building with an apparent octopus theme in its architecture, having several tentacle-like structures built around it. It was located in central Blue Grill and was surrounded by all manner of modern-looking buildings. Many students, and the Pro Heroes trio, gasped in awe once entered the empty arena's floor. The stadium interior was quite large and grand, and its walls covered with billboards advertising all manner of restaurants and food chains. But now, the seats for the roaring, cheering crowd were empty. "You will have your cooking duel against one of us there," Izuku declared while pointing at the giant stage in the middle of the floor. "Did you renovate? It was not like this the last time we came here," Toriko asked. "Yes, after the deal with Neo we decided that fighting over the soul furnace was no longer necessary, so we moved the furnace under the stadium and installed that pool of freezing water under it. But it won't be any less dangerous. Especially thanks to those glacier jaws swimming in them," Izuku answered. The fishes swimming in the water were 3 meters long beasts that looked like the unholy fusion of a shark and a piranha, with thin and elongated bodies covered in iridescent silvery scales and a mouth filled with many, many rows of serrated teeth. "I don't like those fishes." "So you said, soul furnace?" Mina asked. "A furnace which is fueled by the burning appetites of food spirits?" Setsuno answered, chuckling. "That sounds needlessly creepy." Siro commented. "Yeah, like vengeful spirits that will eat your soul creepy," Kaminari added. The sinister chuckle of Izuku and Setsuno made the others shiver hard. "The seesaw kitchen," Izuku muttered. The stage was formed by 2 kitchens balanced on opposite ends of a giant seesaw, placed over a giant pool of freezing cold water with many of those monstrous giant fishes swimming restlessly in it. This setup was supposed to encourage chefs to prepare, cook, and serve their dishes with great haste, lest they fell behind and drop into the water and very likely be eaten alive. It is similar to the cooking festival's scale death cooking. "This should bring out some nice old memories," Zaus, Setsuno said. Izuku said nothing, he just walked to one of the cooking stations. "Okay, that's it, what is his deal?" Toshinori asked. "Go call Totamori," Slime asked Izuku. "Yes." He answered and hurried away. He is what could be called a super fanboy of Zaus. He will be between the ones that can explain this best. Don Slime said. "Who will be my opponent?" Izuku asked. "It will be me." A tall and thin woman, she too wearing an animal mask, answered, walking up to stand at her own cooking station at the opposite side of the seesaw. Kakino Kish, owner of the Ice Shock restaurant and desserts of water pressure texture cuisine, Setsuno said, humming. "Bad news?" Momo asked worried. "There are no bad news in this situation, my dear." She answered. "Speak for yourself. If he fails, we will never be able to save Nemuri." Aizawa countered, bitterly. "Far too negative, dear. Far too negative." She answered, walking forward to watch the show better. "On the seesaw, this is your ultimate test. Show that you are still worth of the ingredients voice and forgiveness, and you will get both the ingredients and your redemption." Kakino said. Izuku only looked forward, he didn't answer. "You can't run forever for something that is only in your head, Zaus. My name is Izuku. You got the wrong guy." He answered. "Are you both ready?" Izuku asked aloud. "Yes." The man gave the order and the supports went released. Now only the balance of weight of the 2 platforms stopped them from falling into the water. Immediately the 2 chefs attacked the mound of ingredients that they were supposed to use and started cooking with all themselves. "What the f?" Katsuki muttered with wide eyes. Even Momo and the other girls never saw Izuku cook like that. Nobody of the people present ever saw somebody cook like he and Kakino were, that was not cooking as they knew of. Kakino moved with the grace of an star sculptor, her knife an extension of her very soul. Each slide was fluid yet deliberate, carving through impossibly rare ingredients with ease. The blade itself hummed faintly, emitting a subtle glow as if resonating with the vitality of the ingredients it touched. She moved with an elegance that seemed almost unnatural, her hands, delicate yet impossibly steady, summoned and cupped an orb of shimmering water that seemed to float by itself above her palm thanks to an invisible force. She finally started, That's her improved water pressure cooking. Now we'll see if Zaus can keep up. Tsurugi said, humming. The water pulsed faintly while floating above Kakino's hand, alive with an inner glow, as if imbued with the essence of the ocean itself. More bubbles began to form in her hands next to the main, bigger one, each one a perfect sphere of impossibly pure liquid. I'll prepare the most famous dishes of my restaurant's menu, Zaus. Do not disappoint me with yours, she said, and with a flick of her wrist, she sent the bubbles into motion, hovering and spinning through the air like planets in orbit. Is this even cooking anymore? Mike muttered, his sunglasses askew and barely holding onto his nose. Inside the bubbles, ingredients danced and shifted, compressed by the water pressure she so effortlessly controlled with just a thought. First, my prized glacier steak, Kakino declared, and thick slab of meat entered one of the bubbles. There it spun within the water, and its fibers went pressed and massaged to melt away, becoming tender and supple. Before the onlooker's eyes, that slab of meat was transformed, not merely cooked, but refined into paper-thin layers that shimmered like silk under the lights. Vegetables joined in, with their vibrant colors amplified as they tumbled through the liquid of another bubble. Their textures was being refined into something otherworldly so fast the naked eye could see the change, becoming intricate lattices, their natural colors heightened into an iridescent brilliance that no earthly farm could produce. Then came the cooking proper, but it wasn't just cooking, it was alchemy. When the bubbles spat out the ingredients for Kakino to cook proper, aromas that didn't belong together started melding into a harmonious and yet impossible fusion that pulled at the very core of every spectator's being, evoking hunger, nostalgia, and all at once. Cooking and food was not supposed to work like that, and the heroes watching, students and pro, knew that, and yet could not believe their own eyes. And Midoriya has to defeat that. Tsuyu asked with bulged-out eyes. Have faith in him. Iken can do it, I believe in him. Nijire said, smiling. Kakino's movements were hypnotic, her hands weaving invisible patterns as she guided the bubbles. Some would burst with a soft pop, releasing wisps of vapor that carried aromas so intense they drew gasps from the audience. Others merged into larger spheres, compressing their contents further until the food reached a texture and flavor that no one had ever conceived possible even before Kakino could toss them in the pots or pans. The polar fruits are ready too, so it's my shock carpaccio. My menu is almost ready, she declared. Finally, she recalled a single, massive bubble into her hands. Inside it, another completed dish floated, a shimmering creation that seemed to defy reason. My frozen ripple soup. The last dish I created through manipulation of water pressure. The water bubble cradled the small pocket containing the soup, enhancing its colors, its shapes, its very essence as water pressure and movement somehow cooked it. With a slow, deliberate motion, she allowed the bubble to burst, gently depositing the dish onto the plate. She then punctured the pocket and poured the soup into the plate. I am ready. What about you, Zaus? She asked, almost with a tone of mockery. Her dishes were a masterpiece, the culmination of control, precision, and an artistry so profound it felt otherworldly. The soup seemed to glisten with life itself, just like the other dishes, each bite promising an experience that would not only satisfy but transcend the concept of hunger. I can't even believe it, Izawa muttered, shocked. To witness her craft was to glimpse the divine, to see the raw power of nature. Ernst and refined into perfection, and as she stepped back, the air itself seemed to sigh in relief, as though the kitchen had been holding its breath to witness her mastery. Then she noticed it. No matter how fast she had worked, going faster she ever went in her long life, the seesaw never buckled once. Overcome in disbelief, her head snapped to the side to watch Izuku and understand why her cooking station never once got lifted from her delivering plates in what she thought was a greater speed than her opponent. And what she saw shocked her just as much as it shocked the others. Izuku's style of cooking was power incarnate, a whirlwind of motion and energy. Where she had moved with serene precision, his cooking was a tempest. He moved like a conductor orchestrating a storm. Pots shook as he struck them with powerful slaps, and the ingredients in them flung themselves through the air, colliding and merging mid-flight with sparks of flavor and color. His every move seemed reckless, Yet each resulted in perfection and grace worthy of a king, like when he grabbed a glowing fruit and squeezed it with his bare hands, and its juice vaporized into a fine mist once in contact with an open flame, a dust that delicately fell over the dish he was preparing like an ethereal spice garnish, soon followed by other skis that rained down from many reservoirs. Almost there, Zaus-jun, Setsuno said, chuckling. It's really him. A new guy joined them, looking like an extremely nerdy kappa demon with purple skin. And you are? Katsuki asked. I am Tatamori. He really is Zaus. He is preparing that dragon fruit spice with his infamous flaming spicy technique. The guy answered, looking at Izuku with blinding adoration worthy of a fan worshipping its idol. So, this Zaus guy, Mina asked. Cooking King Zaus. #1 in the world rankings. The only one besides National Treasure Setsuno to have mastered every cooking technique, from the common, to the outlandish, to the niche. Owner of over 1,000 restaurants each specialized in a cooking style, while the main one, Restaurant Zaus, was the epicenter where he himself used them all. And Jesus? He is to chefs what Deku was to heroes, Katsuki muttered in horrified awe. The guy was obsessed. Yes. No need to go through all that. Did you bring it? Setsuno interrupted the guy. Yes, but do I have to? The kappa guy said, suching excitement to tears while clinging a small wooden case to his chest. Yes, it's not yours. Don Slime answered, ripping the case out of his hands, making him wail in pain. My most prized belonging. The centerpiece of my collection. It's not a souvenir, you moron. It's a chef's soul. Setsuno snapped, and opening the wooden box to reveal the pristine cooking knife inside of it. Perfectly maintained. Please. I asked one of our best craftsmen to check it, and true to every milk knife worth its name, it was still perfect, like the day Zaus died. Asurudi answered. Good, at least the vulture that had the morbid idea of taking this from a dead man's hands also was stupid enough to sell it to a collector. Setsuno said, brandishing the knife. What are you doing? Toshinori asked. Helping my old friend forgive himself. Setsuno answered, smiling gently and throwing the knife with such force the thing turned like a deadly mortar shell. You'll kill him, Momo yelled. Oh, the knife had moved so fast and with such strength nobody of them could follow it, and yet the young chef caught it in his hand, even if by any means the blade pretty much teleported in his hand at that speed. It's time to stop blaming yourself, my old friend. Nobody ever blamed you for what you did, we all understood that it was not you. Ingredients, animals and people have long since forgiven you. Your own knife has forgiven you, it's time you too forgive yourself. Setsuno said, smiling wide. I can. He scared. Yes you can, just look at that blade and remember, that poor knife has been waiting for you for so many years, it too forgave you. Why won't you forgive yourself? You have a second chance, do not waste it. She answered. Watching his old knife in his hand, with its blade still pristine and shining like the first time he got it, for the first time in years, Izuku allowed himself to remember the happier moments in his life as Zaus. The world had seen his talent before, but now, reunited with his blade, he was ready to remind himself why he became a chef. Good job, Zaus. You are going to be a demon good chef once out of school. Not the perfection he sought nor the mistakes he longed to forget, but only the pleasure and satisfaction of cooking. I missed you, my beloved partner. His lips curved into a small, almost imperceptible smile. This duel wasn't about victory anymore, it was about finally making peace with himself. He inhaled deeply, his body relaxed and slowly, his hands began to move, a flick of the wrist here, the turn of a knife there. At first, it seemed almost too slow for the frenetic pace of a cooking duel, then it began. He's ready. Go. Don Slime said. Momo muttered, without a word. Asurudi and the other masked chefs held their hands together, and when they opened them something came out. It was like a bubble of distorted air, but with no heat causing it. It's something we got from the spirit doors, hopefully it will answer our question, Don Slime said as the various bubbles joined into a big one and floated slowly towards Izuku. When the bubbles started floating in front of him, the distorted image inside the bubble kept shifting between Izuku and an old man with a long white beard. Who the hell is that? Rumi asked. An old man? Nijire added. That's Zaus-san. The boy really is him. Komatsu said with a wide smile. The others gasped, confused. So that was Izuku's face as Zaus. Momo said, eyebrows shooting up in surprise. To be fair, I do see some faint resemblance. Buchako admitted, humming. We tried contacting his spirit after he died, thanks to the spirit door, but he was not there, and the other spirits there all said the same thing, that he had reincarnated elsewhere. And there he is now, a new face, but still the same amazing chef. Asurudi explained, smiling. Their shock increased when his arms seemed to shimmer, splitting into hazy afterimages, each moving with impossible precision and grace. There it is. Welcome back, Zaus-jun. Setsuno said with a chuckle. To the untrained eye, it looked as if Izuku had sprouted 1,000 limbs, each one an extension of his boundless skill, with each hand holding a copy of his 2 knives. His extra hands danced across ingredients with divine speed, flames bent to his will, and liquids obeyed his command as if charmed. The sight was breathtaking, inhuman. The heroes gasped audibly, some unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. What is that? Toshinori murmured. That's not just a technique. It's him. He stopped holding back. Finally, I might add. Setsuno, greatly amused, answered. And then the afterimages vanished. What followed was a simplicity that defied logic. Izuku's hands moved with deliberate clarity now, each gesture almost too slow for the speed he was working at, making the others wonder if they could just see a small part of every movement he actually made while working. The arena, though still bursting with the sounds of a heated duel, somehow felt quieter. Flames roared higher when he willed it, only to bow low in perfect. Esbjörnsen a moment later, ingredients surrendered themselves completely to his vision, transforming into something beyond human comprehension. So, he has finally forgiven himself, he is using it? Asurudi muttered to himself. He leaned forward, his voice soft but resolute. What? Azao asked, curious. The Avalokiteshvara style. The cooking style that gained him the #1 spot in the world, what crowned him as the king of cooking. The purple kappa said in awe. That looks cool, scary but cool. Kaminari admitted, whistling. The platform trembled beneath Izuku's feet as the shark-piranha hybrids thrashed below, their hunger heightening with each breath of savory air, and for some reason, Izuku would randomly toss few cuts of food to the fishes below, to increase their hungry frenzy. What are you doing? Kakarino asked, still finishing cooking. I want to make sushi, and I want a very specific ingredient. Izuku answered, finally with a relaxed smile. Splash. With a vigorous vertical explosion of water, one of the fishes surged upward, with its sleek body carving through the air like a spear. The crowd gasped as they watched the fish open its jaws wide in hunger. There he is. And pretty plump too. The young chef didn't flinch, he leaned back with elegance and let his knife slice through the air in a single fluid slide. Plop. Time seemed to warp, but the shark piranha's body was split so perfectly that the animal didn't even realize it had been filleted. Its glistening skeleton landed back in the water and kept on swimming with haunting determination, while its meat delicately landed on an empty plate in front of Izuku. Perfect, he said with childish happiness. That's FENG next level flexing, Katsuki admitted with bulged-out eyes. The others were not too far behind in shock. With movements that bordered on divine, Izuku sculpted the fish meat into delicate slices the color of mother pearl, each one thinner than a breath, and layered them onto a bed of rice so flawless it looked sculpted from marble. Oh, Daddy, you are so cool. Eri was heard screaming in awe, and a true, giant smile bloomed on her face. She is smiling. You did it, Iken. You made Eri-chan smile. Himiko yelled, crying her eyes out in happiness. It only took a chef making confetti of the laws of physics. Rumi answered, laughing and tickling the kid. That because my Eri-chan deserves only the best. Izuku yelled in answer, smiling through his happy tears at seeing Eri finally learning to smile for real, and so plating his sushi plate with an extra flourish that made Eri giggle. Glacier Ma Sushi. I missed the scent. I dedicate this plate to you, Eri-chan. Izuku said with a happy smile when the dish was complete. The The sushi radiated an almost holy aura. It glowed faintly, an iridescent shimmer that didn't belong to normal food and accompanied by the sea's scent. "Thanks, Dad," Eri answered, smiling. "That was the last dish. I am done too." Izuku's chef's sea dragon knife and Zaus' knife came down one final time, with their blades striking the board with a sound that resonated in an unnatural way, like a gong, silencing the arena. "Done. Sorry for the wait. But I'm done now." Both cooking and running away. Izuku smiled and stepped back, wiping his hands clean with a small towel. "Thank you for all this." He then said this while meeting the gaze of Kikino. "I was the sacrificial lamb, but I am happy to see that it worked." She answered with a soft chuckle, and shaking her head at the craziness of the entire situation. Both chefs shook hands in a show of sportsmanship and carried their dishes down for everybody to try. "I have a question," Katsuki said while watching a big table being set up for both Izuku's and Kakarino's dishes. "Yes," Mike answered. "How the F anybody back home challenges that?" he asked while pointing at the absurd spread of dishes that were even too gorgeous to properly describe. "You don't. Plain and simple," Aizawa answered. "I hope he doesn't start cooking like that when we get back. He would probably cause half the restaurants of Japan to close." Toshinori said. "So what? It's not his problem. He probably doesn't do it to avoid that, but even if one day he decides to just stop worrying and go all out, so to speak, then it will be the others that will have to step up. He can't be forced to half-butting it just to protect the frail feelings of others." Aizawa answered. "Let's not go there, Zaus. That is a can of worms I don't want to open," Mike said, groaning. "So, who wins?" Momo asked worried. "Ftaha." When the others started laughing, even Izuku looked at them funny. Sorry. We were just following Setsuno's instructions. The ingredients have been collected while you were coming here, and while Izuku were cooking, some of us were processing them, so to have them ready to use." Asurudi declared, chuckling. "There is no need to worry, this was never really a challenge. Even if I do still consider Zaus-san the winner." Kakarino answered, laughing. "What? I wanted my old friend to finally forgive himself, but I knew that just asking him to do it wouldn't have worked. We needed him to feel the pressure and the excitement of a cooking duel with heavy stakes. Something that would have forced him to come to terms with his past, present and future, and that would have left him with no choice but facing his demons, as a way to push forward and become stronger." Setsuno explained, chuckling. "You can't treat me like a character from your favorite romance novel, Setsu." Izuku immediately pressed his forehead on Setsuno's. "You were being an idiot." Setsuno roared, pushing back against his forehead with hers. "Yep. That's him all right." A tall guy with bright red skin and a long nose walked in. "Tengu Branch, nice to meet you, chumps. If you got the ingredients you need, it was because me and the Heavenly Kings busted our buttes. So old fart. How's being a hormonal teen again?" "Ha. Quiet long nose." Both Setsuno and Izuku yelled angrily at him, and the actual air pressure made him slightly slid back of a couple inches. "Geez. That's some gratitude, you piece of shit." Tengu just scratched his ear with a pinky and cleaned it on Ida's costume, totally unfazed by the screams that would have sent normal people flying. "You." And ignoring Ida's disgusted scream. "So you finally understand?" Setsuno asked. "I do, even if I still have nightmares about what I did," Izuku answered, sighing. "Do you want to talk about it?" Nijire asked, concerned. "To not bore you all, I'll just give you a rapid rundown," Izuku said, sighing and watching the dishes he made with Kikino. "I was enjoying my life as a chef, preparing for the next tournament, managing my restaurants. The usual. I guess Joie, a villain at the head of an entire DMN organization, came visiting. Then everything become a shapeless mass of fragments of memories. Then I wake up, for the lack of a better term, and find my life in ruins." Joie was a chef of terrifying skills, and with knowledge of some very esoteric techniques. One of which what they called flavor change. Setsuno added. "To put it simple, Joie could cook your mind, brainwashing you. To the point of rewriting your entire personality." Coco added. Oh. Izawa winced. Daddy. Eri whimpered in worry. What was once a very serious man who had high aspirations for the next generation, who was so passionate about cooking to pretend to answer every style and also had a friendly rivalry with me, had become a cold and calculating man. Cruel and merciless. Setsuno shook her head. When I got my freedom back, they helped me understand what I did. And I understood that I had kidnapped, crippled, hurt and ruined the lives of hundreds of people. I had helped hunting down ingredients with cruelty of a beast, even hurting several battle wolves' newborns in the process, along driving many ingredients a step away from extinction. Izuku said, sighing. That explains your fear of meeting those giant monsters. Rumi said, groaning. After that, Zaus' reputation was in ruins, his name forever ruined in people's eyes and his restaurants closed and, along everything he owned, forcibly sold to repay the damages. Komatsu added. My entire career had been irreparably damaged, so I exiled myself deep in the gourmet world and spent there my last years in isolation. Izuku said. Unfortunately, his self-exile meant he could not see the world heal from what Chua made him do, and slowly forgive him. His old friends, colleagues and students, they all forgave him. Even the ingredients forgave him. He was not hated by the world like he believed, not after the truth of what Chua did to him and many others came out. He died before he could see that he was the only one still blaming him for what he did. Coco said, oh, some still resented him, that was normal, but the majority had understood and wanted to give him a second chance. A lot of people came to your funeral, you know. Setsuno said. It sounds a bit morbid, but I still appreciate it. Izuku admitted with a low chuckle. And after Zaus died, he reincarnated into a new life, as Izuku Midoriya? Toshinori asked. That is where it gets interesting. I can't tell you if Katsuki-san blasting me against the wall ice-sky me into this world as Zaus, or if it just unlocked my memories of a previous life. But I am more prone to the ice-sky idea, because even while living as Zaus I could still remember my life as Izuku. Izuku answered. Ice-sky. Rin loves those stories. Toriko said, chuckling. Really? Now that's way more layers. Setsuno added, laughing. So, ice-sky. Katsuki said, unsure. It was still attempted murder, Izawa jumped in. Yeah, I know. I think about that every diamond day, so, I reminded you of Joie. When we argued and I told you you had no choice on the matter of your skills. Izawa asked. Pretty much. I just don't deal well with people trying to force me to do things I don't want to do, and the more forceful they try to force me to do something, the worse my PTSD gets. Then I guess I kind of owe you an apology. Don't bother. We both have our own emotional baggage, and trauma dumping helps nobody. The only difference was that I was trauma dumping on you, as you call it, pretending to force my worldview on you, while you just wanted to deal with this hellish mission here as soon as possible and once again bury those memories. But, in my defense, I wasn't aware that your memories of this place were so messed up. Izawa said, presenting his hand. It's fine, maybe I can finally start healing from this too? The young chef said, shaking the man's hand. That's nice. Come on. Let's have lunch together before you leave. Toriko said with a wide smile. We can't waste time, Mike said, frantic. The ingredients are already ready for cooking, and we finished collecting everything with a good 20 or so hours to spare, but I will still need 12 hours to cook the soup I need, so we can't stay for long. Izuku answered. We must go. Toshinori conceded. Come on. Everything looks so good. Mina said with a whine. I don't think it will be a good idea. Coco said. This is true gourmet world cooking, they are not used to this. He explained. Oh come on. How different can it be? Mina said with a smirk. Shikatsuki and Jiro just grabbed a fork each and tried a dish of what Izuku and Kikino made. Wait, don't dash. As the sushi touched Mina's tongue, she froze, her breath caught in their throat. The flavor bloomed like an explosion of light, spreading through her senses not as a taste but as a presence. It wasn't sweet, salty, bitter, sour, or umami, it defied those categories, existing outside the human lexicon of flavor. Too late, Izuku said, sighing in dismay. You couldn't say it tastes similar to salmon, but it was its own flavor, its own thing, alien and different, a flavor Mina's mind couldn't even dare to compute. And Godly couldn't even start to describe how good it was. Words failed Katsuki too, as he was eating a steak that tasted. The closest comparison wasn't even a food, it was a feeling. It was the sharp exhilaration of standing on the edge of a cliff, the warmth of sunlight piercing through clouds after a storm. It resonated deep, as if the taste carried a memory he had never lived, a soundless song that bypassed the tongue entirely and sang directly to his soul. The I ate before. This is real meat, real flavor. I was eating rotten sheep before. This is how meat is supposed to taste. The young man's wondered, his concept of taste unraveling. Jiro was even worse. She smiled, cried, hiccuped and yet ate nonstop, feeling pure happiness at each bite of Kakino's fish dish. And yet she felt sadness, because she knew food back home will never taste as good as what she was currently eating, never again. Tears welled in their eyes, unbidden, not from sadness or joy, but from the sheer incomprehensibility of the experience. I knew it, Izuku said, sighing. That is why I told you to not eat anything too complex while here. You are not used to our food. Koko said, face-palming. They are catatonic, Zawa. Mike yelled, frantic. Guys. Look at me. Wake up. Tashinori lightly slapped them, trying to snap them out of their out-of-body mystic trip. Just drag them along, we'll have Recovery Girl give them a look. And maybe a detoxifying routine. Aizawa answered. And a couple meeting with Dog Hound too. Mike added. That too. So you are leaving? Don Slime asked. Yes, unfortunately we can't stay long. I need to hurry and get back home preparing everything. Izuku answered. Very well. The slime answered, and at a signal, the other masked chefs of Blue Grill pushed towards them a massive cart full of giant ingredients piled up for several meters. Tsuyu gasped in surprise. Every ingredient you were looking for, plus a few others. Blue Grill is home to some amazing healers too, and once seen your sizable shopping list, they added their own suggestions. Asurudi said, I sent a voice ball to Yusaku and Tepe. They added their own CRP. Zebra added. I don't know what to say, Izuku muttered, eyes watery in unshed tears. Consider it a welcome-back gift. To not forget about this world. Don Slime answered, slapping his back hard. I won't forget. Thank you. Izuku answered. Now goes Zaus-chan. A chef's work never ends. Setsuno said with a kind smile. Goodbye everyone. And thank you. For everything. Izuku answered. You know, it finally dawned on me, Nijire said. What? Momo asked. In every sortie, Iken meets and returns with a new companion. Shiro in his sortie with me, Zephyr in his sortie with Rumi, 808 from his sortie with you, and Goro and Adelia from his sortie with Ochako. And now, he got his old knife back in this sortie. Okay, I see the pattern. Rumi admitted, snorting. That knife is not part of the God of Cooking set. The system said. Can it join? It was with me through good and bad. Izuku asked. Request accepted. Beginning dimensional travel. The entity answered, and in a flash of golden light Izuku and the group disappeared to return home. Goodbye everyone. Thank you. Izuku said a last time. Have a happy life, Zaus-chan. You earned it. Setsuno answered, smile wobbly out of sadness as she watched the group vanish. Izuku's original world. Kitchen. As soon as the group returned, Izuku had rushed to the kitchen with Whitey in tow and had immediately started cooking. The life bourguignon. Please, ingredients, turn my theory into reality and help Nemuri. Izuku begged as he watched the giant spread of ingredients in front of him. Are you sure you don't need help? Lunch Rush asked from the side. Trust me, if it was any other dish, I would have gladly accepted. The young chef admitted, sighing. It's fine, just ask if you need help, the hero said. Thanks, Izuku answered, while working on the axolotl meat first, a meat with a quality far superior to even premium wagyu. He used the Heaven-Earth Obsidian Flame and the Star-Eating Turtle Walk Time Accelerating powers to dry-age the meat for the equivalent of 28 days, and once done, he cut it into 2.5 centimeters cubes. While waiting, the buff beef marrow bones, he muttered, splitting the bones lengthwise with a swift slash of his dragon and Zaus knife. He will roast the beef marrow bones until caramelized and use a sous vide machine to infuse the marrow into the stock for 3 hours at 65 degrees Celsius. And the smoked pork belly, cured with June hyperberries and, yes, applewood should go nice with it. I hope that iron-stomached pig really is an ingredient as good as they say it is at Repair Muscles, he muttered. That boy is working hard. Fat Gum asks, curious. Like a madman, Rush answered. With Izuku, 3 hours later, after paranoidally checking the timer for the preparation of most ingredients, the young chef finally grabbed a bottle of decanted Grand Cru Burgundy wine, some cognac barrel-aged for 10 years from his reserves, and 1 vanilla bean he then split lengthwise. This will do nice for a wine reduction. I want it to taste good other than heal her. It will be good for her spirit too, not just her body. Izuku muttered, combining wine, cognac and the split vanilla bean in a copper pot to reduce the resulting solution over low heat, and stirring every 15 minutes, and straining it once done. The tendon-repairing carrots, tenderots, then the skin-kelp celery hearts, I'll brunoise them all. Brunoise means to dice something in thin cubes. 2 knives moved like blurs to rapidly, and yet delicately, dice those vegetables into tiny cubes all identical in size. The eye-shaped onions. No, I will just peel them. I'll keep them whole, like that the healing juices will remain untouched. It should increase their ability to fix Nemuri's sight. Finally satisfied with the stock, Izuku extracted the marrow from the infused stock, and flash-freeze it into small discs thanks to the myriad manifestation mallet ice powers. Whoosh! Breathing out a new ball of fire, Izuku cloned the turtle wok and started searing the axolotl cubes in the second wok over high flames. The two heroes watched the young kid works himself ragged for several hours, sweating profusely and becoming paler and paler by the minute. 2 hours later, the young chef grabbed the carrots, the celery and the onions and set them to sweat them, gently cooking vegetable in a small amount of oil or butter over low heat, with frequent stirring and turning, to release their natural moisture and flavors in clarified marrow fat for exactly 32 minutes. No more, no less. He repeated to himself like a mantra, afraid of messing up. The reduction, never stopping moving, he also deglazed it with the wine reduction and added consommé to it in controlled ladles, precise to the very milliliter. The black pepper that strengthened the absorption of nutrients, the combat pepper. I hope Yasaku is right about using this. Then black garlic cloves, star anise and bouquet garni, he listed, to make sure, while adding all that to a pot. That part alone took Izuku 2 hours of grueling work. 1 hour later, the axolotl and pork belly meat had been braised in the aromatic liquid and passed through a sous vide circulation, in a large Dutch oven, and gently stirred. For 3 hours. The mushrooms, Izuku muttered while tossing the hemistachioteque, lungshroom and bone shrooms into a pot and added the e-liver oil on top to simmer them, then glazed pearl onions with honey able to strengthen and heal the kidneys and sherry vinegar. He roasted everything together at 200 degrees Celsius for 15 minutes, ensuring a golden exterior and tender interior. Hours later, time elapsed. 11 hours, Lunch Rush kept watching Izuku cook, confused as to why the boy seemed to waste away while cooking, becoming more and more emaciated every passing minute, but as a testament of his force of will, he never faltered. That kid needs to rest, Fat Gum said, walking up to Izuku. I can stir that for a bit, take a breather. He offered, gently. No, it's fine, I can do this. Izuku answered, smiling, even while drenched in sweat. Nonsense, you look like you are about to fall over. Let me dash. As soon as Fat Gum touched the ladle Izuku was using, he went from his giant, fat form to a skinny form looking like somebody on the verge of starving to death, so much his ribs were visible. Taishiro. Lunch Rush barely reacted in time to grab the man before he could fully fall on the ground. Effa food. The pro hero begged with a weak voice. What happened? The pro hero chef asked. Cooking this dish requires a lot of stamina. That's why I didn't ask for help, Izuku answered. He was in full tank. He barely grabbed that ladle for a second. Rush answered. Feed him before he dies of starvation. I got this, don't worry. Izuku answered with a thumbs up and a tired smile. What in God's name is he making? Whatever. Come, Taishiro, let's fill your stomach. Rush said while dragging Fat Gum away. That soup has eaten me, the pro-hero groaned with a weak voice full of fear. It's okay, I am here. Hopefully that dish won't kill the boy. 1 hour later, still unsure about the entire ordeal, and after feeding a near-death Fat Gum, Lunch Rush had started cooking for Izuku, feeding the boy himself so to not interrupt his cooking. Altoug once guessed the ratio of absorption of Izuku's devilish recipe. The pro-hero wondered if he was actually helping at all in keeping the boy fed and strong enough to finish the last steps of his dish. He watched Izuku boil some strange purple potatoes he insisted would fix Nemuri's digestive tract to optimal tenderness, testing it with a fine bamboo skewer, and then passing them through a Tammy's sieve, then emulsifying them with truffle-infused cream. Nobody saw fit to tell Rush how those particular truffles were supposed to heal Nemuri's skin and butter. Almost there, Izuku declared with a tired, but very satisfied voice. He removed the bouquet garni and star anise from the braising pot, add the roasted mushrooms and pearl onions, and stirred delicately to avoid bruising the vegetables. You are doing great, kiddo. Keep it up. Rush said, nodding. Don't give up now, Fat Gum added, still weak but no longer at death's door, and keeping distance from the pot Izuku was working on. Izuku nodded, grateful for the support, and spooned the potato mash into a bowl as a base. Then he carefully added ladle after ladle of bourguignon over the mash, ensuring equal distribution of meat, vegetables, and garnishes. And sprinkled with micro shards of parsley. It's done. Bring it to Nemuri. Hurry, Izuku said, finishing the plate and fainting in Rush's arms only after 100% sure the dish was completed and no error or unsightly mistakes were made. It was a plate of pure perfection. I'll take the dish to Recovery Girl. You take the kid. Rush grabbed the plate and hurried towards the infirmary. Okay. Fat Gum instead lifted Izuku in his arms, and followed by Whitey, he took the boy along. Infirmary, we got it. We got it. Rush yelled. Hurry, let's make her eat it. And hope we really got us the miracle we need. Recovery Girl answered. She carefully removed the tube helping Nemuri breath and stepped away. Rush answered, unsure. CRP. I can't wake her up. The old lady answered. God damn it. We are not stopping now that we got here. Mike answered, grabbed the plate and took a mouthful of the scalding liquid. What a you dash Izawa's tirade stopped when Mike kissed Nemuri and gently drew the food down her throat. It's not a proper procedure, Recovery Girl said. She is eating, that's all that matters. Mike answered, taking another mouthful and repeating the kiss feeding. I guess. Recovery Girl conceded. I'll go take the entire pot. Better safe than sorry. Lunch Rush ran out of the infirmary. This kid, if he actually saves Nemuri, will get a big fat debt towards him, Fat Gum said while gently putting the snoring Izuku on a bed. At the very least, Izawa admitted, and watching the poor Mike sacrifice his mouth by emptying the entire pot of the scorching hot liquid a mouthful at a time, uncaring of how painfully it burned his mouth every time. The next day, Nemuri felt strange. She barely remembered jumping in front of the giant hand of that colossal villain. Then everything became a colorless blur, and she felt absolutely nothing. Even her own body didn't feel like her own, as if she had left it behind to float on a soft cloud. Then finally she felt something, a demon nice flavor entering her mouth and pleasant heat enveloping her, and when she finally opened her eyes, she saw her two old friends Hizashi and Shota asleep at both sides of her bed and looking like disheveled hobos, probably having stayed at her side for who knows how long. Nemuri Thai. And Mike screamed and cried and sobbed as soon as he saw her wake up, burying his face on her shoulder to drench her shoulders in just few seconds. My God. He actually did it, Izawa muttered, and Nemuri knew it was a big deal because she saw the gruff Busy get misty-eyed. What happened? Nemuri asked with a raspy, weak voice. Holy shit. She is alive. Okay, she never heard Recovery Girl curse, or even just scream. It really must have been something big. It's a long story, Izawa said, sniffling as discreetly as he could, to protect his image, clearly. She really needed to know. What the hell happened while she was asleep? With Izuku Green Cloud Restaurant, is the host sure he wants the students' memories to be erased? The system asked. I am fine with only Mike, Tashinori and Izawa and Niza knowing. Momo, Rumi and Nijire and Ochako deserve to know about my past, Eri too, everybody else. No, that would be too many people knowing about my past as Zaus. Izuku answered. Understood. The system will assure the chosen ones will keep the secret, while everybody else will have those memories erased. Thank you, the young chef said, cracking his back with a pleased groan and returning to cook for his beloved customers clamoring his restaurant for breakfast. Orders ready for table 6. Yes, Iken, Himiko said, she and Zephyr collecting the plates with professional precision to rapidly deliver them. Hopefully it won't be too soon that new troubles will come knocking at his door. Meanwhile, Yamato's apartment, Yamato's fingers drummed against the table, her lips pressing into a thin line as she stared at Rin eating breakfast with her. So this is your MSTR plan. Samui wants you to sabotage Izuku. On national television. That's his brilliant plan. And you want to turn it against him. Brilliant isn't the word I'd use, but yes, that's the gist of it. He thinks he's being clever, planting seeds of doubt about my integrity while destroying Midoriya's reputation. 2 birds, 1 very stupid stone. Rin chuckled, shaking his head and cleaning his mouth. And you're just going along with it. Her tone was sharp, laced with disbelief. Not quite. Rin leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I'm going to flip it. Samui wants me to make Midoriya look incompetent. Fine. I'll make the boy the star instead. How does that work? If the audience sees you giving Izuku preferential treatment, doesn't that play into Samui's narrative? She frowned, her brow furrowing deeper. Not if I do it the right way, he replied, his eyes gleaming with calculated precision. The boy won't need preferential treatment. He's a DM and good chef, better than most of the contestants who show up, better than many people we know. We saw his skills at work plenty of times against the others. I'll structure the pressure test to play along with Samui's request only on a surface level, but in truth, nothing underhanded will happen. I'll let him shine, and if Samui asks, I will be pretending to be shocked my amazing evil plan failed. By the end, Midoriya will have the audience eating out of his hand, and I'll come out looking like a judge who values talent above all else. And Samui? Yamato's voice was tight, her concern etched into every line of her face. Samui will be watching his plan collapse in real time. Oh, that he will. She rolled her eyes at that. He's so blinded by his vendetta that he doesn't realize he's handing me the perfect opportunity to show off my friendship with Midoriya. If anything, the whole country will see us as a united front. Me, the impartial judge, and Midoriya, the underdog who thrived under pressure from a jealous chef. Samui. So you are planning ahead for when this entire mess will blow up on Samui's face. It's a matter of when, instead of if. I included you too in it. We both deserve to come out of it smelling of roses. We already paid for our mistakes. Samui has no right to drag us down with him. Rin answered. Yamato exhaled, her shoulders sagging slightly as the tension began to drain from her. You really think this will work? It will, he said confidently. Samui doesn't understand people, Yamato. He sees them as pawns, tools to be used and discarded. But the moment someone refuses to play by his rules, his whole game falls apart. We're not playing. We're turning the board upside down with the help of young Midoriya. The old woman leaned back in her chair, her lips twitching into a reluctant smile. You're enjoying this too much. Maybe a little. But isn't it poetic? Samui's obsession with ruining us will be the thing that elevates us both. Ren answered, raised a new glass of red wine, his smirk deepening. I just hope Izuku knows what he's getting into. He will. Tomorrow I'll meet him to decide together the finer details. He answered, his tone softening. I'll make sure both me and him succeed. The kid's no fool. He knows this is a chance to not just defend himself but to grow. And I'll be right there, making sure he gets his chance while Samui's scheme blows up in his face. I suppose if anyone can turn revenge into an advantage, it's you. That's the spirit, Rin said with a grin. Now, let's sit back and enjoy the show. Something tells me Samwise Ulcer is going to be the real star of this season of MSTR Chef Japan. At the same time, League of Villains HQ bar, Kurogiri was nervous, Shigaraki had disappeared, and was nowhere to be found. This made it clear, Shigaraki must be brought back. But where the hell is he? The gnome hissed. We'll find that more on Relax. Dabi answered. He can't be hiding that well, we can find him easy. Twice added. Then go find him and bring him back. No. Kurogiri snapped. Going. Both answered, shaking their head. With Shigaraki, streets, covered in the dirty, ragged coat he took from a homeless guy he had just dusted, Shigaraki crept through the streets looking for his first target, eyes wide and bloodshot and a peculiar revolver held tightly, angrily in his hand. Where are you? Where are you, smiling moron NPC? I want to erase that dumb smile from your face, you all might knock off, Shigaraki muttered, giggling. End of the chapter. Omake, Interdimensional Ingredient Hunt, The Cursed Cooking Book of the Witch. Antique shop, night it was night, and long shadows were being cast inside a cluttered antique shop thanks to the moon, with the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the windows. The back room of the shop was filled with ancient artifacts, talismans, and shelves lined with mysterious scrolls, and the old man owning the store was pacing frantically around his workbench, muttering in Cantonese under his breath. A young man, a kid girl and a towering giant of a man with a very rotund belly were standing nearby, with their faces twisted in a mix of curiosity and concern. But very bad. One more thing, no, two more things. This is beyond bad and we have not solution yet. This is apocalyptic. The old man finally said, Uncle, could you slow down? We just fought off a horde of Shadowcon, and now you're telling us there's something even worse out there. The young man, Jackie, asked, arms crossed and an eyebrow raised in doubt. Yeah, I mean the Shadowcon ran away. Like poof. They never do that. What's scarier than ninjas made of shadows? The kid girl, Jade, asked with an excited smile. Even their Emester, Shindu, seemed hesitant. That's unusual. I wasn't even aware Shadowcon could feel fear. I was certain they didn't even know what feelings were. The giant man, Toru, said while nervously scratching the back of his neck. Uncle, in answer, slammed a scroll onto his workbench, making its paper crackling ominously, then he gestures dramatically at his confused family. Shindu failed to open the portal to free one of his demon siblings. Failed. Do you know what this means? Uncle said while pointing at the scroll. Jackie tried answering. It means destiny itself has been paused. The flow of chi of everything has been interrupted. Uncle answered. Uncle, you're making it sound like someone hit a cosmic pause button. Jade asked. Exactly. But who know what has the power to do such a thing? Uncle said, nodding vigorously, every talisman, every ritual, every divination I tried to understand this, they all burned to ash or crumbled in my hands. He while slams his hands on the table, making a priceless vase roll off. Luckily Jackie gently kicked it back in place without even scratching it, a maneuver he was sadly getting used to. Careful. That is 3,000-year-old vase. Very precious. Uncle admonished Jackie absent-minded while grabbing a handful of the charred remains of a talisman from a nearby dish, letting the blackened fragments fall through his fingers dramatically and inside a waste bin. Very expensive talismans gone like that. My heart bleeds. He muttered. So, what now? Torest. This is not the work of any demon or magic we know. This is something ancient. Something powerful. Something very, very, extremely dangerous. Uncle answered, gravely. Ancient, powerful, and dangerous. So, like Shindu, but worse. Jade asked, even more hyped. If the Shadowcon were afraid enough to disobey orders and retreat, it must be something beyond our usual threats. Toru instead was less thrilled than her, having worked for Shindu himself in the past, so well versed in the hidden workings of the forces of evil. Uncle grabbed his hair, tugging at them in frustration. Why must I repeat myself? Worse. If this force can disrupt destiny, even Shindu is but an ant to it. Uncle confirmed, annoyed like never before. Do we have any idea what we're dealing with? Anything at all? Jake asked. Uncle paused, pacing again as he strokes his chin. He then stopped suddenly, turning to them with a determined glare. There is a story. An old legend about a being so ancient, even the 8 demon sorcerers would not speak its name. A creature whose existence was erased from the Book of Ages. If this force has returned, we are in more trouble than you have words for. He finally said, tone low and full of doom. What's the plan? Call the captain. Get the J team back together. Maybe bring double talismans this time. Jade asked, somehow not afraid at all out of youthful wonder. First, you listen to Uncle. Then, you follow Uncle's plan. Hiya. Uncle answered with a snapping tone. Okay, no need to roar. The kid answered, huffing annoyed. We are all ears, Uncle. Jackie added. First step of plan, survive long enough to learn what's the nameless evil wants. Second step, pray we can stop it. Third step, you cannot face doom on an empty stomach. Uncle said with a matter-of-factly tone. Later that night, the room was dimly lit, every window closed so that the only light sources were few candles. The floor was filled with burning incense sticks and faintly glowing talismans were hanging from every corner. Uncle stood in the center of the array, sitting down and surrounded by a complex chalk diagram he had drawn on the floor. Chiwanji, ufa la hayo. Spirit world, answer Uncle. Answer now or else. Uncle was muttering incantations under his breath, holding a talisman in one hand and a chicken feather in the other. No answer came. Frowning, Uncle slammed his hand down on the chalk circle, making the diagram glow briefly once again before fizzing out like a dying sparkler. Aya. Spirit world never ignores Uncle. Spirits are like talkative grandmas. They gossip about everything even when Uncle does not ask. He growled in annoyance. Jackie, Jade, and Toru were watching from the doorway, looking concerned but also slightly amused. Maybe the spirits finally learned how to use voicemail, Uncle? Jade suggested, snickering. No jokes. This is serious. Uncle must find out what has disturbed the spirit world before it disturbs our world. Uncle answered while pointing a stern finger at her. Fine. If spirits don't come to Uncle, Uncle will go to spirits. One more thing. Uncle still didn't get his tea. So it better be ready when Uncle is back. Said that, he adjusted his robes, took a deep breath, and sat cross-legged in the circle once more, only this time muttering a new chant, and this time, his body shimmered faintly, and his spiritual projection detached from the mortal plane and floated upwards into an ethereal portal. Think he's gonna meet some gossipy ghost grannies again. Jade whispered. Let's hope that's the worst of it, Jackie answered, hopeful. The spirit realm. Uncle's projection landed in the spirit realm, a place normally buzzing with vibrant energy and endless chatter from spirits of all kinds, but now, an eerie silence filled the vast, shimmering void. Empty. Spirits never hide, unless something has frightened them. Uncle looked around, his brow furrowing as he noticed the eerie silence. He walked forward cautiously, his sandals making no sound against the ethereal ground. Finally, he found somebody. After a long walk, he noticed a cluster of spirits cowering in the distance, including the unmistakable, terrifying form of the nameless evil itself, reduced to trembling like a frightened puppy. Even nameless evil is hiding. You are embodiment of humanity ability to hate. You not supposed to be afraid. Uncle said in shock. What is happening? They no make entity of pure evil like they used to. What make you scared? He asked, as if personally offended by the giant monstrosity of darkness and teeth and hatred acting scared. Suddenly, a distortion in reality rippled ahead of him, a swirling black void that bent light and sound like a collapsing star. The air grew heavy, and thousands of overlapping voices, from whispers to roars, echoed all at once, and the distortion talked. Hello, Uncle Chan. The system said. That voice. No. Yuanshin. The ancient. She of many names. Uncle whispered. We prefer the system nowadays. Every realm gave the system a different name, but we like this one the most. You were the one that paused destiny. Of all spirits, why not the nameless evil had to be bad guy? Nameless evil is easier to manage. Just big scary monster. But this? He declared while glaring at the black void. The system too is pleased to see you again. This is beyond bad. This is just a simple visit, this time. Simple. Simple is making tea. This is not simple. Uncle answered. The ancient Silver City was not wiped out by the system. Stop insisting. Uncle has dozen scrolls saying the opposite. Libel. Uncle could tell that Yuanshan was tilting its form slightly, as though amused, though its presence remained overwhelming. What do you want? He finally asked, exasperated. The system has sent a champion to your world. They will recover an object of interest, a cursed book. It is important. You and your companions will have to step aside, or at best provide assistance. Uncle's eyebrows shoot up. A cursed book. What kind of cursed book? Uncle asked. A cursed book of cooking. Recipes. Dangerous to the non-worthy. Complicated. The system wants the host to recover the book and learn the recipes. Cooking. You interrupt destiny for a cookbook? Uncle asked, dumbfounded. Yes, the system lately has no patience for annoyances getting in the way of the missions we give to the host, so the system decided to curb annoyances before they even happen. Your comprehension or acceptance is unnecessary. Uncle glances at the cowering spirits, his face pale. Even more shameless than Uncle remembered. The system appreciate your offer of support to the host. Have a nice day. I didn't give consent to before Uncle could protest further. The distortion in the fabric of the spirit realm collapsed inward, and the system's presence vanished, and as an extra, a sudden force pulled Uncle's spirit back into his body. Back into the antique store, to help. Uncle gasped as he snapped awake, clutching his chest. His hands trembled as he scrambles to his feet, pacing frantically. Uncle, are you okay? What happened? Jackie asked worried. Was it scary ghosts? Was it a haunted spirit buffet? Jade asked as well. No jokes. This is no buffet. This is disaster. Bigger disaster. Uncle answered. That bad? Tor asked. The ancient Yuanshan has sent a champion to recover a cursed book of cooking. Cooking? This is worse than bad. Spirits are hiding. Nameless evil is hiding. Uncle's head will explode. I need tea. Wait, so, we're up against what evil recipes? Like killer cookies? Jade asked, smirking. Not cookies. Doom in a book? He stormed off to his desk and furiously grabbing scrolls. Great. Another cosmic catastrophe. And this time, it's about cooking. Jackie muttered, dejected. Do you think we'll need aprons? Toru asked, patting his back. Meanwhile, Shindu's lair, the dark, ominous lair glowed faintly with the eerie green light of magical lamps. Shindu, still possessing the body of Valmont, paced restlessly around the room. Around him, the Shadowkan were kneeling silently, awaiting orders. Thanks to the weak connection with his siblings still trapped in another realm, Shindu too came to know about the system's presence in their realm. Yuanshan, meddling again. That insufferable ancient. No rhyme, no reason, no sense. Destroying entire worlds for food. The demon snarled. Ratso, Finn and Chao stood on a side, obediently waiting for the spirit borrowing their boss body to calm down. So, we got a bigger demon that wants food? Ratso asked. A cooking book. Not the strangest stuff we had to recover. Chao answered, shrugging. Be quiet. Shindu roared, punching a nearby wall so hard a crater formed and sending tremors through the lair. The Shadowkan don't flinch but remain still, like statues. Shameless as always. Yuanshan would destroy this realm and the mortal one without hesitation. Yet, perhaps, there is opportunity in this madness. The demon wondered aloud. Planning to win some favor, boss? Finn asked. Indeed. If I retrieve that cursed book, Yuanshan might grant me a favor. Perhaps every portal imprisoning my siblings could be opened at the same time in return. That entity doesn't care about anything besides its champions. Or so the legends go. We can do that, boss. We can get that book if you want. Ratso said with a thumbs up. And you think I will trust just you three? That thing could obliterate us on a whim if you fail as always. Shindu answered with a roar, then his anger faded into tired resignation. Why must all plans risk annihilation? He asked to the sky. Hey, have some faith in us, boss. Come on, Chao almost begged, feeling very self-conscious. Ignoring the three simpletons, Shindu turned to the Shadow Khan, and in perfect and eerie sync, they all stood to attention, waiting for orders. Shadow Khan, the book is in the mortal realm. You will find it and bring it to me at once. The Shadow Khan stood in silence and only nodded in answer, then, with movements unnervingly fluid, they all vanished into the shadows. Shadow Khan alone might not be enough. The mortals are persistent, especially that Jackie Chan and his accursed friends. I'll crush them this time. Half Fu answered with a thundering scream. If only you hadn't promised that countless times already. The demon muttered, sighing. This time it will be different, Shindu. Let's pretend I believe that. You and those three will assist the Shadow Khan. The cursed book is no ordinary object. It is protected by ancient forces beyond your comprehension. Fail me, and you will wish Yuanshan had destroyed you instead. Now go. The humans nodded, their faces pale but determined as they left. Yuanshan's whims are as fickle as the winds. But if this plan succeeds, the demon sorcerers will rise again. Shindu declared with gleaming eyes. He then exhaled a plume of fire, trying to mask his nervousness. Uncle's shop. The next day, Uncle was furiously rifling through his scrolls and books while Jackie, Jade, and Toru watched him nervously. So let me get this straight. We're fighting cursed recipe books and Shindu at the same time. Can't we just, order takeout instead? Jade asked. No jokes. This is serious. Yuanshan does not play games. If the spirit told Uncle the truth and Shindu gets the book first, Yuanshan may reward him by opening every portal. And if we get it first, will Yuanshan really leave us alone? Jackie asked. Uncle paused, his expression grim. Hard to say. Yuanshan only does what Yuanshan likes. This is why Uncle needs strong tea. What's in this cursed cookbook, anyway? Cursed cooking. It is a book of cooking. But its recipes are cursed, very cursed. They bend the laws of nature and create chaos. Only Yuanshan is insane enough to want champions to learn and tame those recipes. So, we're trying to stop the world from ending because of cursed spaghetti or something? Jade asked, smirking no jokes. But also, Uncle answered. Very well, where do we find this book? Jackie asked. Where it has been for last 2,000 years. Ruins in rural China, where once big noble had fancy castle before entire castle sunk into shadows. Tomorrow is true full moon, and curse will be weak enough for castle and forest to resurface after 2,000 years. Of course the curse just so happens to fade away while I am around to go there, Jackie muttered, sighing. A long fly later, cursed forest. The next night. The forest was dense and suffocating, the gnarled trees twisting unnaturally as if they were alive, the sky above was a swirling gray void, and the air smelled of damp earth and decay. Jackie was crouching behind a mossy boulder, peeking over it to see a decrepit castle in the distance that had just popped out from underground as if the shadows around it were muddy, gooey waters, and the entire building was now glowing faintly with an ominous green light. Beside him, Jade clutched a flashlight, her face a mix of awe and fear while Uncle was examining a talisman, muttering under his breath. Toru instead scanned the area, ever watchful. Uncle, are you sure this is the right place? Jackie asked. Yes. Aya, cursed forest, creepy castle, glowing evil light. What else could it be? Uncle snapped in answer. Yeah, super inviting. Should have brought marshmallows. Jade answered, bouncing excited on her feet to watch better. It does feel like the shadows are watching us. Toru muttered, eyes narrowed looking for threats. Uncle waved a hand dismissively, turning his focus back to his talisman. Enough chatter. Jackie, you must get the book. Witch's curse comes from it. Separate her and the curse will break. Simple plan. Your simple plans always turn into disasters, uncle. Jackie answered. Then make it not a disaster. Go. The old man answered while pointing at the castle. Going, one more thing. Don't get touched by the witch, you will turn into another servant. Okay, uncle. One more thing. She will use magic. Don't get hit or she will devour your soul and you will become her servant. Of course, uncle. One more thing. If she throws what she is cooking, do not eat it. Or else I will become her servant, Jackie said, rolling his eyes. No, it will taste bad. Like wet dead rats wrapped in old smelly socks. Very unpleasant. Uncle answered. Duly noted. The poor guy, now with a green face of disgust, nodded and rushed towards the castle. Front of the castle, stepping cautiously toward the castle, Jackie slowly made his way towards the ominous and clearly evil and cursed castle. Luckily, when Jade tried to follow him, Uncle pulled her back. No, Jade. You stay here. Skeletons and ninjas are not for children. I'm not a child. Tactical backup. Skeletons. Kaiawea. They heard Jackie scream soon after. Hiya. Uncle knew he forgot something. With Jackie Castle courtyard, Jackie pushed open the creaking gates and steps inside. The courtyard was littered with broken columns and rusted weapons. As he walks forward, the air grows colder, and the ground began to rumble. Oh no! Suddenly, from the earth, skeletal hands burst out, followed by fully armored skeleton warriors, dragon-rusted swords and shields behind themselves and their eye sockets glowing in eerie green. Kaya! I mean, oh no! At first a loud, high-pitched scream tore its way out of Jackie's mouth, then he cleared his throat and gave a more dignified and manly response. Bad day. Bad day. Bad day. Roar. The undead soldiers charged at Jackie. Of course. Skeletons. Why is it always skeletons? Before he could act, the shadows rippled, and the Shadowcon materialized, their glowing red eyes locked on both Jackie and skeletons, creating a tense three-way war of stares. Oh great! Skeletons and ninjas. Just my luck. The Shadowcon charged first, their movements swift and deadly. Jackie ducked and flipped, dodging their attacks while landing quick counterstrikes. There are skeletons here. Attack them too. He yelled while landing a kick on one Shadowcon, and barely avoiding a skeleton lunge with a sword, rolling away and watching the skeleton impale the Shadowcon. I thought skeletons were supposed to be slow. Nobody answered to Jackie's comment, but to the young man's relief that act gave start to a chaotic brawl between skeleton and shadow ninjas, one big and messy enough to let Jackie sneak away and enter the castle proper to look for the witch and the book. The witch's chamber. Luckily, the ancient witch's ominous and insane laughter and shriek made it easy for Jackie to find her. Coming through, he yelled while bursting into the dimly lit chamber. Why? At its center, a towering, ageless Chinese witch stirred a cauldron with one hand while clutching the cursed book in the other. Her face was a grotesque mix of beauty and decay, her voice cold and mocking, and only mad screams were the sounds she produced. Another fool to steal my masterpiece. How amusing. You will join my army. The witch shrieked with wide, unblinking undead eyes. Jackie stepped forward cautiously, raising his hands. Listen, I don't want any trouble. Hand over the book, and we'll be on our way. Jackie answered, careful. The witch cackled, turning to face him fully with her eyes ablaze in green flames, and slammed her foot down on the ground, and from under her, more skeletons rose from underground to encircle Jackie. Dance, little mortal. Dance for my amusement. She ordered, cackling. No. Jackie jumped backward, dodging sword strikes and taking down skeletons with precision kicks and flips. Ha! The witch hovered in the background, laughing as she summoned more undead and shooting green fireballs at Jackie at random intervals. Why does everything always want to kill me? Jackie asked with a scream as he barely dodged all that mess. When the Shadowcon as well joined the battle into the room, adding to the chaos, Jackie really felt like crying. Troublemakers will be stripped as an example to others. It was then that Whitey made his explosive entrance, bursting through the wall and tearing apart skeletons as shadow ninjas with ease. A robot? Jackie gasped. Who dares? The witch demanded. Oh, quit it. Your voice is grating this esteemed. Taoya's ears. Shiro, wrapped around Izuku's neck, answered. Who are you? Jackie asked. Sorry. I was told to get the book that witch is holding. Izuku answered. You are that champion guy? I guess the answer is yes. Izuku answered, sheepish. Spiral cannon. Behind him, Nijire kept blasting skeletons and Shadowkan away. And, my girlfriend. Stop ignoring me. The witch helled, shooting the entire content of the cauldron like a geyser. Sirpi. Izuku answered by enlarging the turtle walk to protect him and Jackie. Using the distraction of the torrent of sludge splashing harmlessly on the walk, Jackie vaulted over Izuku, used a skeleton as a springboard and dashed toward the wish. Uncle said to separate you from the book. Let's see if he's right. Jackie declared. Whitey, help him. Izuku ordered. Understood. The witch snarled in answer, raising her hand to cast a spell, but Jackie grabbed a nearby chain and swung it at her. The thing wrapped around the book and tore it away from her grasp, and right in Izuku's hands. Oh. You cannot. No. The moment the book left her hands, the glow in her eyes faded and the skeletons collapsed into heaps of bones. My power. My book. I only wanted to turn this world into my kingdom. Into my footed. The witch howled while the dark power left her, leaving behind only a normal-looking woman. I am free. Finally. She said in relief before falling unconscious. But we got the book. Izuku said. Hooray. What about the ninja guys? Nijire asked. Me. Scram. Shiro answered and gave a powerful roar that sent the Shadowkan flying away. Those creatures just vanished back into the shadows as soon as they touched the ground. Well, this could have gone worse. Jackie admitted, sighing. Kryumble. The castle is falling apart. Nijire yelled as the entire palace started to collapse. Why I talked? Jackie yelled while he, Izuku and Nijire hurried out and away from the fortress, with Whitey tailing behind them carrying the unconscious woman in its arms. Outside the castle when Jackie and Izuku emerged from the castle, exhausted but victorious, Uncle, Jade, and Toru rushed to meet him. Jackie, you're alive. And no broken bones this time. Jade yelled in relief. Thanks for the show of trust. He answered. The book is ours. Curse is broken. Witch and skeletons gone forever. Very good, in time for tea. Yeah, about that. Can we please take a vacation after this? No time for vacation. One more thing, tea needs snacks. Uncle needs strong tea and good snacks after this. Uncle said. But I was the one fighting. Oh. He cupped his head after the surprisingly strong chop on the forehead of the old man. Ha! Don't worry, I can take care of that. Izuku chuckled and offered. You are champion of Yuanshin, so the book is supposed to go to you so your patron god doesn't kill us all. Just make good food and Uncle will look other way. Uncle answered. Very generous. Nijire answered, chuckling. I can do that. Izuku added. The system was cautiously optimistic. Later that day, my emperor of cooking. Sage of the kitchen. The woman, former witch cursed by the book because unworthy, screamed while chasing Izuku. The system no longer felt optimistic. Everything started normal, with Izuku reading the book and cooking small snacks and few dishes from ancient times, modernized and polished with modern techniques and knowledge. Then the former witch, after telling her sad backstory, gone mad trying to use the forbidden book that was intended for cooks with more attunement with chi and magic than she had, and instead of becoming the chef of the emperor like she dreamed, she got corrupted and twisted into the witch, saw in Izuku the chosen one her emperor told her stories about. And that led to her chasing Izuku and battling Nijire, all to convince Izuku to marry her. Jackie and Toru were desperately trying to stop her. Uncle just kept eating the food Izuku made. And the system fumed and planned for revenge. But in the meantime, the system kicked the CRP out of the nameless evil again, just to calm down a tiny bit. The very last friend on Samwee's list of blackmailed chef, That was the title Ren had mockingly given himself while watching the email Samui sent him, and the badly covered veiled threats he filled the short missive with. Yes. You definitely hold me by the ball. I clearly didn't already fix what I did wrong as a kid, he said, smirking. But let's see who I am supposed to use to ruin dear Midoriya. Ren's smile though faded away into a frown when he saw who he was being threatened into asking to come as a guest in MasterChef Japan's current season. Hiroi Akihiko, of all people, of every chef Samui could have asked. He chose that imbecile. The pompous prima donna of the culinary world. 2 Michelin stars for what? Overly complicated, pretentious plates designed to fool the untrained eye and palate. Ren spat in disgust. That man could spend 4 hours boiling an egg, dressing it up with unnecessary flair, and call it an avant-garde masterpiece. And the worst part, people buy into his nonsense. Critics keep elevating him to a pedestal he doesn't deserve. He's turned the art of cooking into a circus act, diminishing the true essence of culinary excellence. Ren commented, looked at the screen with complete and genuine revulsion. For many chefs like Ren, every accolade Akihiko received felt like a mockery of their genuine, hard-earned recognition. Birds of a feather flock together. Of course, Samui chose Akihiko as his inside agent to humiliate Midoriya. He and Samui are practically a carbon copy of each other. Same ego and pretentious attitude as chefs. Fine. I will let Akihiko step into my domain, and I'll play the gracious host. But only because watching him squirm when things don't go his way will be the real reward. Ren's eyes momentarily flickered with a hint of malice before returning to their usual composed state. So be it. Hopefully Izuku won't mind being the stone used to catch those 2 birds. Ren grabbed his phone and rapidly punched in the phone number of Izuku. Mr. Midoriya. I just got an email from Samui. Are you ready? Because it's time. 3 days later, streets. Her name was Chihaya, 35 years old and single, aspiring dessert chef and trapped as a helper in a fancy and expensive restaurant, where the most cooking-related thing she ever did in her 2 years there was peeling potatoes and cutting radishes. Her boss said she was still too young to take on the stress of proper cooking, clearly ignoring how she was the top of her class when she finished studying, and yet the teen boy washing the dishes was getting paid more than her, and that stoner barely knew from what side to grab a fork. She wanted out. She wanted to cook. To make heavenly sweets and cupcakes and cute mignons. The guy that took her in promised a great opportunity of growth and experience in a high-class environment, with plenty of chances to learn and experience real work in the kitchen. Bullshit. All of it. She only served at the tables, swept the floor and sometimes helped unloading ingredients from the truck delivering them. She couldn't even really leave, she had not a lot of qualifications, and desperately needed that pittance she was paid, or else even her ugly one-room apartment would be too expensive to maintain. Suffering in a similar situation was her best friend Horimori, a young man that helped in the kitchen like she did, and just like her, he too was just a glorified intern that was only permitted to stir the pots whenever one of the proper chefs needed a break, so he basically got all the stress of cooking a perfect dish, with none of the recognition or gratitude. If only she had swallowed her pride and worked in a fast food, by now she would have already been promoted to the French fries station, or even the ice cream one, and the paycheck would have definitely been more satisfying too. Come on. Don't be that depressed. You'll see. Soon they will understand your skills and mine, and they will give us a chance. Horimori said, trying to cheer her up. I wish I was as positive as you are. It's only a matter of not losing hope. Come on. I'll take you to a new place I found. The beer and food is amazing. Bit on the expensive side for an izakaya, but trust me, it's worth it. Yeah, as long as the beer is good. She answered, uncaring. She was far too deep in self-commiseration to really see where they were going, and so deep in thoughts of misery that her ears barely registered the faint jingle of a hanging bell above the door that marked their entrance. This place opened recently, I think a week ago or something, but already, her friend was speaking, something about this new izakaya and its reputation, but the words dissolved into a soft, meaningless hum to her as she ignored the world around her just to focus on her own depression. Table for 2, please. She barely heard the faraway voice of her friend when they entered. lost in her thoughts. She followed him without focus with her boots dragging against the polished floorboards. She didn't glance at the hanging lanterns or the delicate brushstrokes of kanji adorning the walls. Her world was shrouded in the gray haze of her own self-pity. Mom was right, I should have just took over her flower shop, she muttered, lost in her mind's endless echo chamber of regrets. 2 big ones, please, Mississippi. My friends needs it. Sure. Clink. She barely noticed when the server placed a beer in front of her. Try it. It's the DMN best beer in the city. Her friend said. She muttered, dumbly. It wasn't until her friend nudged her elbow again and gestured to the big glass mug that she blinked, the fog lifting just enough for her to glance down in front of her. The beer shimmered. It wasn't just golden, it was light in liquid form. What the, she muttered. The reddish sunlight of the incoming sunset seemed to ripple within the glass, casting liquid reflections on the lacquered tabletop and turned the beer color into gorgeous amber. Awesome, isn't it? A friend of mine is obsessed with beers, and told me the one they serve here is the best she ever had. And let me tell you she is dimmin' right, her friend said, smirking and gulping down the cold beer in rapture. The foam, a cloud of pearly white, was impossibly dense yet delicate, like the crest of a wave frozen in time. Tiny bubbles spiraled upward in hypnotic patterns, their effervescence exuding a subtle hum as though the drink itself were alive. No normal beer should have a carbonation that crisp. Curious despite herself, she lifted the glass, and noticed how its chilled surface was smooth against her fingers. The scent that reached her before the rim even touched her lips was a perfume of fresh-baked bread, wildflowers and the faintest whisper of citrus. What the F is this? The first sip was a revelation. The liquid caressed her tongue with an unearthly smoothness and the flavors unfolded with divine precision. It began with a sweetness so delicate it was like tasting sunlight, followed by a surge of earthy, malty warmth that wrapped around her soul. A crisp bitterness, neither harsh nor fleeting, lingered just long enough to cleanse the palate. She shivered. Are you insane? Did you pick some absurdly overpriced beer? We can't afford it, she muttered in dread. She had felt her breath caught in her throat as she set the glass down, her fingers trembling slightly. Nope. They make their own beer. Her friend answered, smirking. No demon way, that wasn't beer, it was ambrosia. A drink not meant for mortals but stolen from the tables of gods. A cold one crafted from barley grown in heavenly fields and water drawn from celestial springs. Her friend laughed, breaking the spell. Too much prose, girl. Did I say that out loud? Yep. So cringe. Shut up. I told you this place was special, he said, taking a long sip of his own glass. The more she drank that beer, the more questions she had. For the first time in weeks, her mind was utterly still. The noise of her thoughts replaced by a singular, undeniable truth. This beer was perfection, and that was not normal. The moment she set the glass down, dread crept in. It started in her stomach, a twisting knot of unease that then slithered upward, coiling around her chest. No way, her gaze, now sharp and alert, began to take in the room she had so carelessly ignored upon entering. The izakaya was unmistakable. It wasn't grand or ostentatious. That wasn't his style. No, this was clearly his doing, a blend of tradition and novelty that made her chest tighten. The top half of the walls was a soft, earthy green, with a texture evoking the mossy soft ground of a forest after rain. Intricate cloud motifs had been delicately etched into the wood covering the lower half of the walls, with their swirling patterns looking both whimsical and serene. Lanterns hung low from the ceiling to wash the room in suffused light that made shadows play along the walls, dancing like spirits, giving the room a gentle dynamism that felt alive. The tables themselves were unassuming, crafted from dark, polished wood that gleamed faintly under the lantern's light as if gold dust was part of the polish used. Small vases of fresh sprigs, mint, shiso, and anise, sat in the middle of each table, with their subtle fragrances mingling with the savory aromas of grilling skewers and bubbling hot pots. The floor was covered in tatami mats, their woven patterns interrupted here and there by simple rugs in soft shades of gray and beige. For the love of God. A izakaya too. She hissed in disbelief and swallowed hard, her mouth dry despite the heavenly beer she'd just tasted. This wasn't just any izakaya. It was his. The young man whose name was spoken with a mix of reverence and fear in culinary circles. The chef that appeared from nowhere and rocked the world of Japanese cuisine almost immediately, raising expectations to impossible heights among other chefs. She heard the rumors. His restaurants weren't just places to eat, they were a painful stab to every other chef that tried emulating his dishes. How many challenged him only to fail, even while saddling him with dozens of handicaps. And now, she sat within one of them, her own culinary aspirations suddenly feeling fragile and small. She had heard people gossiping about the kid wishing to expand, but she couldn't understand how he could open new restaurants so quickly. Her friend noticed her unease and frowned. "What's wrong?" "This is one of his places." Her voice came out in a whisper, trembling with the weight of realization. Her friend blinked, confused, then looked around, comprehension dawning on his face. "You mean Midoriya?" He glanced at the glass of beer in her hand and chuckled nervously. "Guess that explains why the beer tastes like something out of a dream." But for her, the dream was already dissolving, replaced by the sinking reality that she had just tasted perfection, a perfection she might never reach, and that was just a DMN mug of beer. Her fingers tightened around the glass as the bitterness of reality clashed with the crisp finish of the beer. She could admit Midoriya was talented. Who couldn't? That kid practically oozed culinary genius, as if he'd struck some secret deal with the gods to bless his hands, his palate, his very existence. His upscale restaurant in the tourist district. Green Cloud Restaurant. Sure, whatever. Every city needed a flagship for gourmands and Instagram-happy foodies to gush over. It was a beacon for people who wanted to feel like they were eating Japanese culture itself, even if his menu offered dishes from other countries too, so fine. She could let that go. And his second restaurant in the high-class district, Green Gourmet Garden, where the rich paraded their tailored suits and designer shoes to sip on truffle-infused miso. Well, fine again. Let the elites have their overhyped dining experiences. She wasn't about to wade into that world of velvet menus and golden chopsticks to begin with. But this. Her knuckles whitened as she glared at the plate of grilled skewers that had just been set down by the woman with purple hair that worked there. "Have a nice meal," Nagant said with a happy smile before walking away. "Thanks," she muttered bitterly. The skewer's aroma wafting upward was literally mocking her very soul, clearly. Why did Midoriya have to take izakaya too? Izakaya. The food of the common people. The everyman's escape after a long day of work. Does he want to elevate it too into something that tasted like it had descended from the heavens on a cloud made of dashi, as if he was the chef cousin of Sun Wukong? For F's sake. Fiend hate him. She picked up a skewer, biting into it with the determination of someone trying to find a flaw. But no. Of course, the meat was perfectly tender, with a smoky char that whispered of expertly tended coals treated better than royalty. Goddammit, the glaze, a simple tear sauce, it had to be, coated her tongue in a rich umami embrace that made her want to scream. Even the DMN scallions were roasted to perfection, their edges caramelized just enough to balance their natural sharpness of flavor. Why does it have to be this good? She hissed, more to herself than to her friend, who was busy savoring his own dish. She slammed the skewer back onto the plate. It was childish, but it was not like she could do anything else. What? Her friend mumbled through a mouthful of tempura that looked as if it had been kissed by sunlight itself. It was almost literally gold in color. Why does he have to ruin everything? She snapped, gesturing at the room, the food, the beer. It's an izakaya. It's supposed to be casual, comforting. Something you can enjoy without feeling like your career is being crushed under the weight of his goddamn perfection. Maybe he just likes izakaya food. Her friend blinked, then shrugged, entirely unbothered. "Oh, come on," she said, her voice rising slightly before she caught herself. She glanced around, embarrassed, but no one seemed to notice or care. Why can't he just stick to his Michelin star-worthy temple of gastronomy? Why does he have to come down here and prove that even the simplest dishes are better when he makes them? It's not fair. Her friend chuckled, clearly enjoying her meltdown as much as the food. "Sounds like someone's jealous?" "I am not jealous," she snapped, then immediately grimaced. Okay, maybe a little. But it's not just that. She gestured wildly with her glass. It's the principle of it. Does he have to dominate every corner of the culinary world? Can't he leave something for the rest of us mere mortals? Her friend grinned, raising his own glass in a mock toast. To us mere mortals? She groaned, sinking back into her chair, the beer in her hand once again taunting her with its divine perfection. She took another sip, scowling. Gods, she hated how good it was. Midoriya is a filthy, egotistical being. Her rant was cut short by a shadow that fell over the table. She froze mid-sip, her friend's eyes widening in alarm as he glanced upward in complete shame, as if wishing for the ground under him to open and swallow him whole. Slowly, reluctantly, she looked up, and there he was. To be fair, Midoriya wasn't what she'd expected. Based only on the rumors, she'd imagined a towering figure, perhaps someone with broad shoulders and a sharp, intimidating aura, the kind of person whose very presence screamed authority. Or maybe, given his reputation, some insufferable, smirking elitist, his nose permanently turned up at lesser chefs like herself. Hi. Nice to meet you. I am Izuku Midoriya. The filthy bee. Because he muttered with a very awkward smile. But no. The kid who now stood by their table, holding a tray of dishes as if he were any other server, was neither of those things. He was young, startlingly young, with a soft face that still carried the faint traces of boyishness. His eyes, warm and green as pure emeralds, crinkled slightly at the corners as he smiled in a polite, almost shy expression. He was of average height, if not slightly shorter, with a slight frame and a relaxed posture and unassuming, and the way he held the tray, balanced effortlessly in one hand, felt more casual than practiced. He was, as her friend will later put it, friend-shaped. I couldn't help but overhear, he said softly, his voice gentle and unthreatening, like the rustle of leaves in a quiet forest. May I sit? Neither of them responded immediately, her friend too stunned and ashamed to speak and her too mortified to refuse. Thanks. Taking their silence as permission, he set the tray down with a practiced ease and slid into the seat across from them. I'm sorry, she stammered, heat rushing to her face. I didn't mean dashed. He raised a hand, palm out, stopping her apology mid-flow. No need. I've heard it before, Izuku said, his tone light, almost self-deprecating. I didn't mean to make anyone feel like that. Her friend, still trying to reconcile the idea of this guy with the towering legend they'd imagined, blurted. Wait, you're the chef. The Midoriya guy everyone's talking about. He nodded, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. I suppose so. That's not what I pictured, her friend muttered, leaning back in his chair. I get that a lot. The chef chuckled softly, the sound light and soft. She stared at him, still struggling to process the situation. If you don't mind me asking, she said, her voice quieter now. Go ahead. Why do you do it? The restaurants, the perfection, everything. Do you enjoy making the rest of us look bad? Her friend gasped, elbowing her in the ribs, but Izuku didn't seem offended. If anything, he looked a little sad. No, he said simply. He clasped his hands together on the table, his gaze dropping to the tray of food. I never set out to compete with anyone. Love food. I love ingredients. I love cooking. That's it, her brow furrowed, and he continued, his voice soft and sincere. I cook because it makes me happy. When I see an ingredient, perfect, fresh, alive, it feels like it's speaking to me, asking to be treated with respect. So I do. That's all. I don't aim for perfection, I just follow my heart. Izuku said as he glanced at her, his eyes kind but earnest. If the results make others feel inadequate, I'm truly sorry. That's never been my intention. The quality, it just happens. It's not something I aim for, it's something the ingredients give back when I respect them and cook them like I believe they deserve. He explained, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. The room felt heavier somehow. His words were hanging in the air like the scent of the dishes on the tray. For a moment, she couldn't respond, her mind grappling with the simplicity and sincerity of his explanation. So, you're saying you're accidentally this good? Her friend broke the silence. I suppose so. Izuku's lips twitching into a small, wry smile. She looked down at the remnants of her beer, the foam clinging stubbornly to the sides of the glass drawing abstract patterns. Her indignation felt childish now, her ranting petty in the face of his humility. This wasn't a man trying to crush his peers under the weight of his talent. This was someone who simply loved what he did. Great, her friend muttered under his breath. The guy's not just a genius, he's nice, too. She couldn't help but let out a soft, rueful laugh. Ha! It wasn't fair, but somehow, knowing his heart was in the right place made it all a little easier to swallow. The thought hit her like a bolt out of the blue as the young chef sat there, humble and unassuming, explaining how he cooked from his heart. She tried his dishes before, hadn't she? Both at the bustling tourist hotspot with its vibrant, approachable menu and at the temple of culinary luxury in the high-class district when a more wealthy colleague offered her lunch to try wooing her. She had been skeptical, sure, but the food had silenced her doubts each time. The flavor had been unforgettable, not just technically brilliant but alive, brimming with soul. And now here she was, sitting in his izakaya, realizing that even the simplest of dishes, crafted with his care, could reach heights she hadn't dreamed possible. This has to be a dim and cosmic joke. Her gaze flicked to the skewers on the table, then back to the young chef, who was smiling politely as her friend grilled him with questions about how he made tempura that light or managed to source scallions so perfect. Yes. Izuku asked, once seen the shift in her eyes. The idea resurfaced from the most traitorous recesses of her mind again, louder this time. What if I worked here? It was terrifying, almost ridiculous. She'd spent so much time resenting his talent, envying his success, but could she really swallow her pride and step into his world, not as an outsider, but as a student, maybe even a collaborator? I was wondering, she muttered. Her thoughts raced. The tourist restaurant might be her best shot. It was fast-paced, vibrant, and maybe less intimidating, the fine dining establishment. God, that seemed like walking into the lion's den. Nothing but pressure and expectations. And this izakaya. Humble. A place where even the gods might take off their shoes and sit down for a drink. Yes. Izuku asked, noticing how long it was taking her to finish her question. But could she handle it? Could she work under someone who'd inadvertently made her question her entire career? Could she learn from him without constantly comparing herself to him? Are you okay? Her friend asked, breaking through her thoughts. She blinked, realizing she'd been staring at the skewers. Yeah, she said quickly, then glanced at the chef. I was just thinking. About what? Her friend pressed, smirking. Bet you were coming up with another rant about how unfairly good he is? Please don't, Izuku begged shyly. She hesitated, then took a deep breath, her fingers tightening around the edge of the table. What? Sending you my CV, she admitted, her voice quieter than she'd intended. Oh, Izuku muttered, surprised. Her friend's jaw dropped instead. Really? Izuku asked, his tone as soft as ever, but there was a spark of interest in his eyes. She nodded, feeling both exposed and oddly liberated. I've tried your food before, at your other restaurants. I didn't want to admit it, but you're incredible. And if there's even a chance I could learn something from you. She stopped, her cheeks flushing. I don't know. Maybe it's crazy, but I think I want to try. Izuku smiled, and it wasn't the polite smile he'd been wearing before. This one was genuine, a little shy but filled with kindness. It's not crazy, he said. If you love food and you're willing to work hard, I'd be happy to have you in any of my kitchens. Her friend let out a low whistle. Can he come too? She asked, jabbing her thumb at her friend. Sure. If he is ready to work hard. Well, that was easy. The poor guy muttered, overwhelmed. But for her, it didn't feel easy. It felt terrifying, exhilarating, and just maybe, like the beginning of something great. I hope I can learn something new from you, she admitted. I'll do my best to teach you as I taught to the rest of my staff of my restaurants. Izuku promised. The moment felt almost serene, the tension easing as the young chef smiled at her words. She felt lighter, as though making the leap and admitting her longing to work in one of his restaurants had peeled away a layer of self-doubt. And then he said it. In fact, I was hoping to find 2 people. For what? I've been thinking, he began, his voice as calm and soft, but with a note of excitement that made her stomach clench, about opening a patisserie. The world stopped. A patisserie. Her patisserie. Her sacred ground, her battlefield, her life's passion. It took a moment for the words to fully sink in. She heard her friend gasp, felt the tension ripple through the air, and yet all she could do was stare at him, frozen in place like a deer caught in the headlights of a giant semi-truck driven by culinary perfection itself. A patisserie, she echoed weakly, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku nodded, oblivious to the bomb he'd just dropped on her world. Yes. I've always loved desserts. I think there's such an NTMT expression of creativity. Small, precise, but capable of carrying so much meaning. I've been working on recipes, experimenting with techniques. I want it to feel like a place where people can come and experience something magical. Izuku was immediately rambling at high speed, excited like a kid. The words, magical, and desserts swirled in her mind like a storm. She felt the old heat of jealousy rise, the flare of pettiness that had fueled so many of her internal tirades about him burn again like an inferno. He wasn't content with 2 restaurants and an izakaya. He had to invade her world, too. Wait, but then she stopped herself. The pros and cons began lining up in her head before she could stop them. Cons. His perfection would drive her mad. Every pastry, every tart, every macaron would be held to impossibly high standards. The pressure might crush her. She might lose what little shred of pride she had left. But then came the pros, and they hit harder than she'd expected. She'd learn. Oh God, would she learn? She'd work with the best ingredients, probably using techniques she'd only dreamed of. She'd push herself farther than she ever had before. She might, just might, find a way to surpass even her own expectations. And, perhaps most importantly, she'd have a chance to create something extraordinary, something that could carry her name alongside his. Her hand tightened around her glass again, but this time it wasn't out of frustration. It was resolve. You're serious about this? She asked, her voice steadier than she felt. Izuku nodded, his expression brightening slightly. Absolutely. I think desserts are the purest form of joy in food. If I'm going to do it, I want to do it right. Her lips parted, and for a moment, she thought about saying something petty, something biting, but instead, she found herself smiling. A small, tentative smile, but a smile nonetheless. Then maybe, she said slowly, you'll be seeing my CV sooner than you think? Her friend gawked at her, utterly speechless. Mine too. He then hurriedly added, as if afraid of missing the chance. Izuku's smile widened, and there was something so genuine, so quietly thrilled about it that it made her chest ache. I'd like that, Izuku said softly. And Chihaya, for the first time in a long time, felt like she was standing at the edge of something not terrifying, but exhilarating. Something sweet. Pun intended. Bling. The bell rang again. And the pro-hero Hawks entered while wearing a similar uniform as the woman behind the counter. Biwo. Both Chihaya and her friend gurgled in surprise, something that didn't resemble human language. You are late. Nagant snapped angrily. Sorry. I was finishing moving my stuff in my new room in the flat above, boss. Hawks answered, sheepish. It's okay, don't worry. I don't mind helping taking the dishes to the tables, Izuku answered, smiling. Well, then I'll take over. You are paying me to do that, and I won't lose that paycheck. The pro-hero answered, immediately moving back and forth to help Nagant cook and serve at the tables. Hawks. Works here. For you. As a waiter? Chihaya asked, dumbfounded. Even pro-heroes pay the bills, Izuku answered, shrugging. Isn't he like? In the top 10? Her friend asked. Yes. Izuku answered, unsure. She needed to work for the guy. Like right now. I'll bring you my CV tomorrow. She and her friend yelled at the same time. Okay. Izuku, scared by the scream, squeaked in answer. Later that day, Yavin Street, Green Cloud Restaurant. Once sure everything in the new izakaya was going according to schedule and plan, with Lady Nagant and Hawks showing how they had mastered their respective jobs as chef and waiter, Izuku had used the portal door the system had connected his 3 restaurants with to return to his main one. Congratulations to host Izuku for finding 2 chefs for the patisserie. Now only 2 waiters are needed to complete the mission. Time left, 2 weeks. The system declared in his head with a cheerful victory jingle. Ding, I barely returned from my trip to the gourmet world and you are already insisting for me to open a new restaurant, he said. Host returned from his latest sortie 2 weeks ago, plenty of time to recover and restart training and missions. But the izakaya has not been open for more than a week. 10 days. Already? Izuku muttered, surprised. Host has been busy working, training and copulating with his lovers. The system believes the host just lost track of time. Did you need to mention the last part? He asked with a red face. It still counts as time spent, host? Forget it. If I open the patisserie, I will get the last fragment to unlock a new piece of equipment. Izuku asked. Yes, host. If you complete the mission, a new piece of the God of Cooking Kitchen set will be unlocked, and the system knows the host will like it. The entity answered. If you say so. Done with the pleasantries with his sponsor, Izuku rejoined the main room of his restaurant to welcome the various guests, filling every table and waiting their turn by the door. Meow. Zephyr came into the kitchen with a tray full of empty plates he recovered from the tables. Thanks you, Zephyr. Please put them in the dishwashing machine. Meow. The small feline answered with a nod. How are things going? He asked. All tables are full and more people are waiting for their turn. Everything is still under control. No troubles in sight. Himiko answered once she peeked inside the kitchen from the small window connecting it to the main room. Another day of hard work. Izuku answered, smiling wide. Eri too wants to help bringing plates to the tables. Can I teach her how to do it? She asked. Ooh, you really like Eri, and I am unashamedly proud of that. Then okay, just small stuff, it's still too soon, Izuku answered. Okay. Himiko answered, and Eri was heard cheer behind her. Finally some peace, Izuku muttered, chuckling, at peace with himself and his life. Spitting out a tiny ball of obsidian flame under the turtle wok, the young chef set up to continue cooking for the guests in his restaurant. 808, he said. Yes, friend Izuku. The tiny robot, covered in the holographic body making it look like Izuku's secretary, asked. Remind me to watch the episode of MasterChef Japan I went as a guest to, and if possible record it. He asked. Of course, friend Izuku. Do you want me to make a post on the restaurant's social media page about your participation? So both friends and enemies of the restaurant can watch the episode. I don't really like to brag, but Mom likes the show, Izuku answered, unsure. I will organize the post immediately and present you 5 versions of it for you to choose from, friend Izuku. 808 answered. Good, thank you. Meanwhile, HPS's director's office. What do you mean that you failed? The woman yelled at her phone. Madam, me and the guys tried forcing our way in. We couldn't even make the door of the izakaya bulge. A slurring male voice answered at the other side. Are you drunk? How dare you? She shrieked. I just got out of surgery for my smashed arm and legs and broken jaw and dash, I don't care. You are still alive. Drag your useless body there and melt that door. I want Hawks back here for reconditioning. No. I can't. I tried already. You didn't try hard enough. I order you to dash, F you. The call ended abruptly, as if the guy had thrown the phone against the wall to destroy it. How dare you? The woman roared in anger, immediately setting the guy up for termination on her computer. Enough kitty gloves. Send our retrieval team to get the chef's daughter. He will either obey, or watch her become our new recruit. Then she will become our new recruit all the same. She muttered with a cruel smirk while tapping rapidly on her computer. Threat identified. I require permission to eradicate them all. Bob the Supreme AI asked, and on the surface of the moon-sized Death Station bio-obliterating ballista, a giant cannon surfaced and a complex reticle locked onto the various HPSC offices all over Japan, and the illegal secret ones in various hidden locations in the rest of the planet. The system gives permission. The system answered. Can we use more covert attacks? Friend Izuku will be sad if we kill them all so openly. 808 said. I accept the suggestion on the ground of not wanting to disappoint my friend. I will organize everything for a systematic destruction of the threats lives in a way that won't cause innocent casualties. Bob conceded. Thank you. The cannon retreated under the ballista's surface, and the two AIs hidden inside, the two most advanced in that universe, set to plan hacking attacks and general sabotaging attacks. And if that will not be enough, then precise drone strikes will incinerate the problem once and for all. Meanwhile, with Shiro, the ancestral Taudai was swimming through the shadows as if they were water, and resurfacing inside a dimly lit laboratory to observe the old man and the heavily scarred villain he was working on. So Shigaraki has not been found yet? All for one demanded, unaware of the small fluffy creatures spying on them. Unfortunately, he is still avoiding Kurogiri, sensei. We found the subcutaneous tracker I had put on him. Daruma answered, sighing. So he tore it off. I would be proud if not for the fact that this throws our plans down the drain. The villain answered, snarling. We need to find him, we are running out of time. Daruma said. My body can't keep up. Not for much longer. We either finish adjusting Shigaraki's body and proceed with the procedure, or we try my plan B and hope for the best, the old man answered with an unsure tone. Plan B? The kid of that chef. She is the kid with the rewinding quirk that escaped from overhaul. So that's her. And of course that boy has her behind that little fortress of his posing as a restaurant, sensei. Himiko is surprisingly healthy after what Dabi did to her. We saw the footage. Indeed. By my estimate, recovery girl would have been unable to heal her from that insane amount of damage. Daruma confirmed. So the little girl may have healed her. From what we could gather from our spies, Himiko and that Eri are very close, and Himiko is very protective of her. So it is probably thanks to Eri if Himiko is healthy again. Very likely, sensei. Very well. Organize Eri's recovery then. Himiko unknowingly acted as Argin's pig to see if the kid's quirk works. That kid can't stay in that restaurant forever. I want her kidnapped as soon as she leaves that place for any reason. All for one ordered. As you wish, sensei. At least like that, if Shigaraki can't be found in time, we will already have her quirk at ready to heal you. Good. All for one answered, pleased. The foolishness of youngsters like him never ceased to amuse me. They always believe they have it all figured out. Should I devour them both immediately? Shiro thought while hidden inside All for One's shadow and already salivating at the prospect of eating. If I can give you a suggestion, you tiny fool, your lord dog suggests to wait. Blackie's own telepathic message arrived. You are here too, you fat pig masquerading as dog, Shiro thought in annoyance. He felt Blackie's presence hidden inside Daruma's shadow. This little rock of a planet is still full of idiots that think they can bully the kiddo. I say we make a show of these two fools, a message so clear about everybody else needing to lower their heads that even the greatest moron will understand that we won't be bullied. Blackie said, since when you are in possession of such insight? Shiro asked in corrosive sarcasm. Since this lord dog knows how to send a message. You only think about eating, you cretin. If you just eat them, another will take their place. Then another and then another. Like that I will never get a proper nap. We need to crush them in front view of everybody. And parade their broken, defeated corpses for everybody to see before we devour them. Like that maybe only the most idiotic fool will come making a mess. The kiddo is too soft, that's why he has a laundry list of enemies. Blackie declared. Fair enough. This esteemed Taui shall hold its mouth and wait for them to be in plain view and at the apex of their glory before eating them. Shiro answered. Very well, sure the kiddo may object against us killing these idiots, justice and all that nonsense, but once seen the number of his enemies reduced to a 100th, he will come around. Blackie declared. Hopefully. Kids these days are so against killing their enemies. Back in the days it was easier. Shiro admitted, sighing. I know, but we have to be patient. Bah. I will eat those creepy monsters they made. I am here already, and I won't leave on an empty stomach. Your stomach is always empty. Blackie answered with a mocking tone, Then he left to return to sleep in front of Green Cloud Restaurant. That mangy dog will never understand the pleasure of eating good, Shiro answered, sneering in distaste and returning to Izuku after eating the various nomu in the test tubes in the lab. Daruma gasped in confusion once an alarm warned him that every test subject disappeared from the lab. What's wrong? All for One asked, annoyed. My test subjects are gone, sensei. All 200 of them. 3 days later, Izakaya. Izuku was once again checking on the izakaya, and Hawks and Nagant working there, when he got an urgent message from Midoriya requiring his immediate intervention. I need to go. You two are sure you have everything under control? Izuku asked. Just go, boss. I am the world's greatest waiter. This place is in safe hands. Hawks answered with a cheeky thumbs up. I'll make sure this idiot won't burn the place down, Izuku. You just go. Nagant answered, slapping the back of Hawks' head hard. But just call me if you get overwhelmed, and I will get here in an instant. He answered. Just go, just go. Both Nagant and Hawks answered at the same time, and pushing him towards the door that just appeared on the wall of the kitchen. I am going, he answered, disappearing through the door. He is a good kid, Hawks said, chuckling. Yes, but he worries too much. Now get back to work. More people are entering. Nagant answered. I am going, he answered, grumbling. Green Gourmet Garden, I am here, Izuku said as soon as he surfaced from the teleportation door. Sorry for the short notice, but those two look like to be a step away from starting biting each other, and we were afraid to see plates start flying everywhere. Adelia said. That bad? Izuku asked. They are doing the whole married couple arguing at low voice to not make a scene in a public place thing. But both Gentle and La Brava could still hear some snippets. Goro added. Something about money and sophisticated society's expectations. They are getting very heated up. Gentle said. I could intervene and ask them if everything was all right, but the situation seems to tense that I am afraid the question will be the spark that will blow up the powder keg. Goro admitted, unsure. Want me to use a relaxing spell? Last thing we need is two guests having a brawl in the middle of the restaurant. Adelia offered. It's fine. I'll go check the table personally. Which one is it? Izuku asked. That table. Number 4 in the memories room. La Brava said while pointing at the couple. I'll take care of it, don't worry. Izuku answered, personally walking towards the table. Memories room, the soft hum of distant conversations mingled with the gentle clinking of silverware and the delicate strains of classical music playing in that particular partition of the restaurant. At a secluded corner table, a man and a woman sat across from each other, their postures were tense, and their voices low but firm. You must act the part, darling. We're not back in that tiny apartment anymore, we are not scrapping by and dreading the mailman to deliver the payment notice that will ruin us. We finally made it. We're someone now. We are someone. Who are we? What does that even mean? We're still us, no matter how much money we have now. I won't play pretend just to fit into a world that never mattered to us when we started. The wife's eyes flicked around the room, and her expression tightened, masking a simmering frustration and even fear. People are watching. We need to set the right example. You can't just dash. She leaned in, lowering her voice further, and hissed her response hurriedly. Before she could finish, an elegant young man in a perfectly tailored and pristine chef uniform approached their table with a warm smile. His presence exuded familiarity, but with a hint of youthful mischief in his eyes. Good evening. I am Midoriya Izuku, the owner of this establishment. It's a pleasure to have you here tonight. May I personally take your orders? Izuku asked politely. The famous Midoriya himself. The husband asked with a strange glint in his eyes and a smirk. The very same, the young chef answered, chuckling. The wife instead sat up straighter, her expression smoothing into a practiced, polite smile as fake as a politician's, and without glancing at the menu, she spoke with an air of forced excessive elegance. Honored to meet you. We'll have the most expensive dish you offer, add gold leaf to it too. Thank you, she said, haughtily and barely looking at him. Izuku raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He then turned to the husband, he too refusing to even just read the menu and instead meeting his gaze with a small, rebellious smile, as if he was about to mock Izuku, the restaurant and everybody eating there with his request. "I'll have a cheeseburger," the husband said with a defiant tone and crossed arms, clearly waiting for any possible outburst. The wife's smile faltered, and her eyes widened in a mix of horror, fury, and embarrassment. "Oh my God! What have you done?" Her hands grabbed the edge of the table until her knuckles whitened. She opened her mouth to object, but Izuku chuckled softly, diffusing the tension. "A cheeseburger, you say? Excellent choice. It's been a while since I've served one in this particular restaurant. I must say, I admire your honesty and humility. Extra cheese? Some crunchy bacon? With onions?" Izuku asked. "Oh yeah, make it swim in cheese. Add the bacon and the onions too. Do you have any special sauce?" The husband asked, excited at the unexpected response. "Darling, the wife asked, lips trembling in shame. I can add to it my homemade barbecue sauce, either classic or honey-based, and a special spicy sauce I make with smoked cheese as a base." "You the honey barbecue and the spicy cheese sauce. I want it greasy." The guy answered in childish wonder. "Of course. He is mocking us, the wife tried saying with a tone of defeat. "Absolutely not." Izuku interrupted her, chuckling. Izuku glanced between them with his eyes twinkling with understanding. It's not hard to guess what the discussion was about. "You see, I too have humble origins. My mother still lives in the same small apartment in a complex in the more middle-class area of the city, even. Me and my family cherish our origins. This restaurant, for example, it's a passion project, but my heart belongs to the little restaurant I started in and built in the tourist district, and that will always be where my heart belongs. Sometimes, it's easy to forget that wealth doesn't define who we are. It's what's inside that counts," Izuku said, gently. "Good to know I am not the only one thinking like that," the husband said with a grateful tone. The wife's cheeks flushed a deep red and her gaze dropped to the table. Izuku nodded respectfully and disappeared into the kitchen, leaving them in a thick silence. After a few moments, the husband reached across the table and touched her hand lightly. "We don't have to lose ourselves. Not for societal expectations or anyone else," the husband said with a soft voice. "Honey, look at me. Please, give me back the amazing girl I fell helplessly in love with. Do not become one of those insufferable snobs we both used to mock when we started working on our own." The man begged. "But we got money now." "Yes, we got money and prestige, but it should only be a means to an end, a way to have less stress in our life, not an obligation to be people we are not. We are not. We never were. We got to this point by working hard and honestly, not by being stuck-up spoiled brats." Honey, meanwhile, in the gleaming kitchen of the prestigious restaurant, the five kings, Adelia, Goro and even Gentle and La Brava pauses in their tasks once heard Izuku declare what the couple ordered. Their eyes were wide with disbelief as they watched Izuku, by now a renowned chef, organize his workstation to prepare a simple cheeseburger. Especially shocking for the five kings, they watched the same hands they knew could craft intricate, sculpture-like dishes being used to shape a patty with meticulous care. Is he really making a cheeseburger? Isn't it like blasphemy? Michiko whispered. An insult to his skills, that's what it is. He's the best chef in the city, and now he's wasting his time on a cheeseburger. Mako answered, confused. Izuku heard the murmurs, and a soft chuckle escaped his lips. "A bit too extreme, guys," he said while glancing up from his station, where the rich, marbled beef sat in a bowl. "I see your shock, and I guess I can understand where you come from. But let me remind you why we're here. I didn't open this restaurant to showcase expensive ingredients or create dishes that look like art. I opened this place because I love to cook," Izuku said, chuckling. "I mean, I get it. But still," Gentle muttered, unsure. Izuku winked and turned back to his work, selecting a prime cut of beef, ribeye from one of the ingredients he got from his many sorties big and small. "I'll go for the ribeye, for its balance of tenderness and flavor," Izuku said while expertly trimming the fat away from the meat and setting it aside for later use. using that amazing ribeye cut for a hamburger. My meat lover's soul weeps, the Meat King said with an excessive longing sigh. Ooh, far too dramatic. Izuku answered, amused. He placed the meat into a grinder and gently and slowly turned the thing's crank to not stress the meat, filling the kitchen with the soft squishing sound of the blade cutting the meat as the beef emerged perfectly grounded. You know, the price of a dish, its appearance, these are just themes to me. In fact, today I feel like crafting something simple, but that doesn't mean it's any less deserving of care. He sprinkled a pinch of sea salt and cracked black pepper into the ground beef, gently folded it several times with his hands, and with practiced precision he shaped the meat into a patty that was thick and even, and ready to sear. As I taught you already, ingredients have personalities, much like people. Some want to be dressed up in finery, while others are happy if left in their simplest form. Izuku heated up the turtle wok in cast iron skillet form, added a touch of the trimmed fat to it to give a rich, flavorful base, and then added the patty. And this beef. It's very happy to become a cheeseburger, believe it or not. Izuku explained as the patty sizzled, filling the air with the scent of searing beef. Pass me the cheese, please, Mako. But this is your homemade cheese. Your own creation, aged in the restaurant's private cellar. We usually use it for the fondue and, Mako please. Izuku asked again with a gentle tone. Having received the cheese, Izuku sliced it carefully, and even just cutting it revealed a heavenly creamy texture and a rich aroma hinting at the absurd quality within. Yes, this cheese isn't from a store, but one I made it myself, nurturing it like I do with any complex dish. Today, it will melt over this patty, creating something humble yet exquisite. But that thing is expensive, Mako said with a whine. And more importantly, very delicious. Izuku answered, smiling and flipping the patty to show its crust of perfect golden brown, then gently laid the cheese slice on top, allowing it to soften and ooze slightly as the heat worked its magic. While the patty rested, Izuku toasted a fresh lightly buttered brioche bun, that too not bought but made by him and the others, until golden and crisp at the edges. The final assembly, please make it fancy. The Fish King begged. Nope. Simple but deliberate, I am not making a stuck-up cheeseburger. Izuku answered with a cheeky smile. To assemble the cheeseburger, Izuku smeared the buns with a thin layer of homemade aioli. Aioli refers very specifically to a sauce made from olive oil that has been emulsified into mashed garlic, usually with a mortar and pestle, the cheeseburger glistening and fragrant, crisp lettuce, thinly sliced onion, a slice of vine-ripened tomato, the crunchy bacon, and finally 2 dollops of the requested sauces. While looking at his staff still looking at him in disbelief, Izuku smirked and used the same pliers he used to assemble his more fancy dishes to place the top bun, completing the masterpiece with some sarcastic flourish. Ha! Watch out, we have a comedian here, Adelia commented, huffing. There you have it. A cheeseburger, yes, but made with the same love and care I put into any dish. Remember, it's not the complexity or the cost that makes a dish special, it's the heart of the chef who prepares it. Izuku said, holding the place with the cheeseburger up with great care. The foie gras is ready too. Mako answered, sighing. Well done. I will deliver them both to that table myself. Izuku answered, grabbing the other plate from the girl's hands. Before leaving though, he turned around and looked at his staff with his eyes gleaming with humor. Oh, and just so we're clear, even at gunpoint, I refuse to use edible gold leaf. That tasteless nothing has no place on my beloved food. He said. The kitchen burst into laughter, with the tension melting away as they all nodded in agreement, by now aware of Izuku's playful disdain for that culinary trend. A little detail about the foie gras Izuku used. The source of it was the animal known in the gourmet world of Zaus as the gourmet duck, or greedy duck, depending on who you asked. That giant duck was the size of an elephant and had a penchant for overeating to unhealthy levels. Any farm dealing with them would constantly monitor the duck's liver health and program the harvest of it through safe and non-invasive surgery that would remove the overly stuffed liver to preserve the animal's health. Thanks to its advanced healing properties, the duck would then only need 3 to 4 days at most to regrow a new and completely healthy liver, Once done, the duck would then be permitted to return to wander freely in the farm to eat when and what it wanted. Izuku had 3 of those ducks and had programmed the harvest of their livers on rotation so to not force-feed the gourmet ducks like it was sadly common with common ducks in Izuku's original world, and to him, using the gourmet ducks was a far more ethical way to get foie gras. Memories room, table of the married couple. Honey, please, the husband begged, closing whatever plea he was making while Izuku cooked. The wife's eyes lifted to meet her husband's, filled with a mixture of shame and regret, but before she could respond, Izuku arrived, carrying the tray with the artfully plated dish of foie gras adorned by small flecks of scallions, and a humble cheeseburger. Here, foie gras with aromatic herbs and truffle reduction, and a cheeseburger with maxi burgers and extra cheese. My apologies for the lack of edible gold flecks, but we do not use it in this restaurant, it's against our policies, he said while setting down the plates in front of them. Oh, it's fine. It's not like it has a taste, it's just that we are used to see those flecks cover every inch of the food we order in other restaurants we visit. The husband answered, nonplussed. Thank you, sir. You really made a cheeseburger, the wife muttered, surprised. We pride ourselves of always doing our best for our guests, Izuku answered. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Bon appetit. I hope you enjoy both your past and your present, both important and tasty. Izuku answered with a gentle smile, and with a respectful bow, he left them to their food. The wife watched the cheeseburger with an expression of reluctant curiosity, because when the scent drifted up, it filled the air among her and her husband with a thick sense of nostalgia. Dom, I haven't eaten a cheeseburger in years. I missed the taste, the husband said after a giant bite, and savoring it with a contented sigh. After a moment, the wife, without a word, reached over and broke off half the cheeseburger and took a small, tentative bite. Hey, the husband said in mock anger. Just share like we used to? Her voice lacked the forced haughtiness, and even her dialect slipped through, and with her eyes closed she left the taste wash over her, and a soft, almost involuntary smile started tugging at her lips. Nostalgic. Reminds me of when we couldn't afford anything else, the wife admitted, quietly and begrudgingly. The husband chuckled, taking another bite of his half. It tastes like home, he said, chuckling. As they kept eating in companionable silence, sharing both the cheeseburger and the foie gras, Izuku watched from afar with a knowing smile on his face. In that moment, to both husband and wife, the expensive dish and the simple cheeseburger both tasted like heaven, not because of their price, but because of the memories they evoked and the connection they reignited, representing the start of their journey and their current life. In the kitchen, Goro gave a long exhale of relief as soon as he saw Izuku return inside the kitchen. You defused the situation perfectly, he said. I was about to evict them myself. I feared they would have started brawling, Adelia added. I did nothing. I just cooked what they asked, the husband did all the work, Izuku answered, smiling. Still, you clearly went above and beyond to make that cheeseburger. Not many famous chefs would have done it, Mako said. Thank goodness I am not a normal chef, Izuku answered, chuckling. You are way beyond that, boss, La Brava answered. A soft jingle came from behind a closed door. What's that? Goro asked. Yes. I set a new TV in the staff room and put it the channel airing MasterChef Japan. It's about time they air the new episode, Izuku answered. It's true. It's starting, Mako said while pointing at the small TV in their staff room. Holy CRP. Did you really go as a guest to MasterChef, boss? Toshio asked, unsure. Yes, I was one of the special guests. He is not the kind of person to lie or say bullcrap, so I do think he was saying the truth, Adelia answered. Thank you for the trust, Izuku muttered, dejected. They probably recorded the episode not too long ago, Goro added. Yes, it was less scary or traumatic than what I feared. TV studio. The day the episode was recorded, the camera swept across a grand studio in Japan, revealing gleaming cooking stations lined up in perfect symmetry, each adorned with top-of-the-line kitchen equipment. The studio was abuzz with anticipation, the air thick with the scent of skis and ambition. The vibrant logo MasterChef dominated the backdrop, shimmering under the bright studio lights. Immediately the voiceover of the show's narrator started talking and introducing the show. Welcome to MasterChef Japan, the ultimate culinary battleground where 20 aspiring chefs from across Japan converge with one dream: to become the next culinary superstar. Each week, they will face intense challenges that will test their skills, creativity, and resilience in the heat of the kitchen. The camera moved to the judges' table, where 3 distinct figures sat, observing the room with varying degrees of interest. Guiding their journey are 3 culinary titans, each bringing their unique flavor to the table. First, we have Chef Tanaka Hiroshi, tall and jolly, with a heart as big as his laughter, known for his gentle approach and quick wit. The camera focused on Chef Tanaka Hiroshi, who flashed a warm, encouraging smile at the camera as he leaned back in his chair. Then, there's Chef Satoshi Kenji, small in stature but formidable in presence, the brutally honest critic whose sharp tongue can slice through any dish with precision. The camera cut to Chef Satoshi Kenji, with his eyes scanning the room with a discerning gaze, arms crossed, and exuding a no-nonsense aura. And finally, the leader of our culinary triumvirate, Chef Watanabe Rin, the steady hand and straight guide of the trio, whose calm demeanor and expert palate make him a force to be reckoned with in the kitchen. Chef Rin nodded slightly, with his posture suggesting a subtle but commanding presence. As the camera lingered on his composed expression, he broke character and playfully winked at the camera. These chefs are here to transform raw talent into culinary artistry. Over the next several weeks, our contestants will face a series of grueling challenges, from mystery box tests to complex pressure tests, pushing their skills to the limit. Their journey will be peppered with triumphs, heartbreaks, and intense competition. The camera shifted to the eager faces of the 20 contestants, each standing at their stations with their aprons crisp and their eyes filled with determination. They've come from all walks of life, united by their love of cooking and a shared dream to earn the title of M-Star Chef. In this kitchen, only one will rise to the top, proving they have what it takes to withstand the heat. The camera zoomed out, capturing the full grandeur of the studio as the excitement builds. Let the culinary battle begin. This is MasterChef Japan. Finally, it's time. Samui, watching the show live from behind the scenes, said with a malevolent smirk. It's time. In the studio, Ren reminded himself the plan and stepped forward, ready to welcome audience at home and the contestants in the studio like he always did with the other 2 judges. It's time, host. The system warned Izuku. Yes, last hurdle to deal with another of Samui's friends. I am honestly tired of this, Izuku admitted, sighing and sitting in a small room waiting for his turn to enter. End of the chapter. 2 small extras. Small flash forward. Opening day of Izuku's patisserie, Your Green Corner of Paradise. The patisserie was a dream made real, a confection of charm and elegance that seemed plucked straight from the pages of a fairy tale. Chihaya, hush. The girl hissed, still sporting a dreamy smile while turning the sign on the door on the open side. The patisserie's name, Your Green Corner of Paradise, was playful yet impossibly accurate, earning chuckles before customers even stepped inside. And when the first guests arrived, the first thing anyone noticed was the mint green facade, soft and inviting, with playful swirls of white that mimicked the shapes of clouds drifting lazily across a spring sky. 4 gargantuan windows dominated the front of the store, framed by delicate floral arrangements in an explosion of cheerful colors: yellows, pinks, purples, and reds. More flowers spilled from hanging baskets and planters at the ceiling and at the corners of the room. Their lively hues had been mixed to set a cheerful tone before anyone even stepped inside. And inside, it was as if the sun had decided to take up residence. The space was flooded with natural light thanks to the enormous windows allowing sunshine to pour in and illuminate every corner. That extra brightness made the mint green and cloud white theme pop, creating a space that felt fresh, airy, and almost otherworldly. The tables, scattered throughout, were thin and elegant, with their small frames made of delicate white metal with subtle curls and flourishes. Each table was topped with a tiny vase holding a single flower, a simple touch that added to the charm without being overwhelming, while the chairs, equally petite, had soft pastel cushions that invited visitors to linger. The walls were adorned with subtle cloud motifs, giving the impression of floating through a clear sky. Strings of fairy lights were woven artfully along the edges of shelves and displays, with their gentle glow adding a touch of whimsy even during the day. "Welcome. Welcome. Please come in," Chihaya said, beaming with joy. Then there was the main counter, a masterpiece in its own right, stretching across the center of the shop. It was a pristine expanse of gleaming white. Its surface had been polished to a mirror finish. "Chihaya, you work here?" "What?" One of the guests was a group of the woman's old colleagues, and they all looked shocked at seeing her there, working for Izuku. "Told you I found a better job. I made all of these," she answered, pointing at the tiny windows that lined the front of the counter. The small openings were showcasing rows upon rows of tiny sweets, cupcakes, and biscuits arranged like precious jewels. Each treat was a work of art with their vibrant colors and delicate details practically begging to be admired before they were devoured. "You made those?" one of Chihaya's old coworkers said in surprise. "These, the cakes behind the counter, all of it?" she answered. Behind the counter stood shelves lined with cakes of all sizes and shapes, towering confections adorned with flowers, fruits, and intricate piping. Then macarons in every shade imaginable were stacked in pyramids so that their glossy shells could catch the light. A small corner displayed an array of chocolates, each one glossy and perfectly shaped, nestled in tiny boxes tied with ribbons. My new boss gave me plenty of lessons while explaining to me what he expected of me to work here. I have to say that I finally got the recognition I deserve, and even the skill I always dreamed to have when cooking," Chihaya said. Soft, cheerful music floated through the air, blending seamlessly with the occasional laughter and the quiet clink of plates and cups, creating an atmosphere that was both lively and serene. The scent of sugar, butter, and fresh flowers hung in the air, so intoxicating it was almost enough to make anyone forget their troubles. "But, Midoriya," one of them said, "just sit at a table, and I'll show you why I think I had a great idea coming to work here," she answered, winking. Watching them sit at a table, the woman gave a chuckle of satisfaction. It wasn't just a patisserie. It was a sanctuary of sweetness and light, a place that felt like stepping into a cloud and tasting heaven. Too much prose? God damn it, I said it aloud. Again. Chihaya swore in anger. She neared the table of her former colleagues to take their orders. "I can't believe you betrayed us and came working for him," one of the guys said in distaste. Differently from many other people, I decided to swallow my pride and ask him how he could cook the way he did. And guess what? He taught me. It was hard, it was grueling, it made me feel like I didn't even know how to boil water, but once done, I became much, much better. Not as good as him. He is still at a level that I think it shouldn't be possible, but goddammit, I got much better. And in exchange I decided to work for him. And you know what? I should have asked him sooner instead of wasting time peeling potatoes for you others. Here I have the occasion to shine." She answered, harumphing. "You're still a traitor. You didn't work in the kitchen because you lack talent, just like Mr. Benimaru said." One of the girls said, "The only talent you have, Haruka, is that you are fast to get on your knees. But it's okay, I can show you easily why you and Benimaru are full of shit," Chihaya answered, walking away and ignoring the girl's shrieks of anger. "That's not how you treat a guest," her friend said. I walked on her and Benimaru having fun. That horrid image still plagues my nightmares, and she pretty much bullied me the entire time I worked there. I deserve some payback. Still not convinced that was proper manners? I'll apologize to Boss Izuku later. Now help me prepare their orders. I want to shut them up once and for all. Yeah. When she brought them what they ordered, she answered to their sneers with a wide smile. "Here, taste the fruit of my working under Midoriya, and you will understand why I did it," she said. "You are just fooling yourself, Chihaya. You decided to work for a BSD and got yourself tricked. You are not," one of the guys started saying, but once they all tasted the sweets, their anger turned into shock. A single bite of the heavenly chocolate tart melted like silk on their tongues, rich and velvety, with a depth of cocoa that made their eyes close in pure bliss. The dreamy custard eclairs were a revelation, an airy shoe filled with a cream so light and luscious it felt like eating a cloud. "How? Told you. I took my lessons with Midoriya to heart," Chihaya answered, proud. Cupcakes, cookies, and macarons alike were explosions of flavor, delicate yet vibrant, each one a testament to the skills and care behind them. "No way," one of the girls muttered, shocked. Who's laughing now? I got to work for a genius and become a genius myself. Not you, Mikoto." The woman answered in triumph, and walking back to stand behind the counter with a swag she never thought she would have been able to possess just a few months ago. For many, eating in that patisserie was a spiritual experience. The kind of sweetness that made their hearts ache, their minds quiet, and their souls sigh in gratitude. It was paradise, wrapped in pastry and icing. The Chihaya, let me enjoy the moment, F-. I got a major in literature and philosophy and I am going to use it. She barked in answer. Yeah. Extra 2 Omake interdimensional ingredient hunt. The dish that turned friendly fire on. Other dimension, super futuristic city, somewhere near Nigeria. The city was a marvel of advanced technology, a scientific utopia where peace and harmony reigned and human and robots coexisted, surprising Izuku greatly as soon as he arrived. But this is nice, he admitted, whistling. Nature and technology blending together so perfectly. It's amazing, Momo added, watching in awe the many gardens big and small everywhere in the city. Good Unity Day, one of the citizens said with a happy smile while passing by them. To you too, she answered. This place is nice. Way more peaceful than my last few sorties, Izuku admitted. I can imagine. So, what are we looking for? Momo asked. Uzaiza leaves, kuli and yuta. Species and herbs that can only be found in the territories near Nigeria, and the ones in this dimension are apparently an evolved form of the original plants, a superior version, all thanks to the plants being irradiated by something called omnic energy. Izuku answered. I see, where should we start looking? She asked. Some market or even restaurants, hopefully they really are friendly enough to share information. He answered. Several hours later, Plaza, Hannah didn't mind making PR appearances, really. She knew that they were helping keeping up peace and stuff. She and the guys could not be there officially as a military force. But nothing said they could not just visit the place. Not one for celebrations? Angela asked, chuckling. Celebrations? I like those. I even like GameCon's smell of sweat and all. I don't like sneaking in like a thief, Hannah answered. We didn't sneak in, we just could not make a grand entrance, Angela answered, amused. To me it's the same thing. I am a celebrity, you know. I am an internet sensation. Ladies, please. We are here both to celebrate and to keep things in check. We got information that Talon is becoming restless far too close to the city. A voice said from their communicators. Sorry, Winston. Both girls answered, making him chuckle. I will look the other way if you get yourself something to eat. I am not that cruel. How very gracious of you, Angela answered with a chuckle, while Hannah rolled her eyes. You heard the genius gorilla. I say we check if there is some smoothie place not too crowded, Hannah suggested, sighing. That sounds like a good place to start or investigation, yes, Angela answered. Once checked the location of the others that just like them were covertly patrolling the streets with the excuse of celebrating the city's Unity Day, the two women made their way through the city, enjoying the sights. Until a peculiar sight caught their attention, along the amazing scent accompanying it. Somebody is getting popular, Angela said. What the? Is it a special event or something? Hannah muttered, surprised. They could see a small restaurant owned by an old lady being swarmed by people clamoring to eat, with an absurdly long line of people pushing as if hoping to force the line to move faster. Incredible. The kid can really make everything you ask. One of the people walking out was heard saying with a happy smile. Now I am intrigued. Should we visit it? Angela suggested. I don't know. I am on a diet, Hannah answered, unsure. I am sure I can help you lose any extra weight you will get from a single cheat day. Aren't you a doctor or something? Hannah asked. Yes, but I am not a monster, she answered. Not dwelling too much into it, the two girls quietly stood in line, Angela keeping her eyes on the situation while Hannah looking at some gaming videos on her phone, until finally they got to sit at a table and the old woman came to take their order. What can I bring you, ladies? My temporary chef seems able to make everything, the owner asked. Temporary? Hana asked. Unfortunately. I tried having him to stay here forever, but nothing I promised worked. He promised me 1 day of work in exchange of the plants he needed, and that's it. The old lady answered, sighing. Curious deal. What do you suggest? Angela asked. I usually offer Nigerian-style dishes, but that boy knows plenty of dishes. Hana asked, curious. What about some rosti with a side of zuri geschnatzlitz? And some nice bibimbap? From the kitchen, Izuku suggested with a gentle smile. Bibimbap. Hana asked with her eyebrows rising all the way up. Rosti with zuri geschnatzlitz. Why, I haven't had that in a while. Angela answered, equally impressed. So it's a yes? Izuku asked. If you think you can make it good, go ahead. Hana answered. I'll do my best, I promise. The young chef answered, giving them a proper bow and leaving for the kitchen. I wonder how he recognized we are from Korea and Switzerland, Angela wondered, amused. Maybe he recognized us? Hana answered. If he did, at least he didn't make a scene about it, she said. I'll make a scene if he gets our food wrong. Hana answered, smirking. 1 hour later, I am here, thank you for waiting. Izuku answered, smiling. He and Momo were holding 2 plates each with part of the women's order. Considering the dishes you suggested, you were actually fast in making them, Angela answered, gladly receiving the plates in Momo's hands. You better have made it right. I'm gonna shame you online if you did a poor job. Hana sighed, getting the dishes in Izuku's hand and winking at him. I'll keep my fingers crossed then. Izuku answered, chuckling and returning with Momo to the kitchen. Oh my. It does look delicious, Angela admitted. Bibimbap. A South Korean traditional dish. Rosti zuri geschnatzlitz. This is awesome. Thank you for the food, I will eat well. Hana exclaimed at the first bite. It is delicious indeed. Angela answered, very pleased with her food too. The gochujang tastes so good. It's like the one I used to eat as a kid. It's warm like inside. In my stomach. My rosti too is surprising. He added some herbs in the grated potatoes. And the flavor now is so aromatic and slightly nutty and floral. Reminds me of home. Angela answered. It's thanks to the yuta pepper and the uzaiza leaves I used to make them. Izuku answered. Very well done. Hana said, smiling. Thank you, I am glad you liked it. Izuku answered. Oh, I liked it a lot, pretty guy. Hana answered, smirking. Izuku and Momo's muscles tensed instantly. Hana dear, please do not jump to conclusions. Angela said. Hey, I saw him first. That's not what I meant. Run. Izuku didn't wait, he grabbed Momo's hand and ran away. Way in it. You scared him. Hana yelled. No, Hana. I believe you scared him, Angela said, slowly. I didn't scare him. I am Virginia. I don't scare boys. I make them swoon. Right. She answered. This is Talon. We are here to break this foolish stagnant piece of your dash. Troublemakers will be stripped as an example to others. Kaya. What was that? Hana asked, unnerved by the various screams. Deet Virginia mercy. Talon is attacking. We also got informations about a robot wrecking the Talon attack squad. I already contacted the others, converge in the area and assist that robot and the guy fighting alongside him. Winston's voice immediately came from their communicators. Roger. Angela answered. When the 2 girls reached the area where the fight was taking place, with Hana piloting a big mech with rabbit ears like protrusions on its head, the fight was already over, with every member of Talon stripped down to their unmentionables and unconscious, probably slapped into unconsciousness looking at their red and bruised faces. Over already. A girl can't even get some fun around here. A young woman with short hair said with a childish frown. Sorry about it, Whitey is very protective of me. Izuku answered. I notice, boy. But at least your robot buddy was fast enough to not hurt civilians. She answered. Boy, it's you. Hana said with a happy smile. He is not interested. Momo growled, moving in front of Izuku to shield him from Hana. What? Feeling the pressure, girl? Hannah answered, smirking and jumping out of her mech. Oh. Because even if you wear a skin-tight suit, I know he will still choose me. That sounds like self-gaslighting. I think you are not ready to face the truth. Bring it? Momo roared. PvP, baby. Do not disappoint me. Hannah. Don't. Angela ordered. I am not a dog. She answered, offended. But you still act like a beach. Momo snapped. How dare you? System. Izuku yelled, and thankfully the portal opened under him and Momo and let them fall through to return home. Get back here. First I will kick your butt, then I will get your ex-boyfriend on a nice date in an arcade. Hannah yelled, furious. This day started so well, Angela muttered, groaning. End of the chapter.